Good morning and welcome to the Community Issues Committee meeting for Wednesday, June the 10th. We will start off with a roll call. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Bieber.
Here.
Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Croson.
Present.
Councillor Doria.
Present.
Councillor Parker. Absent. Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
As
Good. Deputy Mayor Dodick.
I'm here.
And Mayor Higgin.
Present.
Thank you.
All right, the City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. I have a motion from Deputy Mayor Dodick, adoption of the agenda. Be it resolved that the June 10th, 2026 agenda of the Community Issues Committee be adopted as presented. Are there any changes, Madam City Clerk?
We do have one revision to today's agenda. Ironically, it's from my department.
I'm kidding. What is it?
All right, the City Clerk's office is requesting to withdraw one of its proposed budget reduction initiatives. That's R6, advertising reduction, in the amount of $50,000. Upon reviewing new information obtained since the agenda was published, it has been determined that the current figures require further validation and directly impact 4 other departments. And following consultation with our city manager, a broader corporate-wide review of advertising expenditures will be conducted to identify comprehensive reductions for the 2028 to 2031 operating budget. Thank you for your consideration.
So as amended, to any questions on that? To remove R6? Seeing none. To questions been called, all in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. All right, well with that, we have got a 2027 operating budget. This is the stub year operating budget that we'll be discussing over the next couple days. We do have a motion, but of course that's going to be amended as the resolutions are discussed and changed and voted on. But at this time, I'll turn the time over to Mr. City Manager as designate, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, members of CIC. I will get Mr. Weston to bring up the presentation. I'm not going to go through all the presentation. This presentation was provided to members of CIC on May 14th, but I will go through some components of it and how it relates to the deliberations today. To start, today's marks an important step in completing the city's 2027 operating budget. As council knows, the city uses a multi-year budgeting approach. Our current 2023 to 2026 operating budget was approved at the end of 2022. Following a process change in May 2024, we are now extending that budget by 1 year to include the 2027 stub year. Work on the 2027 budget began in late 2025. Since then, administration has been meeting with departments to review current budgets and better understand the pressures and priorities ahead. We've also had ongoing discussions with council over the past few months. On April 30th, we provided an update on the economic outlook, key budget pressures, and the overall approach, including public engagement and next steps. Then on May 14th, we walked through the draft budget document and updated estimates of those pressures. And we also outlined efficiency work and proposed budget reduction options to help manage the impact on taxpayers. Over the next 2 days, council members will meet with as CIC to review the 2027 operating budget in detail, including those proposed reductions. At the end of these deliberations, the committee will refer the budget to City Council for final approval on June 23rd. Next slide. At the May 14th CIC meeting, we went through the full presentation in front of you. This included providing an overview of the operating budget process, including the differences between the base budget, budget pressures, and budget initiatives, as well as one-time funding and one-time allocations, and when these types of allocations should and should not be used. Today, we'll not, as I noted, we'll not go through the full presentation since we want to highlight for members of CIC and the community, but want to highlight to the members of CIC and the community how we will use the documents submitted on May 14th for the next 2 days of budget deliberations. If we can go ahead to slide 16, or page 21 inside the package for those that are following along. Paginated. If we could go, never mind, I just said that. Anyways, on May 14th, administration submitted the draft 2027 operating budget document. As is typical with the budget process, this document is provided so council and the community can see the upcoming financial requirements of providing the day-to-day municipal services and programs of the community. The 2027 operating budget is a one-year extension of the 23 to 2026 operating budget. Therefore, this budget document is focused only on the addition of the 2027 year. The 2027 operating budget book has the following sections to facilitate deliberations of this extra year. It has the 2027 operating budget introduction, the operating budget summary, budget initiatives, and the grant fee for service pages only. If you go to the next slide. The first section is the 2027 operating budget introduction. This section provides a background information on the 27 budget process, including why the city is preparing a one-year extension and how the draft budget has been developed. It sets the context for the rest of the binder and helps explain the budget approach being used for 2027. Next slide. The draft operating budget book provides the operating budget summaries for departments as well as the corporate accounts. These sheets show the department's revenues, expenses, and net impact on taxation. These summaries are separated into two main funds within the book, the general fund and the utility fund, based on the primary revenues and expenses for those departments. The general fund is supported by property taxes, user fees, grants, and other general revenues. It funds services such as police, fire, parks, transit, roads, libraries, arenas, pools, and other tax-supported municipal services. The utility fund is supported by utility rates paid by the customers. It includes services such as electric, water, wastewater, landfill, garbage collection, and recycling. These summaries highlight the base budget required to maintain the current level of services for these departments. It includes the program services and ongoing budget initiatives that Council has already approved. In simple terms, the base budget is the budget Council has already approved unless Council passes a resolution to change, reduce, or remove a service level. For 2027, based on the budget direction from Council, the base budget starts from the approved 2026 service levels, including any ongoing initiatives that were previously approved and decisions from other levels of government, impacting departments that city has no, departments that the city has no control over. And that would be examples of that would be photo radar, body-worn cameras, etc. Any of these base budget changes are noted in the specific departmental budget page with notes to provide further information for council and the community. If we go to slide 19, or page 24. The third section includes the budget initiatives that will be deliberated by CIC today and tomorrow. As a refresher, from May 14th, the initiatives are organized using three main categories. A, initiatives or addition initiatives. These are potential service level increases or new funding requests not currently included in the base budget. N initiatives are budget initiative extensions. These are initiatives that were previously funded through one-time allocations and are being recommended for extension in 2027. R initiatives are the reduction initiatives. These are proposed decreases to current service levels or cost reductions for Council's consideration. Later this morning, we'll walk through an interactive process we will use to aid CIC members in understanding the tax impacts on each of the initiatives or budget pressures that are being deliberated. If we go to slide 20 or page 25, the fourth section is grant fee for service funding. This section summarizes the funding provided to community organizations through the grants and fee for service agreements. For 2027, this proposed increase for fee service agreements is 1.9%. This section allows Council to see the proposed funding amounts and understand how community groups' allocations fit within the overall operating budget. Prior to starting deliberations, it'll be good to give a refresher on the 2027 operating budget pressures the municipality is facing. These are the major costs and revenue pressures known to date and form a starting point for understanding the proposed tax impact before reduction initiatives are considered. If you go to slide 24 or page 29, this slide summarizes the total budget pressure known to date. Before any relief is applied, total budget pressures approximate 16.7 million, or 8.1, I should say, increase on taxation. The largest pressures are inflation at just over 3%, service level changes at 1.55%, provincial decisions and external pressures of 1.53%, and other pressures of 1.69%. The budget also includes relief. Assessment growth provides approximately 3.9 million in relief, or 1.89%, and increased MRSR budget allocations provide approximately 1.5 million, or 0.75% of relief. The end of an internal loan payment provides approximately 468,000, or approximately 0.23% of relief. Together, the relief totals approximately 5.9 million, or 2.87%. After applying this relief, the total budget pressure is approximately 10.8 million, or 5.23%. I must note that one item that was not included is any impact from EMS contract. With the city preparing to provide a bid on the service, it is too early to include an estimate into the 2027 operating budget, since any budgetary impact will be dependent on the outcome of the procurement process. Therefore, in 2027, the city will need to handle any budgetary change as a one-time item, with the ongoing impact being accounted for in the 2028 to 31 operating budget being deliberated in 2027. If we go to slide 25 or page 30. As we discussed at the May 14th meeting, this slide provides more detail on other pressures that may be delayed to 2028. The slide provides context on each of these pressures and why administration believes they should be delayed to the 2028 to 2031 operating budget. Slide 26 or page 31. This slide shows the revised budget pressure scenario if the other pressures are delayed to 2028. By delaying those pressures, the budget pressures decrease from 8.1% down to 6.41%. After applying the same relief from assessment growth, the MRSR budget allocation at the end of the internal loan payment, the total revised budget pressure is approximately 7.3 million. That equals 3.54% tax increase. This is a significant reduction from the original 5.23 pressure after relief and from the 8.1% pressure before relief. Slide 27 or page 32. This slide provides the longer-term view of Lethbridge property tax increases compared to Alberta CPI. The purpose is to show the 27 estimate in the context of past tax increases and inflation. The revised 27 budget pressure of 3.54% is lower than the original pressure identified earlier in the process, but it remains above estimated Alberta CPI. This provides important context for council. The budget pressure has been reduced, but the city continues to face financial pressures from inflation, external decisions, service level requirements, and previously approved commitments. Next slide. Slide 29 or page 34. On May 14th, the city manager described the process he directed departments to undertake to provide relief to the financial pressures the municipality is facing. As he noted, general managers were asked to review departmental budgets and service levels and identify potential reduction options. Options were to include both one-time and ongoing opportunities. The primary focus was to be ongoing cost reductions that support long-term financial sustainability. Administration demonstrated their commitment to identifying ongoing efficiencies to help reduce the pressures in the operating budget. A lot of thought was put into these reduction initiatives without drastically reducing service levels. The 2027 operating budget includes proposed budget reduction initiatives for consideration to bring the tax rate increase even closer to that inflationary target. If you go to slide 32 or page 37. This slide shows the impact of the proposed reduction initiatives on the revised 2027 budget pressures. Before reduction initiatives, the revised budget pressure was approximately 7.3 million, or 3.54%. The proposed reduction initiatives total approximately 2.1 million, or roughly around 1% tax reduction. There are also council-referred budget initiatives of approximately just over 242,000, or 0.12%. And after including the proposed reduction initiatives, council-referred initiatives, the total revised budget pressure decreases to approximately 5.46 million. That results in an estimated tax increase of approximately around 2.65%, keeping in mind that we had that change we just talked about earlier today as well. This represents a reduction from 3.54 and a significant reduction from the overall 8.1% in gross pressures before reliefs. If we can go to slide 33 or page 38. This chart shows the updated 2027 estimate after including the proposed reduction initiatives. The revised tax increase is now estimated at approximately 2.65%. This is lower than, once again, that 3.54 estimate and closer to the estimated Alberta CPI for 2027. The key point for council is that the proposed reduction initiatives materially reduce the 2027 tax pressure. However, they also involve choices about service levels, fees, or program delivery. Those trade-offs will be the focus of budget deliberations over the next 2 days. Final approval of the 2027 operating budget is expected to come forward to council later this month. And if we now, one of the things that I would like to do here is that, and while I'm doing this, Mr. Westerson, if you could bring up the video. One of the common misunderstandings we routinely hear in the community is how market value changes on existing property assessed values equate to more revenue for the city. Changes in market value do not have any impact on the budget requirements. For example, it is sometimes assumed that when overall assessments or property values increase, as they have in the past year, there is a corresponding increase in property taxes. That is not the case. Once the budget is approved, only sufficient taxes, are levied to satisfy the budget requirements. To help the community understand how that works, administration has developed an updated video on our website that helps residents understand their property taxes. We would like to play that video now since it directly ties to the budget discussions we are having today and how these budget decisions are how the city increases or decreases property taxes. So if we could play that video.
When you pay your property taxes, most of your tax dollars go towards essential city services like police, fire, transit, roads, and other important programs and services that help make Lethbridge a vibrant and safe community. There's also a portion of your bill that goes towards education at a rate set by the provincial government, and a sliver of your bill goes towards the Green Acres Foundation for Seniors Housing. As part of the Municipal Government Act, or MGA, the City of Lethbridge, like all cities in Alberta, can only collect the taxes needed to run the city. That's why it's important that City Council approves a budget that will fund all city services. When the city sets its budget, it doesn't rely on property taxes alone. Other revenue sources like provincial and federal grants are applied first, and what remains is the amount that needs to be raised through municipal property taxes. On top of that, the city collects taxes for other organizations. This includes the provincial education tax, as well as funding for seniors housing through the Green Acres Foundation. City Council is only responsible for determining the municipal portion needed to deliver services to Lethbridge residents. The province sets the education budget, and the Green Acres Foundation sets the seniors housing budget. Each of these components has its own tax rate, known as a mill rate. These rates are calculated by dividing the required funding by the total assessed value of all properties in the city. Once those mill rates are set, they're applied to your property's assessed value. And when you combine all three, municipal, education, and Green Acres, you get your total property taxes for the year. Let's look at a quick example to see how this works. Pretend you live in a town with 3 houses. Your house is assessed at $300,000. Your neighbor to the left has a house worth $250,000, and your other neighbor has a house worth $450,000. Add all these together and the total value is $1 million. This year, the town will need $10,000 in municipal property tax money to operate. Divide that by the total value of all the homes, which was $1 million, and we get our municipal mill rate of 0.01. Now here's how we apply that to your home. If your property was assessed at $300,000 and we multiply that by the mill rate, your tax bill will be $3,000. Remember neighbor number 1, whose house was worth $250,000? Their taxes will be $2,500, and neighbor number 2 will pay $4,500. Here, you can simply see how everyone pays their fair share of taxes based on the value of their property. Add these all together and we get the $10,000 needed to provide services to the town. It's important to understand that if your property's assessed value goes up, it does not mean the city collects more tax revenue overall. The city only collects the amount needed to meet the approved budget, nothing more. In this example, each property's assessed value has increased. When all the assessed values are added up, the total assessed value has increased to $1,110,000. Now, we calculate a new mill rate, but notice that the city's budget hasn't changed. This new mill rate of 0.009 is applied to the new assessments, and as you can see, 2 of the 3 properties will pay less in property taxes than they did before, despite their assessments increasing in value. The amount of tax revenue collected stayed at $10,000, but the amounts collected from each property changed. Changes in your property tax bill from year to year depend on how your property value changed relative to the change in the overall market, as well as the change in the city's budget. The provincial education and Green Acres portions of your property taxes may also increase, but their budgets are not set by the City of Lethbridge. Property tax bills are sent out in May, and property taxes are due in full by the last business day in June. If you've signed up for the tax installment prepayment plan, TIP, your payments are spread out over 10 months beginning August 1st to prepay your property taxes for the following year. For more information, visit lethbridge.ca/taxes, and if you have questions or concerns or are considering signing up for TIP, contact 311.
Thank you, Mr. Western. So the next part of today here, what we'd like to do, before, unless there's any questions that members of committee wants to ask, is actually just give you a bit of a understanding of the interactive process we're going to use for deliberations. So it might be good if, Mr. Westerson, if you could bring up the spreadsheet. So, as decisions are made over the next 2 days, the budget and tax rate impact will be tracked through this interactive screen. This will allow CIC to keep note of the financial impact related to specific initiatives. At the top right, you will see a black box with the 3.53%. This is the average annual change or increase in the municipal portion of the property tax bill. This is the same number that was described back on slide 26 of the presentation. This tax rate impact due to the current base budget pressures, or could be referred to as the starting point. I will now ask Mr. Western to slowly scroll down on the screen, and you will see all the base budget pressures that make up the 3.53%, as described earlier in the presentation. Near the bottom of the screen, you will see the heading called On the Table. When the budget initiative has been brought forward for deliberations, we will include that initiative on the screen. For example, if we bring up the reduction initiative R1, LGFF operating grant, this will reduce the tax from 3.53 to 3.22. You'll see that on the top right corner there. If the initiative is approved, then we'll move it up under the heading Approved Initiatives. And that will give council a rolling total of what the decisions are as we move forward on how the reduction initiatives or other initiatives will either add or subtract from that total, the starting point. So with that, that's my beginning presentation, and I'll turn it back over and for any questions before we move into the next section.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Appreciate that. I do have questions. Councillor Dodek?
Yeah, this is the process. I know that I've seen before on a multi-year budget. This is only a stub budget, so it seems to me that I'm not so sure that we need it done in the same way. Like, for example, I would suggest that we start with the 2.65 that you had there as the best case scenario, where you've sort of done all of the reductions, and then get council members to go and decide which of those reductions they don't like. So, for example, in my case, I like all of the reduction ones except for the one that deals with the giving honorariums to members of boards, which is something that we started recently. And when I look at the number that you've put in there as the tax impacts, it was 0.02. So using my example, if you started at the 2.65, I would be arguing to have that included, in which case that would go up to 2.67. What I'm trying to do is, there's going to be a bunch of these things that are not going to be contentious. And do you really need to go through the ones that are non-contentious? Now, obviously, there's ones that are going to be, that are community, like Southgo and Carl's and LSCO. Those are initiatives that have been referred to this session of council. Does council understand what I'm trying to do here?
Yeah, well, and a question I have is, so if a particular one is not brought forward, it dies. So it just doesn't move forward. Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
If it's not, well, the community ones will come forward. They're the ones that were referred to council. Okay, so let's use an example of, I'll just pick one just by, okay, for example, R2. Be resolved that R2, that was a savings, so I don't think anyone's going to have any problem to have 203,580 to be removed. Is there going to be, but if they do want to talk about it, they can. But if council wants to go through each and every one of them, so be it.
So again, if there are resolutions that nobody sponsors or wants to bring forward, just to repeat again, they die on the table and are not brought forward to council. Right? All right. Councillor Crowson?
I respect where Deputy Mayor Dodick is coming from, but I think because we have 3 new people who've never done a budget, I would recommend we stick to the process that we have brought forward, because it's something that I think is easier to do if you've never done it before, because then you do have to look at each one individually. But the reason I actually buzzed in, though, Mr. Matthews, some of the things on the table are actually utility. So can you explain that that's not going to impact the income tax? You're not going to be putting it on here. It might be saving money elsewhere, but it's not going to be impacting taxes. What does that save? So if we do look, and I'll ask those questions more deliberately later, like R19 utility billing, so there's 20,000 there, and there's other ones that are utility. Will that bring down utility rates? Is that just saving the department? Can you talk a bit more about what those reductions will actually impact?
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. So I'll start off, and then Mr. Sanchez might be able to help on the specifics of the rate component. You're 100% correct in regards to that. Those ones that are identified as our initiatives, and they say, utility supported or utility versus on it. I can't remember if we say that on the initiative or not, but I think they actually say in the section there, they'll tell the funding source on it. They won't bring down the taxation component. They will actually be based on reducing the bylaw rate impact. But I'll let Mr. Sanchez see if he wants to add anything further to it on the specifics.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. So what will happen is when we come forward with the next year budget, the utility rates will have a consequence or an impact based on the decision that is being made, which means we might not need to go in future rates to go 3%, 2% like we have been doing in the past. So it's trying to find those efficiencies within the utilities to try to limit the impact into the utility rates.
So I think we need to be very clear to the public that if we do reduce some of the utility ones, you will not see any impact on what's happening today, but you may see it when we pass things in November and December on the utility rates there. So they'll still positively impact your budget, you just will see it later.
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, they would like us to probably cut everything, but if they won't see where it's coming in. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. A question I have in one of the slides, and I can't remember, it was slide 12, but it could be page 64. I can't actually remember which one it was, but you have Excite Lethbridge Society and you have encampments kind of into one of 1.55%. Why are these not broken up? They don't seem like they're any any much really related, and yet we have it in one Excite Lethbridge and Society, Excite Lethbridge Society and encampments. Can you explain that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Higgin. So, and that would be slide, if you want to bring up an example of that, that would be on slide 24. Mr. Weston? So I think what you're referring to is that on the summary page, we've grouped that together as service level changes. So you'll see Excite Lethbridge and encampments together. It's 3.195 million in total amount. That's there. That's just on the summary page. In the package that's there on slide 22, you will see that they're separated out individually. So Excite Lethbridge Society operations is 2,615,000 as the pressure of 1.27, and encampments is 580,000. Coming to that total for service level changes. And the reason why we grouped in that way is those are past council decisions in regards to the service levels for those operations, and so we have them inside of there.
Thank you. Any further? Oh, Councillor Dodick.
Yeah, when I'm looking at the draft operating budget, it talks to recommend that City Council approve the 27 operating budget as provided in the section titled Operating Budget Summary, which is the page 46. Okay.
That's where it starts.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so there's a couple of ways of doing this. Like, for example, we could approve the operating budget summary, and that would be all of that subject to the following amendments. The amendments would be the ones that would remove stuff from it. So for in that instance, if people don't like asset management reporting specialist or LSCO's request or Carl's request, it can then be pulled out and debated. It doesn't, so what I'm trying to do is shorten the process because we're dealing with a 1 year and we are trying to get that down to 2.67, which is what I want. Because I want to keep the honorariums, not the 2.65.
So help me understand this, so that if everything would be approved unless it is brought forward to be discussed, that's what I'm reading, which I don't know if I like that.
Okay, but
Is that right? So everything would be approved unless, so it's, you start at all approvals and then start removing if there's someone that brings something forward?
subject to the following exemptions. Okay,
All right.
well, let me ask the city treasurer then. Okay, well, let's go the entire 2 days and just talk this through.
So each one, so as we bring them forward, if there's no discussion on them, then that means that they would, if nobody wants to sponsor them, they do fail. Is that fair to say, Mr. Matthews?
I would, yes.
They don't
because
stay in the budget, though.
No, what would happen here, those initiatives, so two things going on here. 3.53% that's up here on top, that's all the things that are in the operating budget pages that are in there, so that's the base budget. So assuming that our assumption right now, unless council makes another change, that's the starting point. So that's everything on the budget pages that are in there that would just roll over to 2026 or those past decisions. Those would include the encampments, the Excite Lethbridge and so forth. If council doesn't bring something forward on the table from one of the initiatives, that's right. If someone didn't sponsor from that on that point, it wouldn't be. It would just die on, you know, from that point of view. Just never get to the decision point, and it would not be included. So that, so for example, whether it's Carl's asset management or a reduction initiative on it, they wouldn't be included in effect the total. They would just stay as defeated or not discussed. I don't know if there's a better term to use for it, but it's
Not
almost
discussed, but would not be on that, that 3.53 wouldn't.
you'd almost, and maybe, I'll get Ms. Hilford to talk about, whether there's a better approach on it or not, is that in the end, if they don't get picked up by somebody, you take all of those and vote on them to not include them, because then we have in the record that those ones were decided by council not to actually be
Would still be decided then to not support it, so not
That's
that they
right.
would stay on. Okay, no,
Yeah.
that answers my question. Fine. Councillor Croson?
Just to confirm with Ms. Hilford, if we go through and we realize that the decisions we have made have created a tax base that we are not happy with, we can reconsider as well. So I know there's a process for doing that within a meeting. So can you explain how we could do that? If we go through, at the end, we're like, oh, we made some silly decisions. What's the process for changing those decisions?
Thank you for the question. Yes, you can absolutely do that. You can do that in the same meeting for sure. So what we're going to do first is you're going to put the main motion on the floor. And that is, Mayor, you could probably read it if you would like. And then you're going to amend each initiative.
Yes, as it be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommends City Council approve the base 2027 operating budget as provided in the section titled Operating Budget Summary, including with the following amendments. And then, of course, those comments will be are from page 46. And so they'd all be listed there as they come in. If they're not listed there, then they would not be included.
Then we could reconsider if
Right.
necessary to
And
get
after you go through all those initiatives, you're going to vote on the main motion as amended, and that's where you can change things at that time. This still has to go to council. It's going June 23rd. You'll still have another opportunity
and can be
then.
changed there as well. So there are some opportunities to change our minds.
Yeah, and can be pulled again. Yeah, this is a recommendation to council. Council can still make that change at the end of the month. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager designate, just looking for some further, that's okay. Just looking for some further clarification on what Mayor Hagan just asked. So with the Section A initiatives, if we vote for those, they get added to the budget.
That is
And those
correct.
are an increase.
Those would be an increase, so that would increase the tax pressure
Yep.
up.
Okay, so
And then
I just want the addition and subtraction going on here to confirm that we understand what we're doing. On the section Rs, which are reductions, if we vote for those, it comes off the budget.
That is correct.
If we vote against them, they stay on the budget,
Correct.
okay? And if nobody sponsors them and they die, they stay in the budget.
Correct.
Yes, so they do not, the reduction does not come, if they die and nobody sponsors
Yeah.
them, the reduction does not come off, they stay in the budget as they currently are.
So I think what you're referring to is that if council doesn't vote for it,
Yeah, if nobody sponsors
Sponsors
it,
it.
it dies.
It dies.
It stays in the budget
so
as
therefore
it
the
currently
money
is,
would be in the budget still.
and there is no reduction or savings.
Yes, because council so there's two ways of looking at this.
Dumb it down for me, like I
Okay.
don't understand what I'm doing, because I want to make sure that this is just in plain language so we're all understanding this.
So to remove something out of a service level, out of the budget, council makes a decision. Those council decisions then reduces that from the mill rate or the taxes that come in
Okay,
on it here.
so again, if we vote for the reduction, it comes off. If we oppose the reduction, it stays in. If nobody sponsors the motion, it stays in.
That still would be that cost would still be in our budget.
And that
We would
cost-
not reduce that service level. It would remain.
It stays in, okay.
Yeah. It's the
So-
same as,
Yeah, yeah, so, and I just want us all to be clear, because
Voting
I think there was some confusion, because we have some sections that are adding to, we have some that are taking
That's
off.
right.
But again, if we don't vote, like if nobody votes to sponsor it, it will stay in, it will not be a reduction, it just dies and stays in as is.
that is correct.
Thank you.
Well, that really muddied it because I thought we had to vote together as a group on those initiatives that were not supported to move forward. So thank you for asking that. Just confused it a little bit more. Councillor Wolf?
So we're going to individually look at all the A's and all the R's.
Apparently that's the way we're going to do it.
Excellent, okay. Some of them will be fast, lots of them will be fast.
So I have no further questions. So Mr. Matthew, I guess we will start with the main motion. We can put on the. And is someone to move this the motion? Councillor Bieber? So be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommends City Council approve the base 2027 operating budget as provided in the section titled Operating Budget Summary, commencing on page 46 of attachment 2, including the following amendments. And then, of course, all of those recommended items will be listed there. Do we not make this motion when these reductions or additions are added, Madam City Clerk? Because if we're approving this now, it doesn't, yeah, I think that when all of them are done, is that not the right time to actually do the motion?
We just put it on the floor, and then you start amending it.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So
you
we
can
don't actually vote
we
on
should
it right
end this
now.
one at including like attachment 2, and then we start adding amendments.
Great, thank you. All right. So we will start with the first item, 2027 Operating Budget Amendment, Asset Management Reporting Specialist. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommends that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative A1, Asset Management Reporting Specialist, with funding allocated as below. So from taxation, $121,765 in 2027. I do have a question right away for that one. Is this a one-time, because it's 2027, it is not a line item going forward, or will this include from 28 to 31, Mr. Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. This would be an ongoing commitment of $121,765.
All right, thank you. Any questions on that? Councillor Wolf.
How do we identify the effectiveness of this spend? Like, how are we going to be able to say in 2, 3, 4 years that this has been an amazing amount of money and it saved us so much money? Is there no department that already does some of this and can just get better at doing it? Yeah.
So who does that now?
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor Wolf, in regards to this. Couple things on this, and we do have Mr. Stevenson in the audience that can come up and speak to some of the elements here. I think within here, you know, the key objective of this overall is to have 100% of our asset management reporting streams up and running. I think back in February when this was brought forward during the asset management components, the reason why the resolution or the OBM was crafted was to actually get that done faster. We knew that we wouldn't actually have a number of the asset management plans in place that we need for our key infrastructure on doing that. So from your question here, the performance metric is actually having that information for council so they can actually take, first thing is that you have an asset management plan for all. As we could see on when we went through the wastewater and the water treatment areas, how important those asset management plans are for that. But I'll let Mr. Stevenson to give you a little bit more. Obviously, Mr. Stevenson and his team are the ones that manage asset management for the corporation, and he can give you a little bit more information there.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So maybe to start the story off, back in the previous operating budget, there's one additional resource that was added. It was an asset management reporting specialist. Since that time, what has been completed is an asset management policy, an asset management strategy, and a number of plans like Mr. Matthew, the water and wastewater treatment plant, as well as 4 others. So in total, there's been 6 asset management plans that have been completed since that time. The Asset Management Steering Committee has identified 19 different departments that use a number of different assets, whether it be volume of assets or dollar value of assets, to deliver their services. What we believe and what this initiative is proposing is that unless we get this particular resource, we will not have sufficient resources to complete all 19 plans by the next capital budget. So when you ask about the benefit of this will complete, we suspect, complete all those plans, as well as a rolled up consolidated of the infrastructure report to council before the next CIP. There are various levels of sophistication from an asset management lens throughout those 90 different departments. Some are strong, some could use some help, and this resource will help improve that.
Thank you.
Before I continue, I know there's a couple other questions here, but being a Community Issues Committee meeting, I want to ask if there's anybody in the public who wishes to speak to this item that's up on the screen right now. There'll be various ones throughout the day and tomorrow, but on this particular one, seeing none? All right, thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
No, I'm good.
You're good? All right, I see no further questions on this. So, oh, sorry, go ahead, Mr.
Just a further comment to Mr. Stevenson's. The work that's done here is a key aspect that's needed when we apply for grants. So that is foundational importance, as well as these plans are not static. They're not once and done and left. They need to be updated as we go. So there is ongoing work that is there. Thank you.
Schmidt-Rempel, you're in for debate or question? No, actually, I do have a question. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stevenson, what would be the unintended consequences of not moving forward more quickly and in a more efficient manner with our asset management planning?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. So like I said, there's 19 different departments that we believe require asset management plans. If we do not get this resource, I will not have sufficient resources to do all of them before the next CIP. So what the asset management plans do is they provide a data-driven report to inform council on not only the condition of our assets at a point in time, but also identify the risks that are associated with the various assets that we use to deliver our services. So without those plans, I think, we do have an understanding of the risks that are associated with our assets, but I believe these plans provide council with a thorough analysis of what risks are identified. For example, what you've seen recently is the wastewater treatment plant. The risks that come with the plant were identified as part of that plan, as well as the condition and the financial consequences that come with either approving or not approving.
So thank you, Mr. Stevens. So you're telling me that previous budgets, we didn't have this, so we've been doing things terrible for a long time, a lot of budgets. We haven't been able to get this work done.
No, I'm not saying we've done a terrible job in the past.
Yeah, that's a little over the top, but we just have not done what we're supposed to be doing for many budgets.
No. So and thank you for the question. To clarify, what we've done in the past is we've always practiced asset management. You've seen that in previous CIPs as projects are brought forward. We've been able to, as those projects have been brought forward, describe certain levels of risk and that are associated with approving and not approving those projects at that particular time. That being said, what this asset management reporting specialist will provide will be a consistent approach across all departments that helps prioritize projects and analyzes those trade-offs between the various projects that come forward as part of capital budget in the future. As you know, there's in previous budgets and in future budgets, especially the capital budget we have coming up, there's limited resources, and there'll be trade-offs that are required as part of making decisions with the finite amount of money that we do have. So to completely clarify, we have not done a terrible job in the past. This will provide a more consistent approach moving forward.
And you believe that this 121,765 will be realized in savings if we have this person by getting additional grants, et cetera? Or is that something that you're guesstimating? I guess there's no real, you can't make that comment. Is that what you believe?
It's tough to estimate the amount of savings that will come with this position. But what I can tell you is that this person will be very busy over the next 4 to 5 years completing the plans that we don't have today. And we believe by the next CIP, this resource will allow us to put us in a position so that we can deliver asset management plans on all 19 departments, as well as provide a consolidated state of the infrastructure report that will be consistent asset management practices across the corporation at that time.
And the last question, is this not something that an external organization that maybe has a different view could come in and look at these different departments, and rather than our own team that's been working through all of these departments on a regular basis, have somebody's new set of eyes, say, hey, do you miss this or you miss that? Would this not be better maybe put to the private sector?
It could be something that is explored, doing an external provider to do these types of services. What I would say to that is it may lack consistency across departments, but no question, this is something that external consultants do.
Thank you.
If I could
Councillor
weigh,
Wolf.
sorry,
Oh,
if I could weigh into that a little bit here too. I think regardless of the dollar value, whether it's an employee or whether it's a contractor doing this, I think what it is, we have two things that there. One is the work to be done, and the dollar value on it would likely be more if we're getting consulting on it, and we would lose the knowledge base inside the organization to actually continue that in a consistent manner, as Mr. Stevenson has mentioned as well.
Thank you for that. Councillor Wolf.
So can this person is this person to be hired as a city employee, or are they going to get a contract that's examined after 1 year and then to see if it's been worth it?
So thanks for the question. What's being proposed here is this would be an FTE that would be hired within Turtle City staff. As Mr. Matthews mentioned, this would be ongoing funding. We don't suspect this to be a term position given the amount of need for the 19 departments that I've mentioned. This is not work that can be completed in just 1 year. I need a staff member for multiple years to complete all 19 of those plans.
Okay. I know we love to dangle, maybe not a great choice of words, but this person's going to help us with grants. I don't know if that's like a magic word that makes us all go, oh, spend it because we're going to get grants. So is this person an asset management person, or is this person going to get us grants?
So I'll weigh in and speak to this in a little more detail. So councils, council versus city manager. To start with, council approves the funding envelope. The decisions on staffing reside with me. As far as comments versus staff versus contracts, certainly those are things that we would look at. My expectation is, as Mr. Stevenson has said, is it might not be as complete, and to be complete, it would typically be more costly. As far as the grants aspect, when we're submitting grants, there are certain requirements that we need to meet that tie into asset management that would form part of that grant application, which is done by different people. They have input into that. But the really key piece about asset management that I feel might be missed is, if I go back a number of years and in Ontario, so the province legislated this, and it's because of things that we've seen in North America. It really started in the States, where there was a lack of understanding and investment into asset management methodologies that resulted in things like failing bridges and insufficient investment into the asset management side. So we've seen that. You've all seen reports in the province of Alberta around billions of dollars of deficits as it's related to asset management investment. Why that's important, and it's not about the savings for this position aren't in the grant side. Sure, that's an opportunity. It's that dollar that you don't invest in capital today becomes $3, $4, $5, $10 on operating cost tomorrow down the road. That impacts service levels. That's where organizations then, to try to maintain those service levels, end up adding more staff, have more challenges to address them. So as far as the lowest total cost, best value approach, it is this. It starts with that, with asset management. This is a defined methodology, and that's why I go back to currently the only province in Canada that has legislated this back in 2019, 2017, I forget. I was there, just don't remember, as recognizing the importance of this. And I would expect over time that we should see that continue to happen across Canada. So that's the real value. The grants are icing on the cake piece, but it's that it's that savings related to investment.
Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Croson.
So you've said it would be 4 to 5 years for, if we hired a person to get it done. How long it would take to get the 19 done without this person?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's a good question. I don't have a great answer for you, Councillor Croson, because like I said, we've completed 6 to date. That totals $1.75 billion of assets and replacement value within those 6 plans. As we get into them, I'm understanding more and more how long it takes to ultimately produce some of these plans. For example, the water and wastewater treatment plants took us probably 7 to 8 months to complete each one of them. So they took quite a bit of time. If we don't have this resource, there's 2 pieces. First, I would say we could probably complete another 6 to 7 plans if we just focused on new ones. But I think probably what we would want to do is cycle back to the previous plans that have already been completed. So that will be something that I'll have to take some input on from our asset management steering committee, but on whether we want to cycle back or complete new, but probably another 6 to 7 plans is a fair and realistic estimate of what I'll be able to complete with the existing resources that I have today.
Okay. So that's not really the answer, but in the same amount of time, you could do 6 or 7 or 19 if you had the person, is how you're framing it.
That's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And of the 19, so we have 6 done, means 13 more to go, right? Of those, how many have suspected high-risk assets?
I'm looking at a chart here. This is from a council inquiry a number of months ago. From the perspective of asset risk, I would say 4 of them have medium high to high risk that have not been completed to date.
And we could get those done without person.
That I would suspect as we move forward on what will be prioritized, those ones will be prioritized first and part of that 6 to 7, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Councillor Dodek.
Yeah, it's good having this discussion, knowing that it's going to be passed no matter what. Historically, we've been told that our asset management was good. Now the sky is falling. And I remember from consecutive councils that was the case, that we were managing our assets well. And now we have a position, an asset management reporting specialist, which I don't even know exists as anything, but I assume there's people out there. But my question is, bearing in mind that, we've had there on taxation 2027, 121,765, which looks kind of innocuous, but if this is a 4-year budget, we'd be seeing that as an ongoing thing forever. So since we don't know what this asset management reporting specialist can or cannot do, or how much work they can perform, was it ever considered to do it as, for example, a 3-year term position, just to see, well, let's test this vehicle out and see how it works, and thereafter make a decision as to whether it should be an ongoing FTE that stays in the budget forever and a day. So has that ever been considered?
Happy to consider that. Again, the challenge is that piece, it's up to council. If they approve the ongoing funding, obviously I'll probably lean towards permanent. If the funding isn't ongoing and was for a 3-year term, we could look at that. The challenge is, as with any position, especially ones like this that have a specialized and unique body of knowledge, the ability to attract those people on a term versus a perm is significantly different.
Well, how do you know that if you haven't tried it? You're suggesting now it has to be done this way. We need this person now. We have things that are dire, but to attract them, whoever they might be, how many there are out there, how many from the provinces might come here saying, no, you're saying this is something that's necessary now. It's become somewhat dire and we want it in taxation and we want it on an ongoing basis. I'm not convinced. So why can't it be?
So again, Councillor, I won't debate you. My answer is my answer. And this is a decision of council. It's up to you if you approve the funding or not. And the service levels and the value of that has already been articulated, and I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Doria.
I want some clarification from Mr. Stevenson. I understand that this was not done like in the operating budget. It was not included before, but you mentioned that you have done management, like asset management as is. So I just want to know how you come up this amount. Was there, based on what you have done, although not reported, was there a basis for you to say this is really the amount that is needed? Considering that we put this in the operating budget, so this is from 2027 moving forward, this is already the amount that we have to allocate. At least we need some historical data that this is really the amount that we are basing so that we can come up with this 121,765. The other consideration too I want to say is this is our first time, or it's just like, although it's not really a trial, but this is our first time. Why are we so confident to allocate this amount every from 2027 moving forward?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So to clarify, we have one asset management reporting specialist today who's currently in this position. To form the $121,000 number that you're seeing here, that's just simply adding the cost of what we know today for existing staff. One additional FTE is what we're talking about here. What we've done to forecast the potential need for future asset management plans, the 19 that I've identified, is we've completed a Gantt chart to put out the number of plans that both, if approved, FTEs will be doing to achieve and accomplish those 19 plans. So by the next CIP, what we believe is with this resource, if approved, using the Gantt chart and forecasting out what plans I believe they'll be able to complete over that time frame, we'll be able to complete all 19 departments that have been identified by our Asset Management Steering Committee.
Just a follow-up, Mayor, again. You already accomplished the 6 asset management. So are they have the same weight, for the 19 different assets management moving, we are expecting to finish? So this 6 is, you mentioned a budget of 1.7 billion was identified. Are we considering the same amount on this ratio to the rest of the 13 unfinished plans?
Yeah. Thanks for the question. That's a good point. What we've prioritized to start is the departments that have the most significant value in assets. For example, the Facility Services Department has been completed. That has been the largest and the lion's share of that 1.75 billion that I mentioned. Moving forward, some significant departments that we anticipate happening soon are the electric utility, as well as the Transportation Department. Those have a lot of assets, a lot of dollar value. How long are those going to take me? I don't 100%. I couldn't tell you. I'm anticipating within the Gantt chart that I mentioned earlier, 6, 7, 8 months roughly per plan. There's other departments that don't have as much assets as, say, the electric utility and the transportation that may be a little bit quicker, but on average, 6 to 8 months is roughly the time frame that we're seeing, and that's built into the resource ask that we have here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
If, sorry, Mayor Hicken, if I could just make one
Okay.
piece there too. I just don't want to leave the impression that the 121,765 is all wage dollars. It's obviously wages, benefits, and all the incidental components that you need to for computers, to network pieces, and all the other stuff you need for staffing. So that's not just a wage figure.
Thank you. And just, I want to clarify a question that was asked earlier. I'm not sure if it was Councillor Doria or previously, but the asset, this position, the 19 departments that need to be looked at, or 19 areas, will that be done prior to the next operating budget? Is that what you had said?
Thanks for the question. So primarily what these asset management plans will be used for is typically for the capital budget.
That's what I meant.
Yes.
The capital.
Yeah, so for the next capital budget. So what I'm saying here is not for this November.
for the
I won't be
fall.
able to complete the remaining plans by this November. It's for 4 years from now or 5 years from now when the next CIP is ultimately deliberated. I anticipate to have those 19 plans completed at that time.
Okay, so you take it, be about that 4-year window or in time for deliberations in 2030, I think, to 2031?
Yes.
Right. Okay, thank you. Councillor Croson?
Again, just a process question. If this is defeated today, there would be nothing stopping administration from bringing it back a year from now for the 2028, 2032 deliberations.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Councillor Bieber?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. The original motion that was brought up called, the resolution, called up for that council will approve this money from ongoing funding from council GST rebates. I'm wondering, is that still the plan? And what are council GST rebates?
Thank you, Councilor Bieber. Currently, no. The way the thing is right now, it's now under taxation, so it'd be property taxes. To answer your question, what is council GST rebates? It's a funding amount that many years ago, when the province or federal government, I should say, changed what we get back on GST. So for many years, we only got a portion of that funding back. Now we get 100% of the GST funds back from the federal government for every dollar we spend. Of course, net what we have to put in for what we have done taxable services. That differential, though, between what we used to get back and so forth goes into a fund. We provide that information to council each year on audited report as well. And those fundings have been used for multiple different things in the past. In fact, a large part is still being used for asset management. That's where the original back in 2007, when the first group was starting in asset management there, that's where the funding source began. And it also looks after our community capital grant program and so forth. The reason why it had that in the beginning is because there is some money to be allocated out of that could be allocated out of that to accommodate this there. Currently, right now, the closing balance has, as of 2025, has about 6.7 million as one-time money, but there's ongoing money in differential that, between those amounts that are coming in that we continue to support. The reason why the initiative, as a long way of saying this, is taxation at this time versus what was originally brought forward with the OBM back in February, I believe that was because now we're looking at the 2028 to 2031 operating budget, and that we will be recommending those funds to be used for other components within that. So council will have the opportunity to do that. That all being said, if council would rather use those fundings and an ongoing portion from that could happen. You just reduce the amount we have for next budget for any sort of recommendations for community capital grant program and so forth.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf.
So for today and tomorrow, I'll have a little sticky note here on my desk that shows 2023, 5.1%, 2024, 5.1%, 2025, 5.1%, 2026, 5.1%. And that will weigh very heavily on me. So maybe to Councillor Croson's question, if this was to be defeated, what can we do so that you can come back and show me a tangible, like, hey, Councillor Wolf, because we did these 4 reports with these reds, And because we've done this, we now know this, which is going to make you just make some amazing decisions. That will then make me say, go spend 121 grand and get another person who can do this. Is that a scenario that's, I guess right now and maybe it's my being new, but right now the tangible kind of, because we did this, you now get to make all these amazing decisions. I'm struggling there. And so what would eventually be able to come my way to say, hey, we did these most recent ones with our current capacity, and because we've done this, you now know this, so go get me another person.
Yeah, so again, thank you for the question. I think what my response will be to that is I think you've seen some of that benefit already. And that was within the wastewater treatment plant asset management plan. You've seen some of the reds as part of that report. Had we not had this resource in the past, you likely probably wouldn't have seen that. So what this resource will do will provide you with those reports that will have information like the reds or like the yellows or whatever it happens to be on that particular asset, so that you guys can make the most and best informed decision you can at that particular time.
Okay, thank you. So my understanding is a lot of the concrete results for the wastewater was through a consultant. So does getting me another person just means they identify stuff, we get more consultants that then tell us what the problem is?
So the wastewater treatment asset management plan was not done by a consultant. That was done by an internal department, mostly by the individual who we have within our existing staff and our current asset management specialist. In regards to the wastewater treatment plant asset management plan specifically, there was a consultant that was involved that corroborated the condition assessments that our internal team had already done. So that was an involvement of the consultant on that particular plan. Mr. Sanchez can talk a little bit more about that and why that consultant was involved, but that wasn't the consultant that delivered the asset management plan that you've seen for the wastewater treatment plant, for the water treatment plant, or any of the 6 that have been completed today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for sharing the example of the water and wastewater treatment plant. I was actually just going to suggest that you help us understand how asset management did inform that. So without asset management plans in place, going back to a question that Mayor Higgin had, saying that we've been making decisions poorly all along, but without those, how do we predict risk without the plans in place?
I might pass this one off to Mr. Sanchez here to talk a little bit more about the risk that may have came forward in the past. But what again you've seen with the wastewater treatment plant and the water treatment plants and the various others that you'll see as part of the capital budget moving forward, we clearly and consistently identifies the risks as part of these plans for the assets that are involved in those particular plans. I suspect what's happened in the past, and we're not saying you've made poor decisions in the past. That's certainly not what we're saying here today. It's just within those individual projects that have come forward, there may have been risks. There may have been various things that have come as part of that particular project. But what we're saying here as part of these reports is you are seeing a consistent approach. You're seeing a wholesome approach that's driven by data.
Yeah, so it'll help us with data-driven decisions and help us prioritize that risk.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I think Mitch covered most of the items. I will say that, again, asset management, when you look at it, I used to work in that department 10 years ago. When we were there, we did an excellent job creating the inventories, the resources, but we have a small team, a really small team. That was what limited the growth, and that's why we're putting this forward today in order to ensure that we continue moving forward with what we need to do.
And one more follow-up question, if I may. So, Mr. Stevenson, what are some of the complexities of the critical assets that we've got on this list? What are some of those complexities that you can identify with the 4 that we have as critical infrastructure assets?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. Are you, just to clarify, are you talking about the water and wastewater treatment plants as critical? Or?
So I'm looking at, we've got asset the critical assets on here, and I'm looking at transportation, we've got stormwater, we've got electric, and we have PSCC technology that have all been identified as critical assets on this list. Tell me some of the complexities of getting that work done, because that's going to play into what a timeline might look like, and getting that information back to council so that we can make good data-driven decisions.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, so there's a number of components that go into these asset management plans. The first part is condition and ultimately value, but I think to your question, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, was mostly in regards to criticality. When we assess criticality, what we're looking at that is if an asset were to fail or potentially be out of service, what impact does that have to ultimately our residents or people that are using those services? So when you mention those departments and the assets that come with that, you look at something like, say, the PSEC, right? If any of their infrastructure or software were to fail, that would have a significant impact on the community, and it could mean life or death in that particular example. So for that one, we've identified that as extremely high for obvious reasons, as well as the others that you mentioned as well.
Okay, maybe just because not everybody might understand the acronym, PSCC?
Public Safety Communication Center.
Thank you.
So on something like that, just to follow up, if we don't have this asset management, as you said, people could die. Like I gotta, people are listening to this, and I'm concerned when if we don't do this, what's gonna happen? That's concerning to me.
Yeah, so I'm not.
I don't want to be poked into a thing that you decided to let somebody die because you didn't vote for it.
No, and thank you for that question, Mayor Hagan. What I'm not saying is if we don't approve this position, people are going to die. What we're saying is there's a high level of criticality associated with those particular assets. And because of the services that are delivered by the PSCC, which are important services, we've assessed that particular service and the assets that come with it as high.
And you will, but still, with it being high, you've got folks that are working on this now. Maybe not as quickly as if you were to have this position, but tell me you're working on this critical infrastructure, and
we do not have an asset management plan for the PSCC at this point in time. What Councillor Schmidt-Rempel has identified is there is a high criticality associated with those assets. So as we prioritize, we suspect that will be one of the ones that are moved to first by the one resource that we have today if this resource is not approved.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Campbell?
Mr. Mayor, perhaps this is it is a hypothetical, maybe it's not a fair question, but it's in my mind, and I'll ask it to you, and you can or cannot answer, but if we had an asset management reporting specialist in place for the last 15 years or so, do you think we could have had a different outcome for the exhibition? Because I know we've seen reports of the type of condition that the old exhibition pavilions were in, and perhaps we needed to be more aware of that, and thus giving us a reason to hire this position.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. It's a difficult question to answer to understand if we would have made a different decision at that point in time. What I'll tell you is that our current asset management policy is written such that we focus on departments that are internal to the city first, with the exception of the exhibition. So we do have an asset management plan for the exhibition today. That's one of the 6 that we have completed, and I believe that's one that council has seen a number of months back. But to say with certainty we would have come to a different conclusion on that particular one, I don't know if I can give that to you today, Councillor Campbell.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Doria?
One more clarification. You mentioned that you already identified the yellow, the red of the wastewater management plan. Was that together with this asset management specialist already, or you do that without this budget yet? You have performed, or you already done the 6 asset management plan without this budget yet, right? You were able to identify those items that poor, like less conditional, good in good condition, without this specialist yet.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So The 19 different departments have been identified by the Asset Management Steering Committee. The steering committee was established as part of the reporting specialist that was added as part of the recent budget, most recent budget. So one of the duties that the reporting specialist has done has established the Asset Management Steering Committee, the various members who are on it, who then determined not only the 19, but the various levels of risks associated with the 19 and how to prioritize that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I want to propose amendment to this, and you've seen the questions around here an hour and a half in, and there's a lot of questions still on this particular initiative. And so I would like to have a motion to put this off the 28 to 31 operating budget deliberations. And I don't know if that can be put up. There's a lot more discussion I think that needs to happen. And again, just some background to it. We've had a lot of discussions. I want to, dig deeper into what was done with the water treatment, what was done, in other these others that you have completed internally without this role, and before actually moving forward with this. All right, are there any questions, Councillor Dodick? Debate, all right. I think I've given my reasons for debate.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad for the amendment. I was going to vote against the original resolution, and the reason, one of the reasons for that is that the wastewater report and how we dealt with it, which was done internally, proves that current asset management plan works. And I also had a concern about the fact that there was no consideration of that, perhaps turning this into a term position. And that caused me concern because remember the initial resolution as was brought out by, I think it was Councillor Biebler, the funding was supposed to be from GST as opposed to taxation. And the reason given was, well, we want to use the GST for something else. But so then the fallback position becomes taxation, which I don't like because of the ongoing nature. And the second reason I was going to vote against it is because I thought that more information we'd be able to come forward at some point in time that would actually convince me that this was necessary. Because at this point in time, I don't have that satisfaction of being confident enough that this is something that I could vote on an ongoing basis, but certainly something I'm prepared to consider with more information, thus the support for this particular resolution.
Thank you. There's no other left in the queue, and absolutely, it's just there's the time that I think council needs to look at this, and one of the opportunities we'll have is there's experts out there that we see as we go to Alberta municipalities and FCM, that there are experts out there that this is what they do. They may want to come in for a 2-year term and do this work, but we don't know until we've explored that. And so I would just ask for council support. Oh, sorry, Councillor Schmidt-Revel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hagan. I won't be supporting the deferral of this. We deferred this already from earlier this year. In March 2025, Council committed to asset management and creating asset management plans. This is a long-term investment in our infrastructure, and it can save the corporation funds because it's part of long-term planning. I certainly understand that the benefits are hard to see in the short term, but we need to start looking past the short term. That's what we seem to be doing a lot of. We saw what an asset management plan can do
with the water and wastewater treatment plants. Had that asset management plan been in place for the water and wastewater treatment plants earlier, I think we would have seen a different outcome. This is an investment in our future. It's fiscally responsible. We understand from Alberta municipalities in the fall and also from our government of Alberta that the GOA increasingly requires municipalities to demonstrate mature asset management practices as a condition of eligibility for capital infrastructure grants. So I'm not going to support this deferral because we also heard from the city manager that if this fails, they can bring it back in 2028 anyway. I say we vote on it now, and if it fails, it's going to come back as a budget pressure in 2028. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bieber.
Sorry. I really see that there is value to this position, but I am going to support this deferral because I want to see if we can use other funding sources, such as that council GST rebates. And I would also like to know what other plans are in dire straits. I mean, we've already got funding coming for the wastewater treatment plant. Are any other plans have such major impact? Do any other plans have such major impact on the community? And I think this is what this deferral can do, is give us this information.
See, there's no more questions in the queue, so we will vote on the motion as amended. Or is that, Madam City Clerk?
This is a referral of
Sorry.
A1.
Yeah. So with that, all in favor? And those opposed? So that is 5 to 3. All right, we'll move along. It seems like we will definitely be here, I think, till about October, the rate that we're going. We've got 50 more initiatives, and the first one took an hour and a half, so 49 more. All right. Okay, and this, I have a motion from Councillor Croson, 2027 Operating Budget Amendment, South Grow Regional Initiative, A2. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative A2, South Grow Regional Initiative, as an ongoing membership fee with funding allocation as follows. From taxation in 2027, $10,000. So I'll open up to questions. And before I actually do questions, I'll ask if there's anybody in the gallery that wishes to speak to this. I think Mr. Casarella, sure, come on up to the mic and identify your name.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'll try to be very brief in appreciation of the time constraints that you're facing. My name is Peter Casarella. I'm the Executive Director of the South Grow Regional Initiative. I'm here with Morgan Ellemans, who's our Regional Economic Development Officer. I think it's important to note that we are both residents of the City of Lethbridge, homeowners and taxpayers here today. So knowing that in arguing in favor of this motion, I have to pay the tax to help fund that as well. I just want to thank you for your leadership in considering this opportunity today. One of the most important responsibilities of any council is deciding where collaboration creates more value than going it alone. And this is one of those moments. The economic challenges and opportunities facing Southern Alberta don't stop at municipal boundaries. Investment attraction, workforce development, infrastructure, water, housing, and business growth are regional issues that increasingly require regional solutions. Investors don't see a collection of municipalities. They look at regions. And regions that work together are better positioned to compete for jobs, investment, and opportunity. The City of Lethbridge is the economic engine of Southern Alberta, and your success strengthens every community around you. In turn, strong surrounding communities create the workforce, supply chains, customers, and quality of life that help Lethbridge thrive. And some portion of every paycheck that goes home in Southern Alberta gets spent at businesses within the City of Lethbridge. At a time when the world is becoming more competitive and more uncertain, collaboration is one of the smartest investments that a community can make. And joining South Grow is about leveraging partnerships to amplify Lethbridge's voice, ensure that local taxpayers receive greater value from your economic development efforts than no single municipality can accomplish alone. Thank you for your consideration of this initiative. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any, or let you move on with your meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, while you're there, I will ask a question. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Casarella. So our arm's length is Economic Development Lethbridge. So that does the economic development currently for for the City of Lethbridge. You've obviously approached them. They are members in South Grow. So do you find that they are part of us, arm's length of us, so we're double putting two different initiatives together here because there are EDL, our economic development?
Yeah, I very much appreciate the question. Economic Development Lethbridge has been a great partner in the past, and they will continue to be a great partner. Their associate membership fee is $200 a year. This isn't about the money. The $10,000 membership fee won't make or break Southgrow or the initiatives that we're working on. Honestly, it's about the leadership and the partnership. Our board has done a lot working with the 30 municipalities of the region, but they're all small municipalities. We have managed to claw our way through hard work and being very persistent and getting stuff done so that we're spoken of in the same breath as Calgary Economic Development and Edmonton Global, that we're invited by Ag and Irrigation on trade missions and to go and talk and pitch to investors in China, Japan, and Europe. I've got somebody over in the Netherlands right now with Ag and Irrigation. We've done this without the City of Lethbridge being a partner, without the political weight and the leadership that your community brings to Southern Alberta. If we can strengthen that collaboration, we can do a lot more. I'll be honest, I think we can accomplish a lot more together with your new internal staff who are working on the economic development file and in continued partnership with your arm's length organization, Economic Development Lethbridge, amplifying that partnership for greater growth.
Perfect. So dollars isn't what the big thing is, it's the political weight and of course the leadership, correct? So could we be a member without paying the $10,000 then? If there's no difference, if you're not concerned about the 10,000?
I think you know our elected councillors across the region and they might turn side eye on that pretty hard. But
So they wouldn't see the leadership of their political weight that Lethbridge has to go along with it?
Yeah, the leadership is definitely important. Our memberships cap out at 10,000. It's a per capita up to 10,000. So it's the same membership rate that the County of Lethbridge is paying and that Coaldale and Tabor are now paying with them having reached that point where their membership goes over 10,000. Yeah.
Understand. Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Just since you're here and, if people are watching and saying, what is Southgrow? Give me the grassroots answer to what Southgrow is and why it's important to be a part of the city.
Excellent, thank you. Southgrow is one of 9 regional economic development alliances that exist in the province of Alberta. We're very unique in Canada for having this network of alliances, and they were started up under the minister who served in the economic development portfolio under the Klein government as an experiment in the province partnering with local regions to do economic development together with municipalities, but at that regional level. So the projects that we tend to work on are those that all of the municipalities have a shared interest in, but none of them would do themselves. They tend to be projects that enable opportunities for growth and for business retention and expansion, or things that municipalities just can't marshal the resources on their own, and they have to partner together to do that. We give them a vehicle for collaboration on infrastructure, investment attraction, business retention, expansion, projects like that. The 10 years we spent working on broadband before Starlink came along is a great example of successful projects where we put together P3s across the region to get some of the best rural connectivity in all of Western Canada.
Because we're not a member of Southgrow right now, what has been that impact on your organization?
It's mostly been political. We've been resilient as far as finances go. As I said, the money's not the thing, but it's awkward because I constantly am wanting to do partnerships and projects with different divisions within the city of Lethbridge, and I constantly have to dance around the directions that I get from my own board, like they're not a member, why are we spending resources there? But at the same time, there's no way to work on economic development in Southern Alberta without partnering with the city of Lethbridge, whether you're a member or not. And if we go forward without the city as a member, I will continue to get stuff done in pursuit of the mandate I have from my board, whether it involves partnering with individual organizations in the city or not. It's just awkward, and we lack the leadership and the clout that the city brings to the table.
So if you're going to some international conference somewhere and you want to bring in this $400 million initiative, for you to say we're with the city, that holds sway.
And it allows us to show up. So there's certain assets that city is the only community in the region that you have. And so we roll into an ag and irrigation conference like the one we're going to later in June here in China, that's P-fractionators. And I'm able to sit there with a member from the city saying, we have the industrial base and the water that you need to succeed in Southern Alberta. And then we have our partners from the region who represent the product that is needed to succeed for your $80 million investment with 55 jobs, that sort of thing. And we're able to make that joint pitch together as like a team Southern Alberta approach.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Casarella, for being here today. Thank you for the supplementary materials that you did provide to us as well. So how have we previously benefited from South Grow and its actions? We were previously a member. What benefits did we see when we were members?
Yeah, we've partnered together extensively with the city on a number of initiatives over the years. So one of the most successful things that the RETA has done in collaboration with Economic Development Lethbridge and the city in the past was on the renewable energy file. We worked for years to bring investment to Southern Alberta on that file before things went gangbusters. We were out there building the business case, educating government, and then we had the gold rush. And billions of dollars flowed into Southern Alberta and created very good problems that we're trying to untangle to this day because the industry went so far so fast. And that created a lot of subsidiary benefits down into the city of Lethbridge. For example, one of our members, DCOM Electrical Solutions, is a business here in the city of Lethbridge, benefited wildly from the surge of renewable energy development. South Grow intervened in the Highway 3 Twinning Development Association, also at a time when they were facing a crisis. Do we shut down? Do we expand this thing and bring in a per capita and start working hard on lobbying efforts? And South Grow came in and took over the administration of the organization for 3 years when they decided to start bringing in funding. The region put funding into the Highway 3 Twinning Development Association, despite the fact that communities are spread across Southern Alberta, not just on the corridor. And we collected almost 5,000 signatures under that tenure and helped them to succeed. And we got the commitment for 10 years of twinning. That organization is now out on its own because we're not supposed to be lobbyists. But those are two examples of how we intervene directly to create opportunities that directly benefit the city of Lethbridge and its businesses.
Okay. And as a follow-up to that, what are you doing as South Grow to ensure your long-term viability and relevance?
Good question, because as you might know, the government of Alberta is moving out of operational funding and is only doing project-specific funding for organizations like ours, which we are very good at getting. We get quite a lot of project-specific funding. We've spent the last 2 years building a sustainability plan. We had to plug about $125,000 a year hole in our operating budget, and we have very clear plans now to do that. I encourage you to come out to our June 18th annual general meeting in Raymond from 6 to 8 p.m. I think you all have invites in your inboxes, and you can learn in detail about that sustainability plan. And we've done that by only increasing our per capita by 25 cents per dollar, but we've brought on a few different initiatives as well. We're now the fiscal management organization for the Regional Innovation Network of Southern Alberta. That brings in some administrative money. We have some conferences that we're hosting, and we have some other initiatives that are regional in nature, which hope to cut red tape for businesses that also bring in revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wolf.
Thank you. So with the $10,000 membership, how many people do I get to send to a lunch?
So for all of our members, we ask that they appoint one representative to come and be part of the board as a voting member. It's a fairly open door policy.
Well, no, it's not because I got canceled last time.
Yes,
but,
sir.
So why don't I take the membership away from EDL, put it under Lethbridge, and send a counselor and an EDL person to all of these things?
That would work just fine.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
But
All right. I see no further questions in the queue. And what is your amendment, Councillor Will?
That we rename our membership the Lethbridge membership. We're already paying 10 grand to have an EDL membership, so take it out of EDL and rename it the Lethbridge membership and save 10 grand.
No, that's, we don't, yeah.
He just said that
No,
EDL
EDL has a membership, they're arm's length from us, but they have the membership within. So, yeah, so.
Well, then I guess I don't have an amendment.
Then you don't have an amendment, all right. All right. With that, to open debate on this, Councillor Crowson?
I think many of the concepts I was going to bring forward have already been discussed around collaborational regional opportunities, but we've been tossing this around for a few years, which is why I brought the motion forward to ask staff to actually review it. And you can read in staff's report that this is a benefit to Lethbridge to actually be at this table. And as we have to remember, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. If we're not there helping to make the decisions that are being made regionally, we're not being considered in those decisions that are being made. We know that there is, from the provincial level and from businesses that are looking to move into areas, more and more emphasis on regional collaboration. And one of the things I know my colleagues are very set on, of course, is reducing the tax burden. A long-term way of reducing tax burden is economic development. And we need to get serious about economic development, and this is one of the ways we do it, is by working with regional partners through this regional alliance. So I hope my colleagues will support this.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this. And to your point, it's a benefit for Lethbridge to be at the table, of course, and we already are via our arm's length organization, Economic Development Lethbridge. So for that reason, I know this has come forward 3 or 4 times and has not passed 3 or 4 times. And for that reason, I will not be supporting it. Councillor Crowson?
I'm not sure who's benefiting from EDL being there because I get no reports from EDL. So it is not a benefit to me as a member of council to actually have EDL there because I hear nothing back. With this, we would be sending either one of us or city staff. That would have to be determined if this passes, because for me to make the decisions I need to make from council, I need to know what is going on. EDL is not letting me know. This membership would be the city's membership. This membership would have to include reporting back from whomever is there. So we are making better decisions, better strategy going ahead. And I hope my colleagues will not see this in a short-sighted way, but will see the economic development opportunities that come from this.
All right. With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favor? Those opposed? So 4 in favor, 2 opposed. Or sorry, the number's right. 6 in favor, 2 opposed. Right, so we'll move to the next. All right, the next one we'll turn over. This is A3, A4, or A5. And I'll turn it over to Mr. CFO to go through this.
Thank you, members of council. So, or CIC today. One thing that I just want to bring here, just on process-wise, you will notice in your package that there's a number of different pages as they relate to the Chinook Arch Regional Library Board component. There's an A3, an A4, an A5, and in the back of the package, there's an A3.1, which is the tail end. And I'll explain a little bit of the history of what's going on here to help out, hopefully help out. So if council remembers from 2022, when originally the levy for that at that time was brought forward, council didn't approve it. However, subsequently, midstream in this budget cycle, council approved one-time funding for Chinook Arch Regional Library to bring it back up to the requests population and so forth. So in essence, what you're seeing as resolutions, A3 inside of here, is what you would be required to actually fund the existing amount as of 2026. So we are short currently because in 2026 it was one-time funding of $57,000 that was provided out of the MRSR to beef up the Carl's amount. If council doesn't decide on the levy increase, which is another component we'll talk about here in a second, this amount here would need to be increased to match what council had approved in up to 2026. And of course, what we're having in here, that this would be an ongoing taxation increase. Now that keeps it at the existing 7.76 levy amount and the existing population amount within our budget. Council would have seen as well and that's the same, sorry, before I go there, A4 is the same way, the 26,000 regardless of anything else, 264 That one, once again, was also one-time funded back. And that amount would also need to be approved regardless to do it. A5 now talks about the differential of going to the letter that the city received from the Chinook Arts Regional Library Board of increasing their levy to 8.17 to actually get from our current, once we add on to that base, the differential to get up to that amount would be there. So if you add A5 and A3 together, you get the A3.1. That's the 84,002. So it's not that you're proving all of these. What I would suggest on this, I'm not sure which way in process you want to do this component on here. However, what I would suggest at the beginning point is just having the 84.2 and the 26.3 on the table, the 57.1 and the 27.1 add up to that 84.2 or that A3.1. That gets to the amount that ultimately that the Carls is looking at. So how we calculate the 84,000 is actually, if you wanted, is the differential in our current, what's in our base budget, i.e. The amount that's not one-time funded, and gets us to the new levy of 8.17 that Carl's has brought forward, or the board has brought forward, act based on the actual population that the city has at this time, which is based on just over 106,000 of our value. What that will do ultimately will get us up to the total amount. So I know it's a little confusing on this here because there's two things going on. One being that we're trying to get the budget to what has been equal to 2026, because unfortunately in 2026 it was just one-time funded, so we have to increase it by the 57 or 26, and then you have to increase it by another 27,000 if council approves the levy increase, getting it to 84 plus the 26,000. So with all that on it, and if you need a slide to help explain this, we do have another slide that we can forward to Mr. Weston. I don't know if you have that as of right now, but we can bring it up on the screen to try to explain to you as well.
Yeah, I think would be good to be brought up.
Yeah, attachment 4, yeah. And it's also 149 of the book. So it's also attachment 4 in the book there if somebody on it as well. So we'll go there. Okay. So, or page 149 of the budget book. Trying to find the right thing here. Does members of council want me to bring up that slide to help explain it? Would that be
Please,
easier?
thank you.
Okay, so let me just forward this, make sure that Mr. Weston has the slide. I'm not sure if he does or not at this stage. I'm just trying to get my computer to listen to me. That's right. It's on its way through Seattle to you.
There's a network issue. Is yours spinning too? Mine is.
Was, but I think I'm okay now.
Thank you.
So, yep, that's perfect. That's the one, yeah. So what you're seeing before you on the slide deck here is a couple things. So as I mentioned, our 2026 operating budget only has $786,000 for the Carl's membership that's paid by council, not the membership. There's another piece here I'll talk about in a second for the library. And you can see there's the N34 originally that was approved for 2026 for one-time funding from MRSR. That's not ongoing. You'll see that on the left-hand side there at 57,091. That's why A3 currently is at 57,091 to get us to what we actually had or need in the budget to pay the actuals, which is the next column over you see in actuals. We paid, based on the levy, 826. And you're probably wondering why there's a difference between the two. Well, at that time, when we did this, the population you see on the levy of $7.76 was estimated to increase by 2%, and so it was 108 for budget. That's why it came up to 843,365 on it. However, the population hasn't changed, and what we mean by that is the published population that is used under your agreement hasn't changed. So therefore, what per the agreement, what Shunkar Arch Regional Library then bills us upon is the same population at the new levy, which is $826,000. So that's the reason why you'll see something different from what you would have seen in the letter from Shunkar Arch Regional Library, which is an increase of 40,554, and what the initiative is saying, 57,091 there. That just gets us to or an actuals, I should say. That just gets us to the $7.76 levy for budget. The next piece, though, the next piece down there, you're seeing that the 2027 request, though, which is that A3.1 for this, is actually $84,270, which includes the bump up of the $57,000 plus the additional amount required to take our levy at at 106,000 population, because that's still the same amount, times the new levy that the board had passed of 8.17. So the real important thing to remember in the end here, what Carl's is asking and what the board is bringing forward is that to pay this bill, we need $870,000. So that's why I'm suggesting to have on the table A3.1 and also the other component. Now, the one other aspect, obviously inside of all this, is council also has to ratify the levy increase under that piece and let them know before September 1st whether or not they agree to the council agrees to the 8.17 increase. And of course, as from previous presentations, that is something this council can decide, has to decide upon and notify back to Carl's. And of course, then that levy will only change if 2/3 of the population of the members actually vote on that. Okay, so that's another aspect within all this. So it doesn't mean right now council has to consider what first, one things on this is what are they going to let Carl's know on regards to the levy increase? And then on top of it from that, if they are agreeing to the levy increase, then it's A31. If you don't agree to the levy increase, then what we'd still be recommending is that you have to take a look at A3, 8.3, and on that one, plus in either scenario, 8.4, which is the library's portion of that membership piece. With us today here too, we have members of Carl's in the audience to ask any specific questions for members of council, if you have members for them as well. I hope I didn't make that more confusing. Unfortunately, if I did a good job making it confusing, maybe. But if I did, by all means, ask some questions in regards to that. We try to make this here because there's two things going on because of the one-time funding, the way it was done in base, plus the levy increase, which is coming through.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Now, we talk about this as an increase in the levy. When was the last time it was 8.17? Because didn't 2019 adjusted to save money during the pandemic? So what we call this an increase, wouldn't it be more accurate to call this a return to funding?
So I will let the CEO of Carl speak to that. I think you, from my recollection, you're correct in that regard. It was 8.17 prior to COVID, but I'll get them to confirm that. Yeah, 2021. Oh.
All right. Thank you for the question. So yeah, the levy was 817 in 2020. And so, yeah, there was a levy reduction to 776 during the pandemic. And the reasoning for that, I think the board was hoping to act in good faith. Obviously, the pandemic had a huge impact on our operations. We were looking at significant surpluses just because we weren't doing the things that we normally were doing. And we knew that municipalities were also struggling at that time with a bunch of various issues. So the reduction to 776 was meant to be a short-term solution, at least to the end of that budget cycle, which was in 2019 to 2022. However, since the council, or since the levy request 2023 to 2026 was not approved, we've been at the 776 level since that time. So technically, this council and all of the other members of Shinnekarch did approve the 817 levy in a previous budget cycle. So over the last little while, we've had discussions about, like, you know, technically council has already approved this in a past budget. You know, could we just go back to it? But obviously, you know, we want to make sure that there's a dialogue with the councils. And so at this point, we're just proposing to raise the levy back up to the pre-pandemic level of 2020. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
There's that saying about no good deed goes unpunished, but I don't actually see it that way. I mean, it was the right decision at the time, I believe, but there have been other factors since that. I think, you know, there's ongoing pressures for municipalities, and there are reasons why councils would decline an increase, even if, notwithstanding a reduction that had happened previously. But it certainly has put us in a situation of you know, extreme pressure on our operating budget.
But we did at one point, up until 6 years ago, pay 8.17, the levy. That was something that we had budgeted for. It was in our long-term budget up to 6 years ago.
Well, yes, yeah, okay. So the budget, so let me see, I've got it.
But no, that's all I need to know. It was like we did have it budgeted. This was a reduction for the pandemic with the understanding it would go back up. And then the other part of it is, hey, the city grew in size, our population went up. Something we should probably plan for is growing population. So really the two parts are, one, population went up, should be a no-brainer, and two, we're going back to what we used to pay before the pandemic.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think if I could just to sort of clarify, I think of some of what's happening on this chart here. So when we came to the city requesting a levy increase in 2022 for the 2023 through 2026 budget cycle, we had requested an increase. Actually, it would have been in 2026, it would have been $8.32. That's what we were asking at that time. That was not passed because of the population threshold, and it's not just population, but number of councils threshold that has to be reached. So 2/3 of population and 2/3 of councils have to approve a levy increase. Obviously, if the city of Lethbridge does not like the levy increase and declines it, then it doesn't pass because we can't make the 2/3 population, because Lethbridge represents 50% of the service population. So I think what happened was, Shinnekarch, we never asked for a specific dollar amount. The agreement that we have, that all the municipalities operate under, says that we'll bring a levy request to member councils. So it would sort of be incumbent, I guess, on administration of the municipality to consider what the population growth might be over time. I think the motion was, at that time in 2022, to give 0% to Shinnekarch. From our perspective, that was a 0% increase to the levy. I believe that maybe what might have happened internally at the city was that it was 0% to the actual dollar amount. So whatever was in the budget in 2022 was kept level all the way across through 2026. And since that time, there has been population growth. And if Mr. Matthews can possibly correct me if I'm wrong, because the actual dollar amount that was in the city's budget did not change or did not reflect a population projection. That is why there is that structural shortfall in the budget, the base budget amount. But there's no mechanism in the agreement for us to bring a fixed dollar amount per year because we don't know how population will grow. Sometimes it shrinks. There actually was a period where it's not that population shrank, it's that we moved from using municipal affairs populations, they stopped publishing populations, we went over to
The
Treasury
census, yeah.
Board, and then lo and behold, nobody liked those numbers. And so municipal affairs started publishing populations again, and we went back to municipal affairs, which actually resulted in a population reduction for the city of Lethbridge at that time. So we did that mostly because municipalities that do their own censuses, like the city of Lethbridge, they like to see that number, and that's the number that municipal affairs uses, rather than the made-up numbers that Treasury Board uses.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Thank you, who's ever chairing.
Councillor Wolf.
So I just want to point something out. So we had this reduction, which we were going back in the past and saying, hey, this reduction was going to be temporary, and I don't know what promises were made back then. But to your point, sir, you folks have unanticipated increase in costs. I think it's very fair to say that since our reduction, the city of Lethbridge has undertaken some very costly decisions. So we have unanticipated impacts on whatever was communicated that this would be temporary and, oh, you know what, come this, we're going to make this happen. So I'm not saying that's my decision, but I'm just saying I don't want us to communicate to you that, oh, because we made this decision in the past, it's now incumbent on us to honor some promise we made, because no, you can't anticipate what's happened to your costs. We certainly, I'm not going to be beholden to that decision based on the cost, based on, you know, getting us a real great airport, an X-site, bike lanes, all these things that are massive costs. So I just want to make that point. Thank you.
It's not an expectation, but yes, your point is well taken.
All right, any further questions? Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Campbell? Okay, Councillor Campbell, if you can open debate.
Get the motion up there, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah. Well,
We don't have a motion. Council has to put a motion forward.
so the motion will have to be put forward. So it just has down here that the operating budget amendment, A3, A4, and A5, which are up there. Sorry, or A5, sorry. A3, A4, or A5. So now, has there, I'm sorry, I missed some of the discussion there. Is there some?
So should there be one motion as to the levy increase and then one motion about something else?
So to Mr. Matthews, explain what that.
So as I mentioned earlier, so you can, the two ways of looking at it here is you could have, no matter which way we look at it, A4 is to get us to what, to fill in for the one-time funding with permanent dollars for the library membership fee component. So that's separate of the two. Now, as for when it comes to A3 or A5, the total of those equal the 84.2 of the A31. So if council was going to accept the 8.17 in membership increase, the simplest thing to do was just have A31 on the table and A4. If council is not willing, wants to debate between the two, then you take A31 off and you independently make a decision on A3, which is just getting the our amount up to the 776 levy rate at the current, at the population amount that we forecasted inside that. I guess is a better way of saying that one.
I would suggest as the mover that we do his first option.
Okay, so let's put that together here, and if you just give just a minute, and then if Mr. Westerson, you can get that one up so we can all have a look at it.
So that would be then A31 and A4.
A3, A4.
All right, so it's be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative.
Some time on that?
Actually, just give a minute here because this is not correct. So just a moment here.
It might be better to deal with the A31 as itself and then do A4 by itself. A3 is, if you're not going to accept the increase from $7.76 of the levy to 8.17. So what you'll be doing then is notifying, through this resolution, notifying Chinook Arch Regional Library System that you do not agree with the levy increase prior to September 1st. And then that would mean that, that you would want to go down to A3, which is only getting us to what we have been paying for the last number of years, which is at $7.76 of a levy times the population.
So, and a question I would have for you then, so if we get down to the other one, which is what we're currently paying, if that was not supported, that means that you...
So then that, if that's not supported, then we wouldn't be able to have enough money to pay the levy as required, and that at all for the corporation. So we would be short that $57,000 in that regard for the payment under the term of the contract. And we would be, in my opinion, and I'll turn to Mr. Lowen, but I think we'd be in breach of that agreement.
So the contract goes for an additional year?
No, the contract is, and here again, it's a bean counter. I should let the legalese speak to this one, but I'll give you the laypersons. We're in this until council decides not to be in it. I don't believe there's a sunset clause on it, but I'll let Mr. Lowen ask that.
Yeah, the contract continues to operate, and any of the parties can give notice, at least 1 year's notice, to withdraw from Carl's. And in that agreement, we've committed to the funding formula that we've discussed here.
So the sunset clause is 1 year notice that would have to be given, is that correct?
It would be 1 year to withdraw membership from the regional library system.
Correct, all right. So the first one that we do have up on the screen was correct as according to Mr. CFO, that does look correct on the first one, and if this does not pass, it would go to a...
So if this one didn't pass, then you'd probably want to debate A3, which is then the amount we need corporately to pay the existing levy at the current population.
At the
value.
current, okay.
Who is the mover of this motion?
So it's Councillor Campbell.
So do you have the desire to change the motion, or do you want to vote on that? On this?
So this is the one that you were wanting, correct? Councillor
Upon
Campbell?
further thoughts, I think I'd like to go to the other option. So,
Okay, you know what?
A3.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break here.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience there. That was a lot of information that's come over the last few weeks and stuff, so we do have a motion. If we can put that up on the screen, Mr. Westerson, and this is from Councillor Campbell. Chinook Arch Membership Library Board and Municipal Membership Fees. It's A3 and A4. So be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiatives A3, Chinook Arch Member Library Board and Municipal Membership Fees as an ongoing membership fee with a per capita levy rate of $7.76, with funding allocated as follows. From taxation, $57,091, and that's in 2027. And A4, Chinook Arch Member Library Board and Library Membership Fees as an ongoing membership fee with a per capita levy rate of $3.57, with funding allocated as follows. Taxation, $26,264 and 27, for a total of $83,355 funded from taxation. And further be resolved that Community Issues Committee recommend City Council direct the City Manager to notify in writing to the Chinook Arch Regional Library System, Carls, by September 1st, 2026, that the City of Lethbridge does not accept the levy increase pursuant to Clause 9.2 of the agreement with the Chinook Arch Regional Library System. So for questions, Councillor Crowson?
I'm voting to separate the two clauses, please.
All right, we will vote on these separately. So we'll go to the first one, the first half of the resolution that goes up to the $57,091. And to open debate, Councillor Campbell.
It's pretty much there before you. It's the ongoing membership fee with the levy rate staying at 7.76 allocated to that amount of money. I think it's pretty straightforward. I'll leave it up to for others to questions.
All right, I do have questions. Councillor Crowson, debate.
Strategic thinking is understanding that if you don't support the region has no reason to support Lethbridge. This will support them more, which is why I'm separating, because I'd like to do the other one. But this is one of the things we heard from many members of Carls, which are fellow members of municipalities around here, is how vital the library service is to the region. We know that the library is literacy, enhancing literacy, which enhances job skills, which enhances economic development. And we know that we need these. Well, we basically need to have employees across the area supported by the library system. And this is actually quite humorous to me, but we're looking at a system that was brought in by the Conservative government as a cost-saving mechanism, and we're debating whether or not we should support a Conservative motion from decades ago that actually saves us a great deal of money. I will be supporting this. I will also be looking to amend the other one, because we absolutely need to support our region if we want the region to in any way support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bieber.
I also will support this because we heard yesterday, as if we needed to, at our meeting with the library, that this is a benefit to the library. If we don't have Carls, we're going to have more costs to the community, which is going to potentially impact taxation. And again, we have the regional approach here. This is essential for us to support, in my opinion, and I don't understand the opposition to it.
Thank you. And to close debate, Councillor Campbell.
Can't agree with you more. I'll call for the vote.
Question been called on the first half. This is on the first half. Yes, that's right. All in favor? And that passes unanimously. And moving to the second one, A4, Chinook Arch Member Library Board and Library Membership Fees is an ongoing membership fee with a per capita levy rate of $357, with funding as follows. Taxation, $26,264. A question I have for Mr. Matthews. So this particular membership, this is the membership that the library itself has in Carls. So we have a per capita, which we just voted on for citizens in Lethbridge. This is a membership that this library has in Carls. The question I have with that is, was this membership, has it always been paid for as a line item from City Council, or has it come out of the budget from the library in the past?
Thank you, Mayor Higgins. So the first part of your question in regards to the amount, this is the levy amount that we need to get us to the current $3.57 levy and by population that the Lethbridge Public Library pays to Carl's component. So if this one wasn't passed, they would have to find this in their operating budget some other way to actually be able to pay this component. It is a little bit confusing on the budget lines. We have both budget lines in the library page, so both the levy component that was just voted on in A3 to get us to the 776, our existing budget amount, or existing invoice at the current levy rate. Both of them are in the library budget. That might be something we want to take a look at longer term in regards to that we have one in, say, I don't know, another area of agreements on it versus this piece. So they're both from there, but one is council's and council's agreement as the levy piece with Carl's, and one is the library's membership into Carl's. And the one we're talking about here in A4 is the library's membership into Carl's, and that's why you see two different levy rates.
So having a membership, we pay per capita, but then there's also the library pays as well. So there's
the membership is also paid per capita, but at a different levy rate.
Different levy rate.
And,
Thank you.
And actually, I'm not sure if Mr. Hefner could give you any more clarity on that if you so wish.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, sure. So it's currently sitting, or it's going to be 357 if this is supported, and just a little more information on that.
Sure. So the Chinook Arch, there is one membership in the system, and that's with the municipality. The library board doesn't have its own membership, but as by virtue of the city's membership in Chinook Arch, the City of Lethbridge Library Board participates. So the 357, so our overall fee does have two components. Part of it is the municipal fee, and that's the 776 or 817 that we've been discussing. There's also a library board fee, which is 357 per capita. We don't tend to talk about that one too much. I've been at Chinook Arch since 2007, and in those almost 20 years, the 357 has not changed. And the reason for that is if the 357, which we call the library board fee, increases, then that means that library boards typically would come back to council and say, Chinook Arch has increased our library board fee, we need more money to pay Chinook Arch. In the meantime, we may also be asking councils for a levy increase. So it ends up kind of looking like sort of a double dipping type of situation. So the 357 per capita fee has not changed in over 20 years. The reason there's differential fee is that we want every municipality that is a member of Chinook Arch to pay the same amount. So if this motion passes and the levy stays at 776, then every member council will pay 776. It's the same levy for every member. Some members, for example, Warner County, they don't have a library board. So we have a differential fee for municipalities that don't have a library board because they don't use all the services. So Warner County pays 776, plus they pay a smaller fee of 272. And that's negotiated between Chinook Arch and that municipality without a library board. So every municipality that has a library board pays the municipal fee plus the library board fee. So Town of Coaldale would pay 776 plus the 357. So that's how that works. It's not really a membership thing. It's more acknowledgement that when the system was formed, the system assumed a number of services that formerly had been provided by the library board. So things like cataloging, processing, all that kind of stuff. So that stuff came to the system. So the library boards had to put some skin in the game. And again, this is way before I was involved. This is back in the early 90s. They would decided on this differential fee. And it's pretty typical for library systems across the province to have a fee for municipalities that is separate for the fee from library boards.
Okay.
Hope that clarifies.
That was going to be my question is this common across the province? Because I thought that there was in Red Deer, they have a fee that encompasses both of those numbers. That's not true?
Red Deer isn't part of a library system, but the Parkland library system, which is around Red Deer, does have just a one fee. Yes.
A one fee,
yes,
that's
yeah.
right. So, and that's what I was thinking of. So has there ever been a thought to do this? Because it does look like, I know it's not double dipping the way you explained it, but now when we have something comes up, here's a library membership fee of $26,264, of $357 per capita, but we're also going to do a Carl's, a board and municipal membership fee of $776 per. You said there's only one community that does not work for? Warner, if you
No,
were to put those
any
together?
municipality that does not have a library board, of which there are several, so Colehurst, I think I'm understanding your question correctly. So any municipality, there are a number of municipalities within the Chinook Arch system that don't have library boards. So everything from Town of Colehurst, Barrons, ID of Waterton, so they all pay the base municipal fee plus a rural services fee is what we call it. And that's not the $357, it's either $2 or $272 per capita or $238.
Okay. Nope.
Yeah. So
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Councillor Croson?
With this motion, Mr. Matthews, what does it do to the ability of the other partners to actually increase fees? So they cannot put up to 8.17 as they wish to if we do this. Would that be correct?
And I'll, turn over to Mr. Hefner here in a second here, but I would believe on this, being that we're the largest, they wouldn't get to the 2/3 population by September 1st if that latter part of the notification goes through, i.e. we're not going to $8.17. So therefore, I think what that would happen then is that it would remain at $7.76 on that. And Mr. Hefner could speak to it, what that would mean to the other areas. I just wouldn't know.
So the only question I have for you, Mr. Hefner, if with this, are we actually not permitting municipalities to do the increase if we do this motion?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So Councillor Croson, just, you had mentioned about the 776. That one is already voted on. We already voted on that one. You're talking about the 357?
No, I'm fine with this. I was just asking.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you were talking about the 776, and I said that one is already voted on. So this is for the the library membership. All right, with that, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
I thought he was coming to me.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Heffer, when we look at the difference between the 26,000 versus the 27,000, what is the unintended consequence for you if we vote 26,000 as opposed to 27?
Well, as far as I am concerned, and I don't want to speak to the city's internal processes, this 26,000 is an obligation under the terms of the agreement. So from our perspective, we send an invoice based on the terms of the agreement, which is an agreed upon levy rate times population. And it has been paid. So, from our perspective, there is no consequences. This is simply what it was agreed to under the terms of the agreement.
Okay, so there's no difference in the two?
So
There's no service levels, nothing? This is the agreement, and we've already paid that?
if I may, just on this here too, so to A3 that was just voted on, A4, this gets us to maintain enough funding in our budget to pay the bill to Chinook Arch based on the current agreements in place. So that gets us to at $7.76, the first one in A3 at that rate, and at the existing 3.57, enough money in our operating budget just gets us up to pay what we've been paying up to 2026. A5, which is I think what you're referring to,
Yep.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, is the $27,000 that we would need in our budget to increase the levy of A3 up to the 8.17 amount. And I think what you're asking there, and I'm not sure if it was understood, but is what would be the ramification of the differential between A3 that they just approved of at 776 versus 8.17 at if A5 was approved.
Right. I understand that. Sorry, I wasn't very clear, so I appreciate that, Mr. Matthews.
So can I take another stab at it?
Absolutely.
So if the 817 is not approved, so the board passed a provisional budget based on the 817 per capita, knowing that it was still subject to council approval. Of course, by staying at 776, it saves the city about $43,000 versus the 817. The city represents half of our total service population, so that would mean that our overall budget hole for 2027 would be about $86,000. because it's the city of Lethbridge's portion plus all of the other member municipalities, which make up a further $43,000. So it will be, I mean, especially given the several successive years of flat funding and the ongoing absence of any increase in provincial operating grants, we are going to have to look at some service reductions. It's tricky to do in an organization like ours because we tend to focus on services that every library requires. So we couldn't, for example, stop offering the software that every library uses to check in and check out materials. So we'd have to look at some of the kind of maybe more value-added services. An example would be we have a software called Collection HQ, which is a data-driven collection development software. It's quite expensive. It's $30,000 a year. We purchased that because it helps all of our member libraries, including the City of Lethbridge, the Lethbridge Public Library, which is the heaviest user of the software, to make data-driven collection development decisions. So basically telling you when you're purchasing your items for your collection, where are you understocked? Where are you purchasing materials that are not of interest to your reading public? So we purchased and we spend the money based on the knowledge that that a lot of money was being spent by the library boards on materials that were not of interest to the public. So they were called what we call dead on arrival. So a brand new book arrives, sits on the shelf for 2 years, no one borrows it. That's a waste of money. So those are the types of things where it's like a value added, but it's quite expensive. And those are some of the things we might need to look at. I think we would probably have to look at further staff reductions. Another strategy we're considering is a closure between Christmas and New Year's. So basically closing for a week, in theory, would save costs for the services that are not provided. Things like delivery brings its own problems as well. Things accumulate for a week. We notice if we're closed for a day, the backlogs and stuff. So we would probably also spend less money on ebooks and audiobooks, which would mean that already lengthy wait times for popular items on those platforms would get longer. So patrons would start to notice longer wait times for those materials. But $85,000 shortfall is not the end of the world, but it's definitely, especially given the past 5 or 6 years of flat funding. We have cut some services. We cut the Hoopla service, which I'm not sure if any of you folks used. Cost us about $70,000 a year. That was a downloadable ebook platform. That went away. We've also reduced our staffing complement by just over 3 full-time equivalents and moved to more sort of automation, outsourcing, and those types of things. So yeah, it's been some tough times, but yeah, we would continue to operate, but we would have to take a hard look at some of those nicer services.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick.
Yeah, remind me, I'm not sure if I recalled whether you had reserves or not. Do you have reserves, and if so, how much?
We do have reserves. We have currently about $1 million in reserve. The reserves, I don't want anyone to get the impression that the reserves are just sitting there doing nothing. We have dedicated, we call them reserves, or actually restricted fund is probably more accurate. So we have restricted funds for technology purchasing and for vehicle purchasing and for building. And we do use those reserves. In fact, I kind of went back and looked. I know that the issue of reserves had come up over the last little while. So since 2021, which is kind of when our funding plateaued, our vehicle fund has dropped from $246,000 to $118,000.
I understand that you're using reserve for certain things. Where I'm getting to is the City of Lethbridge has had to use reserves to fund shortfalls in, for example, the airport, in Excite, the Lethbridge exhibition. And so $85,000, you say, is not the end of the world, but I guess it's a yes or no question. Can you use those reserves to fund part of this, what may be an $85,000 shortfall, if the current motion that's on the table is approved?
We can. Of course, that's a board decision, but I would prefer not to. My advice to the board would be to not use reserves, but to look at cost reductions, because I feel like our reserves are near a critical level.
But the answer to that was that if the board approved it, you in fact could use the reserves to make up the $85,000 shortfall?
Technically, yes.
Thank you.
No further questions. So on the second motion that we're seeing, or the second half, I'm sorry, is up on the screen. And so to open debate, Councillor Campbell.
Well, I think this is just, you know, as in collaboration, this is what we're owed at this time for 2027. I'd also like to say that the Chinook Regional Library does a fantastic job. I mean, we're in a tough time right now as well, but I want to see this continue on as well, and better times ahead.
Councillor Dodek.
Yeah, I appreciate this resolution is not the complete loaf, but the fact is that the city has been using reserves, which they would prefer not to fund certain things, and I think we should expect that of our regional partners as well. So I will be supporting this particular resolution, which gives them more than they presently have, but less than they want.
I want to make sure we're not confused on this. The second one is what's the rate that we're voting on right now is the same what's been for like the 20 years. This is the second half. This is the 357. So you're talking about the first one we already voted on about being, okay. Thank you. So with that, I think the question has been called. All in favor? And that passed unanimously. Thank you. All right. I do have well, we don't have a motion yet, but I do have some questions to possibly create a motion as we look through A6. If we can pull up 6.1 or 6.2, can we put both up there? Is that possible? So we can see which one. 6.1 is a temporary rent pause. Actually, if we just do 6.1 is fine. And we do have Mr. Berg here and Mr. Bodin. Is both here? Yes. All right. So just if for some reason, and also we have the director from LSCO as well as the director from Norbridge. Thank you very much for being here, both of you. So first, before we go to any questions, if you want to make a presentation, so Mr. Berg, you want to make a presentation on this, or is there something, anything, words you have to say? No? Okay. Mr. Bodin? Is there anything? No? All right. So you're just open to answer some questions if we have some tough ones for you? All right. Perfect. A question I have then for Mr. Matthews. I looked at both of these, and one is a temporary rent pause request, and then another one is a rent loan. I'm putting these both together if my colleagues will let me do this, because I want to go back to an initiative that was in a previous budget, one-time funding that went out for Norbridge Senior Center, which was not for LSCO. So at that time, LSCO mentioned that they did not require the funding for their budget, but Norbridge did, and so we did two for Norbridge. And I'm just wondering if that was something, and if talking to my colleagues here, if we can bring something forward to bring that initiative back. That was it was $75,000, I believe. Is that what the number was, Mr. Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor Higgins. So Norbridge himself on A7, there's a $75,000 amount that is consistent to what has been an initiative for the last little while for the Norbridge Senior Center. So in fact, the reason why we're bringing it forward is that the initiative was all the way through from 2023, 24, 25, and 26, but it would sunset in 2026. And because it's a one-year piece, this one was being brought forward for 2027, so $75,000 from one-time funding from the MRSR. So if I'm understanding what you're suggesting, Mayor Higgin, could you do something similar as a fashion for LSCO as what Norbridge is doing? And yes, council could do that, consider it in that, instead of the rent pause component that's in A6.
because a question I have about the rent pause or rent forgiveness or whatever way you want to look at it, council has talked about this before, and Mr. Matthews, I think we've got a motion or something that, can you speak to that? You'll do better justice.
So there's two ones, if council remembers when LSCO came a few weeks back, I guess it was April 30th, if I remember right, when they came to it, one of the things that was asked at that time is that would you be able to do a loan repayment? So administration was asked to bring it forward, so we brought two initiatives in, being A6 and A7, one being the loan component. What you're referring to, Mayor Higgin, is that council did, out of all the LDE third-party review, one of the things that is the resolution of December 10th, 2024, is that for administration to put in place some policies that we no longer provide loans or guarantees for community groups for projects. So I would say, although this isn't a project in the exact wording of the resolution, I think that would follow that same spirit. I think it would probably go against the resolution on December 10th, 2024 to actually do a loan. So I think A7 from that point, although council could make another decision and whether you have to rescind that motion or not, I think all intents and purposes, from my opinion, that A7 is not a viable component based on that. A6, though, that one is exactly what LSCO had asked for, which was the approximately $150,000 of rent deferral for 2026, which was brought to here to be one-time funded. Now, keeping in mind that if I go to A6, let me see here, or A61, I guess it is, not A7, A61 and A62, my apologies. This is 2027 that we'd be in, so that would just mean that it wouldn't come into play from the MRSR until January 1st of 2027, and I believe LSCO was hoping to get this for 2026. So might be another reason why council wants to consider the timeframes and if you want to do anything different.
Thank you. So A6.1 and A6.2, personally, I would like to change that to have a resolution where we go back to what was funded previously with Norbridge and for that $75,000 amount for one-time funding, and then put this to the operating budget not past the stub year, so 28 to 31, but just do a one-time funding currently from MRSR for both LSCO and for Norbridge of $75,000 each for those centers, and to not have 6.1 and 6.2. I'm not sure if my colleagues want to go and debate 6.1 and 6.2 after what we've heard, but I'd like to go back to what we've done in the past for these two organizations. Mr. Matthews?
So what I'll add to that, the difference would be that it wouldn't be a rent pause. That's why that would change. It would be a brand new initiative. I'm not sure what the numbering would be, but we'll get that for A8, I guess, maybe. And it would be exact same wording as Norbridge, or very similar wording on that. It would just be $75,000 from the MMRSR one time.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I would have them both on the same motion, to be quite honest, because it's a one-time funding, so we can put for Norbridge, for our seniors centers, both Norbridge and LSCO, to each, because we're seeing Norbridge come up as A7, and that's the same request. So to have them both at $75,000 and to remove 6.1 and 6.2. Are my colleagues any questions on that, Councilor Schmidt-Rempel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And when were you proposing these start? Like, is this for 2026, or would this be for, again, January 1st, 2027?
This is for the budget for 2027, so when that funding comes forward, because if I can ask Ms. Weaver to come forward, I believe until the end of this year, things are fine if these dollars come in for the 2027 budget. Is that fair to say?
Yes, hello, thank you. It is. What I had mentioned last time is we have a casino that we did a couple weeks ago, and that will support us a little bit for this year's rent, so then we can use the $75,000 for 2027.
Hopefully that answers, so that at least they've got that carryover so that they can. Okay,
Yep, thank you.
perfect. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
So if my colleagues will entertain this, I'd like to just take a couple minute break and do up a resolution that will encompass what I've just been talking about, if that's all right.
Mayor Higgin, are we okay to just amend A6 to what you want and keep
If
A6
you,
and then
if
A7?
we
as
could do
it
that
is?
on the fly, that'd be great, absolutely.
Okay, I think that's what we'll do.
Sure.
Thanks.
So just give a couple minutes in? Sure. All right, thank you very much for your patience, everyone. We will get on with the next motion. And if I'm sponsoring, so I'm going to have Deputy Mayor read it.
All right. Resolution by the mayor, be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiatives A6, bracket, Lethbridge Senior Center Organization, LSCO, close brackets, operating grant, another close bracket, as a one-time MRSR allocation with funding allocated as follows. MRSR, one-time allocation in 2027 of $75,000. And A7, Norbert Senior Center Operating Grant continuation for 27 to address increased operational expenses and decreased funding as a one-time allocation with funding allocated as follows. MRSR, one-time allocation 2027 of $75,000. Any questions, concerns, modifications, amendments, chirping?
I see no one in the queue. So
debate?
Just open debate? No. Oh, yeah.
Just, I guess, a representative from LSCO, just, can I just ask, is this going to be, yes, I guess the word is sufficient. You did, I know you said about, you had the casino and you had money, and then, but the 75,000, where does this land for you?
We are really grateful, and it will be more than sufficient for us to prolong our operations for another year.
Perfect.
Thank you.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you very much. Good, thank you.
All right, it's your motion, Mayor.
Just open debate. Thank you. We understand that the seniors have built our community to where it is today, and it's important that we continue to support our seniors. And I think this is something that is in my opinion, a small amount to be able to continue operations at both of these organizations. And so I would ask for council support.
Question's been called. All those in favor? Opposed?
That is unanimous. Thank
Carried
you.
unanimously.
And with that, we will break until...
Till my...
We will recess for half an hour. Oh, is there something...
No, I just see you have some people from the next...
Yeah, then we'll go into reduction initiatives. So rather than start those, I know we have an omnibus that's coming forward. And so we'll have a look at that. We will break for half an hour. Okay. All right, thank you everyone for your patience as we will now continue on with the N41. So I have a motion from Councillor Croson, and that would be 4.6, Creative Industries Cluster Ignition, Film, Television, and Electronic Gaming. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend N41 from the 23 to 26 operating budget to reallocate the remaining unexpended funding of $239,334 to offset any of the one-time allocations from the Municipal Revenue Stabilization Reserve made today as part of the 2027 operating budget. So to open to questions, and the first question I'd have for Councillor Croson is, so any of the initiatives today that we have approved could come from these dollars. Is that what you're saying?
If they are one-time funding, because of course it's a one-time funding source, and if we don't go over 239,000.
Right. Perfect.
So those are the two limitations. So it just is a way of finding funding for some of the things we have done today, as well as wrapping this up, as we heard from administration. This money is not needed to continue or to finalize what administration was doing in this area.
Thank you. And a question to Mr. Matthews, if I could. Mr. Matthews, I know some direction came from council here earlier this year regarding community groups coming forward for this stub year, and the recommendation from council, or that was taken from administration, to mention to come forward for 28 to 31. Can you just explain a little bit about that, just so that the community and those watching have an understanding of why this was not in this particular cycle of budget for 27?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Higgins. So as you see, this is a separate submission piece that was attached on today. It came out of a report at a recent CIC where administration came forward with our portion of the creative industries of N41 work. And of course, at that time, Economic Development Lethbridge came and asked, whether they could use those funds and so forth. So it was actually pushed to today to discuss. One of the things that I would remind, the direction and discussions between administration and council, we've been pretty clear with other community groups that unless it was in a previously approved resolution that was council had done, or downloading from other levels of government, it wouldn't be included in the 2027 operating budget. So what that looks like, I know even for myself, I've actually written back to 2 different community groups over the last number of weeks when they were trying to get, they were requesting to see if they could get something to come in for additional funds into the 2027 operating budget, and saying that no, based on the direction, that'll have to come to the 2028, 2031, and we'll doing it. This one here would seem to be out of line in process, and I think would probably have some of those other community groups knocking on the door, and could be others that the teams across the city have also had discussions with, because we had sent out a message, I believe back in April, to the directors to talk to their teams so that other things don't come in from community groups. It's just that this budget is different in the way we handle it from that point of view. So I guess long story to say that understanding that this one, which is a 23 to 2026 operating budget initiative, came to today, it would probably cause problems from other community groups if we looked at this differently than what we looked at their requests when they came forward.
Great, thank you, I appreciate that. Councillor Campbell, question.
Just for clarification on this one, because the request that we've heard of is this is not extra money. This is money that they haven't spent. So they're requesting to spend the money that's left over into another sort of way bucket. Thank you. So is that something is that not appropriate, or how does? Well, just some clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. So this one's a little bit tricky on this one, because when the initiative was originally created, it was one initiative, Creative Industries. Council along the journey on it, it wasn't approved right when the budget was approved back in 2022 for the period. It was subsequently after that, and it was broke up a component with EDL and a component with the city. The dollars that are not being spent here, and I'll just make sure with the colleagues, is that it was actually the city's portion of what was broken up. So this is actually, city administration had a certain amount of work to do, and it was a certain amount of cost. That amount of cost wasn't fully needed on it, and therefore, we would normally see this go back to the MRSR or just fall off of a commitment. The funding that EDL got for creative industries.
The 100,000, correct, I believe?
I can't remember, there's more. No, it was the other portion of N41. I'd have to bring up N41, the original thing. That we'll get that for you in a second here. But it was additional to that, to this money. And that allowed them, over those periods then, to do the work under creative industries up to 2026. I believe what they had mentioned at CIC was that, here again, is a sunset clause up to 2026. Oh, thank you. Sunset clause.
And who can read that?
Yeah. So you'll see inside of here that economic development got 140,000 per, in first year, or 51,000 first year, 140,000 the second, 141. So the total of that money was with them for creative industries. The funding that we're talking about is the first line, which is the remaining amount is what that we wasn't spent is what's left, which is that $260-some thousand, I believe. So the first pit, when council did that, they basically broke it into, it's one initiative, two groups doing work. The city's work is completed. Yes, there's money under this initiative, but it was related to the city's portion of work, not EDL's portion of work. EDL's portion of work is still fully funded up to 2026. After 2026, what they were hoping that they could use some of this money into 2027. However, there's other groups that would also probably want increases on there that weren't part of the process along as well.
Okay, I see Mr. Skretting is here from that. Yeah. Mr. Skretting, can you just kind of give your side of this story?
Hello. I'm Brock Skretting, a director of creative industries with Economic Development Lethbridge. Thank you. I'll just give this a second. So our position is that the money was allocated for creative industries proper, and that, yes, it was split in between the two initiatives. There was a great hire, Ismail Okasha, who did the permitting and administration and processes to make the streamlined processes internal to the city for should a production come to Lethbridge, they can get quick answers on shutting down roads, on using parking lots or city-owned buildings, that type of thing. But there's a lot that go into the creative industries, not just film. It's also the video game development, VR, AR, that type of thing. Things that our post-secondaries are pumping out graduates for, and that the point of doing this initiative is to grow the cluster of industries under creative industries. So our request is that $100,000 be allocated to continuing that work and working on the results of the creative industries feasibility study. So it's a initiative. It is a province, as a jurisdiction. It's a provincial push for growing this industries throughout the entire province. And our argument is that Lethbridge should have a seat at that table and continue to work towards growing it. So that's my.
So the 100,000, if the 100,000 goes away, what happens to what you're doing?
Yeah, so right now it's funded just till the end of the year. So we would have to evaluate what that means for continuation, if that works. The other part of having money going into 2027 is that most grants, such as NRED, Prairies Can, other levels that we would be applying for, and that's part of this proposal here is that you need matching funding to do that. So basically saying that City of Lethbridge is going to come to the table, we'll apply for further funding on putting the industry group together, working with the post-secondaries, working with groups like the Lethbridge Game Developers Guild and others, BIPOC Foundation as an example, to help have that be a sustainable path forward for this cluster and this industry.
Can I ask a member of the executive of just the reasoning for recommending not pass this on to the EDL? The recommendation is to just take it back, right? So can I get a?
Yeah, so basically one of the things here, it will start setting a precedent for other groups coming forward. As I said, I had 2 in the last week that have came forward asking about pressures that they would like to bring forward. This would also start that process because it's different than what we've been telling them out there. And I'm not sure if my peers have also, they sent out messages to various groups that 2027 doesn't have additional asks into it. So this one here, when it was created, Creative Industries was created for 4 years and was supposed to sunset in that regard. So this one is a little different than the others. That's why you didn't see it coming forward. It wasn't actually ever intended to go past from the point of view of the initiatives here.
Just kind of just to ask if someone can answer this, is there a look back at the work that has been done, and has there been success in that?
Yeah, this was what we just presented to CIC last week. So that was the wrap up that we did. That report was to show that the money that council funded out of this initiative was complete. And then we could dig up that report again for you to see. But the report was a 12-page report that basically said this is where we think the successes were, and a lot of the check boxes of what we think we've achieved with the dollars, which is why that we are saying that we no longer believe we need them anymore, and we're giving them back to council.
Will there be any interest in pursuing this vein of reaching out to the industry by someone else or the city?
Yeah, as part of the report that we gave back, the work continues now. We've got all of our websites and our permitting and everything set up. So now we believe as a municipality we're prepped for if and when the time comes that we have a uptake of film in the city.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Dodick.
Sorry, it says city treasurer. I guess the confusion is because we had this N, whatever the number was, N41, so that we actually split money, separate money, one for EDL and one for the city of Lethbridge, each to have a specific amount of money to do something. The EDL has received their money or will receive the money if it's not over. The city was able to do their work within the budgeted amount. So in other words, in the normal case, as you indicated, because you were within the budget, that money would flow back to whatever the source was. And what is happening here, there's a request, city, we're within your budget, but since you have this money, and I know normally it should go back to you guys, give it to us. So it is truly a new initiative request for EDL. It's just that the source is a weird flow-through thing, which will set some really bad precedents if we support this. Does that sound about right?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Yourself and Councillor Bieber are our reps on EDL. Has the EDL board wanted to put any money towards the creative industries?
That would be a question probably for...
But would have been the board at the last meeting.
And there's been nothing, there's been discussion, ongoing discussions where they said we'll continue to work towards it with the way that we're discussing right at this moment.
Okay, so but no money's been put forward by the board?
No money's been put forward by the board, no.
Thank you.
Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. And it's more just a comment in that I don't think this does set precedent in that the surplus exists in part because the funds were originally requested by EDL. And those funds requested by EDL were split between EDL and the city administration to deliver two portions of N41. At this time, EDL is just asking us for $100,000 for the creative industries in general. So for me, I don't see that as setting precedent. We have some unspent funds. This goes towards economic development, and EDL has laid out a plan as to how they would look at continuing that investment. So it's more just a statement that it was a shared initiative with a pocket going to creative industries and a creative industries mandate.
Deputy Mayor.
Well, since that was a statement, I will also give a statement. The statement is EDL didn't get what they wanted at first instance. This is a second kick at the cat, and that's not the appropriate way of doing this.
So with that, I have no further questions in the queue, so to open debate, Councillor Crowson.
So what we can do is we can put this back into the MRSR if any other requests come forward in the proper order. That could be then considered at a future time, likely for the 2028 budget. We do know that the city has created all the documents and procedures that if anyone comes forward who is wanting to do a video or a movie or something, we are there to support them, and all that work is complete. And to ensure that we are treating all groups the same, I would recommend that my colleagues support this motion and that we put this money back into the MRSR and use it to offset the other expenses. Unless there's any debate, I will call the question.
No further debate. Oh, Councillor Campbell.
Wanted to say that I thought that they had created a very interesting, unique creative industries cluster ignition, film, television, and electronic gaming. I think they did an admirable job, but understanding from the CFO that this does set a precedent. Unfortunately, I guess for me, I will have to go with the resolution, although it is with a heavy heart.
Councillor Wolf.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand what's going on here. I have an N41 budget initiative and an N41. Are these the same thing?
This just brought forward, N41 was back from a previous budget, which that initiative ended in 2026, where there was leftover dollars. So now if those leftover dollars would be allocated to MRSR to pay for initiatives. For example, we had, so far this morning, we've had like the seniors, we've had these other initiatives that have come forward. That's where those dollars could be allocated towards.
And admin has some concerns, and admin would say, don't approve this.
Recommending this.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Recommending that we support this motion.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further debate, to close debate, Councillor Crowson.
Please vote for this. Call the question.
Question been called. All in favor? And those opposed? 7-1. All right, as you've seen, we've, excuse me, we have a omnibus resolution coming from Deputy Mayor Dodek. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include reduction initiatives, R1 to R5. These are all in your package. R7, R9 to 19, R22 to 24, 27 to 35, and 37 to 40. There are some that are left out because we've had members of council that would like to actually speak to some of the other initiatives that were there. And so in consultation with the mover of the motion, those have been removed to be able to talk about. And I'll turn the time over to Councillor Dodek to open.
I'll just give a little clarification, not clarification, but a little bit of background. So these resolutions or reduction initiatives were as a result of the administration seeking efficiencies in the budget. So there were 42, but as you notice, some of them were pulled out because they will be debated. I'm also aware that some members of council may have questions even on those contained in the omnibus resolution. So this is the time for those questions. With respect to, I would suggest the ones that are included in the omnibus reduction resolution. Now, I do want people to bear in mind that when you have these reduction initiatives, they do impact service levels to a certain degree. And I suspect that's why a number of these have been pulled out. So, questions?
Thank you. Again, these are questions to the ones that you're seeing up there in the omnibus resolution. So questions for that, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Mr. Matthews, with R1, you are recommending that the local government fiscal framework operating grant go into the operating budget. Is this in the operating budget forever now, so that, you know, next year we don't have an option to spend that $650,000? It would mean whatever we get from the provincial government, up to $650,000 until a future motion, is always in the operating budget.
That is correct. So what would happen here now is the total we get, this is about 50% of it, so about 1.3 million, obviously, of dollars from the LGAFF operating. What this would do is exactly what you said. It will actually apply this into community lighting area where it is eligible to actually fund those operations, and the corresponding tax dollars from that are currently funding it will be the reduction piece. So it is putting it into our budget on it, and it would take that away from future for using. And then I think what you're going towards, over the years, we've used MSI operating, now LGFF operating, as an unbudgeted revenue source that we could apply to things. We still have the 650 and or roughly of the difference that would be that way, and that would be correspond to what we had historically. So what we're taking here is the 50% increase the province gave over the last couple of years and applying it in there to offset some of those pressures that came along with Excite as one of those options.
How long do we know we're going to get this? How many years have they already approved? Because, I mean, they could take this away at any moment.
Yeah, I can't, well, basically I think the simple answer is they approve it every single year in their operating budget. They forecasted out that it's going to be there. We don't have any indication right now that they're not going to continue on, but that's always a risk.
But it could be like photo radar or anything surprise. It could be gone.
That's right.
But it does give us less tax burden in that one area.
That's right.
And the other thing, and you've alluded to it, this is appropriate to the grant. So even though we're saying it's going in the operating budget, it's going to be directed at something that is appropriate to the grant.
Yes, that's right. So typically what we've always done is the grant itself is only eligible in certain areas, like as you're noting. We've always applied it for, well, I shouldn't say always, but for my recollection, we've always applied it to community lighting because that's one of the eligible areas. And so that will continue to be where it's placed into permanently into it. And we'll, of course, have to report back like we do on the grant. But the tax funding that's there today for community lighting, that portion will now then be not, that will fall off the books.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. I'm going to mention here, we have an omnibus resolution. If we're going to have questions on them, let's pull those particular ones because we could have questions on all these. It's going to be the same things if we come with each one individually. So if there's any questions that are on this omnibus that you want to pull and further debate, because I see Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, Councillor Wolf, and Councillor Doria, is it questions around these or is it the ones that do not fall under the omnibus?
There's some on this list that I have just some questions.
Some. Okay, so to City Clerk, could you?
Yeah, they have to be pulled. Yeah, so administration is ready. Omnibus means everything goes as is with no questions, because that could lead to other things.
And that's what I thought. So now we have omnibus. So what we can do is we can vote on the omnibus. If it fails, then I guess we're going through each one. Is that fair to say?
Well, we just see which ones get, maybe there's some commonality amongst the ones that are being pulled.
All right, because I just say we had this opportunity to chat about. Okay, so let's. So R1 to R5. Is there any more questions on R1 to R5? Okay, yes, there is. Is there not anything around R7? Yes, there is. Okay, we're going to have to pull these pull these out because it looks like all these omnibus resolutions, all of them that are encompassed in this omnibus resolution are going to be discussed. So we'll go back, I guess, to R1 that we just did. I thought that we figured that this omnibus was going to where? All right. All right. So we'll go to R1.
No omnibus?
There's no, we have it on the floor, so we guess we'll have to vote on it. Do you want to withdraw it, Councillor Dodick, or to vote? You do want to vote it? You want to withdraw it? Okay, it's been withdrawn then. All right, so we'll start off with R1, right to the beginning, LGFF operating grant. We've already had some discussion on it. Resolution, if I can put Councillor Crowson on this one, as you've had a discussion on it already. Be resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R1, LGFF operating grant to include the local government fiscal framework operating grant within the 2027 operating budget, resulting in budgeted revenue increase allocated as follows. And we say increase, it's actually a decrease of $650,000 in 2027. Councillor Crowson, is there questions on this? I know I'm filled up as far as questions. Is it regarding R1? Okay, R1, go ahead, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager or designate. When we're looking at this, the operating grant was to offset community lighting expenditures. What happens to community lighting expenditures?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So nothing changes in the community lighting expenditures from that point of view. It's the funding source that'll be applied against it. So the currently we have part of that, we have $650,000 and more of taxes that would be funding community lighting. This grant will go in there as their operating grant against that. We have done that over a number of years. What we've for the last budget cycle, most times what's happened with the unbudgeted portion of the grant, we've applied it against it because we have to apply it against an eligible area. And the tax funding went to the major capital projects reserve to actually build up for CIP. That will likely be still the case with the 1.3 million. Or the total amount of the grant. The difference is only 650,000 of taxation will fall off, and the remainder will either get applied to major capital project reserve or another need at the time for the community.
Okay. Follow-up question to that then is we talk about the savings will be used to fund Excite Lethbridge Society's operating costs ongoing starting in 2027. This is flagged as a reduction initiative, but how is it a reduction initiative when it's actually going to fund something else? And that's a question I have for R1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
We're not actually reducing anything, we're moving money around. So help me understand how this is actually a reduction to our taxpayers.
So overall, the reduction piece, I think what we're tagging in there is back in December of 2024, one of the things council asked administration, although not in a resolution, but provided us, I guess, general direction towards, is that of the remaining amount of funding that wasn't funded at the time, that was one-time funded, which is that 2.6 million, we needed to find reductions within our operating budget to help offset that. This is one of those to help offset the 2.6 that's in as a pressure in the base budget. Proving this actually reduces down some, meets our commitment to council to actually try to find the money. So it's not a total increase. If you remember at that time, it was going to be a 1.4% tax increase, if I remember right. I think it was 1.4% tax increase just on that alone. These initiatives are some of those to offset that.
So it's to offset, it's not necessarily to reduce.
Well, it's still reducing our overall, because if we didn't bring these ones forward,
okay,
then we would have 2.6 million of a tax pressure and nothing offsetting it. We went through and took a look deliberately at different initiatives, trying to find things we could bring forward. And of course, we're also trying to find even above that as best we could, but we found this 1%, if you add up all these initiatives on it, some of them we've tagged directly towards Excite.
Right. So one last question on that then, and that's not included in this. Will we see savings from Excite coming forward in the future?
Well, each year on that, the short answer is yes, hopefully. on this. And I said I'll qualify that as that piece on it. I know that the budget the Excite Lethbridge is putting in place is meeting the targets that we thought. So if you remember, we had $1.3 million of grant. They're very close to that actually. If you back off the maintenance expenses that we got additional funds for a city to do that they're also looking at, they're actually under that. So yes, they are reducing the amount. And the reason why I said we're hoping to continue down that trend, the hard part is every single year, we've done a lot of changes, or the Excite Lethbridge has done a lot of changes in regards to trying to lessen the burden of the funding. But each year, I mean, it's obviously, some of them happen faster. There's quick things we could fix, and there's other things that'll take longer. And that's because they're revenue generation pieces, and they do have targets, and they're pushing towards those. And it looks at this stage here that it will happen, but it's still going to take time. Okay. And how long? Don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on R1? Seeing none, Councillor Crowson to open.
So as we've seen, this is moving money around. This is money we would be getting that we would be applying to lighting anyways, but this is a way of putting it in through taxation. We would have to remember as council that when we do get the LGFF, we have less to spend on other things ourselves, so we have to keep that in mind, that it is limiting our opportunity for one-time funding, et cetera, those sort of things. But I think this is a good idea, and I hope my colleagues will support it.
Thank you. Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. R2, Operating Budget Amendment, Corporate Restructure Savings. Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Wolf. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R2, Corporate Restructure Savings, as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. In 2027, a $203,580 reduction. Open to questions. There's no questions. Open debate. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you. Obviously, we've expressed to the administration of the city that we are concerned about the times we're living in, and appreciate this effort to go and find ways to make us a little more efficient and lean. And so I think wherever we can make some of these changes and save the taxpayer, I think is a great thing, and I'd ask you to support the motion.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. R3, 2027 Operating Budget Amendment, Governance Standing Policy Committee. Be it resolved that Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R3, Governance Standing Policy Committee, as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. In 2027, $80,000 reduction. And can I have a mover for this? Councillor Bieber. All right. And open it up to questions. No questions. Councillor Bieber to open.
Well, as the motion states, Council approved amendments to this procedure bylaw and dissolved our standing policy committee governance model so that money is no longer needed. So I will just call for the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? That too is unanimous. Moving on to R4, Lethbridge International Air Show Grant. Moved by, I have a mover for that. Councillor Wolf. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R4, Lethbridge International Air Show Grant, as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. Attack from taxation, $17,500 in 2027. Any questions? Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Mr. Brierly or designate, I just want it publicly confirmed there is no group that wants to do an air show, because if we pull this, it's pulled forever. I mean, they can always come back. But I just want to confirm that we don't have some group out there going, what on earth is council doing?
To the best of my knowledge, at this point in time, that is absolutely correct. And yes, it could come back if there was.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Councillor Schmidt-Rimpel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager designate, was there ever any thought of putting this into airport reserves?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. We didn't directly think about putting into the airport reserve. One of the reasons for that is this is a grant component under our fee-for-service. It just happened to be that it was for an air show at the time, specific inside of there. So it was actually a reduction in our grant and fee-for-service page on it. Council, if they so wish, they could always make that change if they wanted to, instead of going to here, to actually direct that these funds go in annually into the airport reserve, if that's so wish, but it was airport related. It wasn't directly airport component.
And I only asked that because we're deferring that airport reserve, and whether there was the consideration, but understanding that it was part of grant and fee for service. Fair enough.
All right, no further questions. So to the mover, Councillor Wolf, to open debate.
Thank you. Seeing nobody in the queue, I think maybe our air show has flown away. I call the question.
Ba-dum-bum. Okay, all in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Moving to 2027 operating budget amendment, general revenues, tax payment penalties. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiatives R5, general revenues, tax payment penalties, resulting in a budget revenue increase and allocated as follows. In 2027, a reduction of $100,000. Moved from Councillor Campbell. Councillor Croson, first questions?
My only question on this one, Mr. Matthews, is everybody pays on time. There is no money here. So how can you guarantee people are going to not pay on time?
So thank you, Councillor Croson. So the fortunate and unfortunate thing here, we've had an increase in the amount of penalties that are coming in inside of here. So we believe from this point of view that from the tax point of view, the cancellation piece would work from that point of view. So I think the reality is that we believe we can handle this inside of there, inside of our penalties, as a reduction in tax that we would actually be unfortunately collecting more.
So we would love this to be wrong, that it is zero.
That's right.
But based on past years.
And it seems to be the 3-year average and the 5-year average that's in there is showing that the amounts will be able to handle this, and we're not going to have to come back and adjust that. Although it may not be a bad thing if we have to.
Yeah, I'd love to be proven wrong, but okay, thank you.
Thank you. See no further questions. Councillor Campbell, open debate.
Another initiative. Call for the vote.
Question been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to fees for SDAB and CRAB appeals. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiatives R7, fees for SDAB and CRAB appeals, to introduce a $300 fee for each appeal submitted to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board and the Community Requirement Appeal Board, resulting in a budgeted revenue increase and allocated as follows: $1,500 in 2027. Can I have a mover on this? Councillor Bieber. And open it up for questions. Seeing no questions, Councillor Bieber to open. Question. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. We're looking at a $300 fee for anybody that wants to bring forward an appeal for SDAB or CRAB. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager or designate, is this going to create a barrier to appealing? Is this something we feel is affordable for people who want to appeal? Will it create a barrier? Are we going to see a reduction? Anything like that?
Thank you for the question. So we looked at a lot of comparables with other municipalities. We are the only municipality of a comparable size that does not charge for SDAB. There is municipalities that charge up to $1,500. Our neighbors down the road, Coaldale, they charge $500, and if you don't show up, they charge $1,500. We are not looking for cost recovery, but there is additional expenses. There's advertising. There's notices and mailing those notices to affected people within 60 meters. There's honorariums for the SDAB members, external counsel for the boards, court recorder transcripts if they are appealed. There's also overtime because the public members do work, so these are after hours. So we did find that this was comparable to other municipalities. It was in line, and it will be refunded if the board rules in favor or if it is withdrawn prior to advertising.
Okay. So if the appellant who pays the $300 is successful or withdraws it, they get a refund?
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
A question I have then, so if we saw that there were $500 down the road, why did we not do $500? And do we have the $1,500 in there for a no-show? I've just, because, yeah, but there's 500 down the road and we're charging 300. And the question from acting mayor, that they would get those dollars back if they were successful. And so reason for not maybe $500?
Again, we looked at other comparable municipalities, Red Deer, Medicine Hat, even Calgary and Edmonton, and they weren't, some of the, Canmore was as high as that, but the others weren't. So we just wanted to be kind of in the middle, in line.
All right, so not Coaldale
Not
costs,
highest.
but maybe,
Yeah.
okay.
Wood Buffalo, $1,000.
All right, what's that? So with that, no further questions. So to Councillor Bieber.
Well, as we just heard, I mean, the municipality is absorbing all the costs associated with processing these appeals. So this initiative is going to support financial sustainability. So I will just call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you. That is unanimous. Thank you. All right, 2027 operating budget amendment, honorarium reduction, R8. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R8 honorarium reduction to eliminate the honorariums currently provided to public members who serve on volunteer basis on the boards, committees, and commissions as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. Reduction of $48,000, and that's in 2027. I have a mover for this one. Okay, Councillor Dodick. And questions are already in the queue, so starting with Councillor Wolf.
Thank you. Could there be a happy medium where, and maybe that's the intention, is people would complete their term under their current setup, I guess, and then we would eventually phase out some kind of honorarium? Is that what's being proposed? Or are the folks in the committee getting an email saying, sorry, whatever you've been getting is now stopped?
Madam City Clerk.
So the process that we do right now is at the end of the year, at the end of the calendar year, we look at all the members that have attended meetings, and then we add that all up, and then we do give them an honorarium at the end of the year. So it could be done now.
Gotcha. Is 48 and up to, or is that kind of what's been historically what we've been doling out?
I do have numbers. So 2023 was the first year that was implemented. It was implemented in July, and council made it retroactive to the beginning of the year. 2023, we spent, or there was 36,000 for honorariums for 63 public members. And in 2024, 46,000 for 63 members, same number. 2025, 43,000 for 41 members. So what happened there was an uptake in attendance of the members attending the meeting. And there was more combative sports events. There might have been more tribunals because those are higher honorariums.
Thank you. May I continue? Where are we at with other municipalities? Do they do these? Is this common?
We do have other municipalities that do pay. I did have that information. Calgary and Edmonton, they pay about the same amount as the tribunals. And just give me one second.
That's okay.
No, I have it right here. Tribunals, $164 per member, and chairs are $219. And they pay like part days, half days, so yes.
And so if I may, just one last. So do you have any indication, like, to what extent this is a recruiting tool to get good talent to be on these boards? Does my question make sense? Like, are people incentivized to serve by these amounts, or do you think we get equally good candidates without this?
So I cannot assess performance, as it's up to council, but I can give you some facts, and the facts that I do have, in 2021, which was COVID, there was 26 vacancies and 126 people applied. 2022, 36 vacancies, 68 people applied. 2023, again, we approved this in July, then we had our campaign, so there's 25 vacancies, 69 people applied. 2024, 18 vacancies, 76 people applied, so it went up a bit. 2025, 25 vacancies, 43 people applied. So
Interesting.
there's no,
And I was turned down each one of those, so. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So my question, actually, to Madam City Clerk, just on that, so we've seen actually a decrease in folks actually applying for the positions with the honorarium being in. Is that fair to say?
seen an increase and a decrease.
Yeah. All right. Councillor Dodick.
Well, I introduced this, but I'm going to be asking council to vote against it. We put it in 2023 is to recognize the fact that people were putting work into these committees that we wanted them on. It's a very modest amount, and it's just meant to be a reflection of our appreciation for them doing the work. So I would ask that council not support this resolution and vote against it.
Isn't that correct? Yes. Any questions? Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, continue debate or question?
I mean, if we're going into debate, I would also ask council to vote against this. While we see that we don't have a lot of people applying for our positions, what we maybe aren't taking into account is participation in those meetings. So we see that we've got some increased participation. And my concern is when we look at the Combative Sports Commission, they're getting paid for major events and wrestling events. How many of those events will start dropping off? Will we start seeing a lack of quorum in some of those meetings? And again, this is a small amount to show appreciation to those people who volunteer for our boards, commissions, and committees.
Thank you. Continue debate. I too will not vote to support this motion as I think the amount to show the appreciation as was mentioned earlier. So I would also not be supporting this. I see no further people in the queue. So Councillor Wolf.
I just want to, on the police commission, which I understand is a different funding bucket, but I sure do appreciate. Oh, is it our funding? Oh, well, then yes, I would support defeating this.
Thank you. So, Councillor Dodick.
Call the question, vote no.
All in favor? Those opposed?
I win.
Unanimously opposed. All right. All right, I have a resolution here. Councillor Assistant Training Reduction. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative R9, Councillor Assistant Training Reduction as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. In 2027, a $4,000 reduction from taxation. Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Doria? All right. And open up to questions. No questions. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. At the end of this sheet, we say investment and payoff budget expenditures will be reduced ongoing. Why aren't we just reducing the budget expenditures now?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. I think that the wording could maybe being changed a little bit there. I think that's what the intent is that the budget expenditures will be ongoing reduced. It'll just help reduce the ongoing expenditures. Look to see if there's anything else from anybody. So no, it's really just saying that it's going to take $4,000 of their budget ongoing, and that's going to help reduce events. That's the advantage of the investment or payoff.
Okay, that makes no sense either, because you're going to take 4,000 now and then 4,000 later and then continue taking 4,000?
It'll be 4,000 forevermore being removed from the budget.
Until it's zero?
No, just be 4,000 once.
Okay,
Forevermore.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, because, yeah, it just says reduce
wording is
ongoing, and it
not-
states that it's ongoing, so I won't support ongoing, so.
It's ongoing at
I'm
the
just gonna
4,000.
say,
Yeah,
okay.
but not every year 4,000, additional 4,000.
Okay, thank you.
I think, yeah, because amend the 2027 operating budget, so that's, yeah, for that one time of 4,000 in 2027. Yeah, right. All right, so no further, oh, sorry, Councillor Doria, question?
I think it was partially answered. So my question was whether this 4,000 will be deducted only for the 2027. So moving forward, we go back to 6,000 or 4,000?
So what this is suggesting, you'll take 4,000 out in 2027, leaving $2,000 remaining in that training budget forevermore. So that 4,000 is gone. It's not going to take 8,000 out next year. It's going to take 4,000 out once, leaving $2,000 ongoing as the training amount for that line item.
And just one more question. You mentioned here the amount of 4,000 was not used within 2021 to 2026, but prior to that, was that amount like used or really wasn't used at all?
That would, yeah, so this doesn't sound like we have that information on our fingertips here on it right now. We could look into that one, but I would say at one point it was. When it wasn't starting to be used, I don't know at this stage.
But is the 2,000 worth enough as we move on from 2027, like moving forward?
So the difference, I think, in some of the sidebar things here too, is that a lot of training nowadays for staff too is also online. Don't necessarily always have to go away for that training. So you're paying the registration fees sometimes on things that you're going for, but you're not necessarily going to Calgary or other places that cost those travel costs for that training. So there is differences on some of these things. I don't know if that's specifically on this one here, but that would be one of those examples of the reason why a $2,000 amount would be, we believe it would be reasonable ongoing for this piece. However, 6,000 is not required.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Minton. Hopefully you'll answer the question that I have as well, is that has this been maxed out each year? And is it something that has been used? What are we going to lose if we don't have this, Ms. Minton?
Question. To answer your question first, Councillor Doria, we are confident we can live within our means at $2,000 each year for training. The past and the sidebars we did have, so thank you to our CFO for managing that for me. We did start those, if you look at those years, that was COVID years, and so we saw a significant decrease for this position for training. So we believe we can live within our means and we won't have any increases.
Great, thank you. Councillor Crowson.
I'm making this as an assumption, Ms. Minton, because I know years ago I was able to do it. We have a 4-year budget. If the person who has this training really wants to do a $6,000 training, they can do that. That just means they don't do training in 2 other years and they put it together. So if there is training above $2,000, you have 4 years to spend the $8,000 essentially.
In the operating budget.
Right. Yeah. So there are ways of doing training that's more than $2,000 a year. You just have to keep it within the 4 years.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Acting Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you to the city manager or designate. And this is just in relation to all of the training questions. Is training going to happen then in other ways and ways that could be more costly? Like, would we be relying on other staff members to do training of staff members, which is now taking away staff member time and doing that training? And have we taken some succession planning into account on that?
Short answer, yes. Longer answer is, yeah, we employ, as Mr. Matthews said, whether it's electronic means that wasn't as common before, train-the-trainer methods, and, when necessary, sending people away, and that might be a train-the-trainer. So those are all methods that we employ to reduce costs. So the answers for this one, just to possibly save some time, apply to the very next one as well,
Yeah.
R10. Same answers.
So is that going to be more costly, or does that actually reduce costs?
So by
When
these,
you talk about those,
by these
that actually
initiatives,
reduces costs.
yeah, by these initiatives, it reduces costs. That's
Okay,
what,
thank
that's
you.
what the whole basis of the initiatives.
Seeing no further questions, Councillor Doria to open debate.
Can I? Okay. So as we heard that they can leave all the staff or the councilor assistant can live with the budget that is recommended this time. So I hope that my colleagues will approve or like support this motion because it can help like reduce our budget for the next coming years.
Thank you. With that, question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Moving along to R10, Regulatory Services General Training Reduction. Probably similar questions to this as the previous, but be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative R10, Regulatory Services General Training Reduction as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows in 2027, a reduction of $2,000. Moved by, if I can have a mover, Councillor Bieber. All right. And I see no questions in the queue, so Councillor Bieber to open.
The initiative speaks for itself, so I'll just call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous as well. Moving on to R11. Workflow efficiencies, integration, modernization. Be resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative R11, workflow efficiencies, integration, modernization as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows, a reduction of $22,000. Now, before we go to questions on here, I just want to make sure those that are listening or those that are in the gallery, some of this is, if you're wanting to know more information on this, this is provided in a public package just so that folks have an understanding of what these things are. I know that we might be moving through them fairly quickly, but they've already been looked at as those in the public probably have the opportunity as well to go through and have a better understanding. So can I have a mover for this? Thank you, Councillor Campbell. And I see no questions in the queues. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Doria.
I think I have to ask a question to Mr. Matthews. We saw here in the budget that there is a proposed like budget of $22,000 for 2027. However, I also see here the implementation strategy by phases. So it will be phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. Does it mean that the 22,000 like proposed saving can be achieved by the whole phases, or it can be some amount will be achieved from phase 1 or phase 2 or phase 3?
Thank you, Councillor Doria. So what this is that it's all those things have been done, completed. These are the phases we've gone through. So in this case here, the work group went through and were able to modernize basically a number of processes that were taking manual work to do that now are able to be done. So to answer your question, there isn't other steps that this is going to turn around on. This is actually now came into play, and the 22,000 from that point of view, we don't need any longer because we were able to get efficiencies in our area of that amount ongoing.
So this amount will be a saving, right?
This is saving, ongoing savings for the corporation, so reducing the tax amount, and that it starts in 2027, and this amount will continue on.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, at the same amount, just want to say that, yeah.
Saved amount.
All right, I see no further questions in the queue, so Councillor Campbell to open debate.
Another saving, call for the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Moving along to R12, Engineering Planning. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative R12, Engineering Planning, as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. And can I have a mover for this? It's $19,275 in 2027. Councillor Doria. And open up to questions. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager designate. We're looking at the energy and sustainability module of the asset planner, actively used and referenced for a number of years to identify anomalies, trends, develop utility usage. Are there any unintended consequences of this reduction?
Short answer, no, there's not. This reduction initiative is an initiative to bring the data entry back in-house. So currently we pay Amoresco to do the data entry into here. Through some efficiencies within the facilities department, we've got some capacity to take this and do this data entry in-house.
Okay, and a follow-up question, are the timelines attainable?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Crowson.
Is this a contracted service provider, or is this a program we purchase? We can work easily to get out of this?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Crowson. Yes, it is an ongoing contract that we have with the provider, so there'll be some discussion with them for the transfer, but it is something that has been worked on already, and we don't foresee any issues of doing this.
So there's no unexpected costs in getting out of the contract?
No, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions. To Councillor Doria to open debate.
Yeah, I appreciate the House. Within us, there are technical experts who can do the data transfer. So I think this is a good start that we can look into whether we have the capability to do things within the House. So I encourage everyone to support this reduction initiative.
Thank you, Councillor Doria. All in favor? Again, unanimous. Thank you. R13, Fleet Management and Common Maintenance Advertising. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include R13, Fleet Management and Common Maintenance Advertising as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows from Fleet Services for a whopping $2,000 in 2027. Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Wolf. Open for questions. Councillor Crowson.
I just need some more explanation on what exactly this is. I guess I never thought fleet management was advertising with anybody. Should this be linked with the other one that we pulled around advertising? Is it connected to that? Yeah. What exactly is this? What has fleet been advertising?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Crowson. So yes, this was part of the initial operating budget. The advertising was actually for when vehicles were being sold publicly. So prior to using a public online auction service, we would have to advertise the vehicles that were for sale, and that's what this was for.
Okay, and you have found online ways with no cost that we don't need the money anymore?
Correct. So what happens now, we use an online service, and then in the online service is through the sale of the vehicle, any costs are absorbed within that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. I have no further questions in the queue, so to Councillor Wolf to open debate.
Thank you. I'll call a question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Again, unanimous. Thank you. R14 Fleet Common Maintenance Training. So be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R14 Fleet Common Maintenance Training as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. From Fleet Services, $10,000 in 2027. A mover for this. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. To open for questions, Councillor Crowson.
This doesn't seem like a lot for training, but there's one thing I really want is our mechanics and people maintaining the fleet to be well trained. There is no safety concerns with cutting the training in fleet?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Crowson. No, this is a reduction in the training budget. A lot of the training now, there is more online activity, so in terms of looking at how we can get some of the training for our staff, instead of having to send people to different courses and to schools, there's actual online courses now that we can actually take care of and implement that are actually free of charge.
So they'll be just as well trained, it's just different ways of training them.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions in the queue. So to go to, who did I remove for that one again? Sorry, Campbell. Councilor Campbell. Go ahead.
Call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And those opposed? Or Councilor Wolf, you were in favor? I was in favor. Okay, sorry. I didn't see the hand. All right, that was unanimous as well. So moving on to R15, resolution from Councilor or Deputy Mayor Dodick, subdivision revenue contribution to operating budget. Be it resolved that Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R15 subdivision revenue contribution to operating budget as a budget reduction allocated as follows in 2027, $100,000. Questions, Councillor Croson?
So this is existing revenue, which means somebody was getting it prior to this. Who was getting this money prior, and are we able to maintain their budget without this? Was this going to Lethbridge Land, and where was it going? Because, I mean, this is not new money.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. So this, within subdivision in itself, there's a subdivision surplus cash flow. So this is part of the overall cash flow component on it. So it goes back to that cash flow or that funding money that we show each year on it. So in essence here, we have a number of things to support operating budget from the Lethbridge Lands. This is another example where Lethbridge Lands believes they can contribute an extra $100,000 out of that because they, you know, over the years, since we haven't really increased any further allocations from them for many years. So it's actually just part of their cash flow. It's not actually that it was actually going to another department. It was just there for doing building developments and other.
So we'd have got this back in 4 years through the MRSR. This is just getting it back annually?
Well, it would stay in the subdivision surplus, and you would have reallocated under the work plan for other things than that. But one of the main reasons why we're in subdivision development is so that it can actually return a return on investment back to city as in relief of taxation. And so this is just adding to that operating budget relief of taxation.
So thinking again more strategically, should we leave this there because we might be doing some strategic land purchases, et cetera? Is this something that we might be, I mean, it's not a lot of money, but is this something that maybe we could be using in other ways that we haven't considered?
So there's no question that there's you know, lots of different ways you could use this money within land development. I mean, obviously, I think you're referring to like land banking, land purchases, and so forth. We do have some of that factored in, and we will also have to come back and take a look at some of the other ways to fund that outside of subdivision surplus. The only other thing that could be considered here too is there is loans owing to the MRSR, for and so it could be another payment back to the MRSR in a different way. But the department, one of the things on this, it does show that Lethbridge Lands does contribute and is the return on investment for us having that land division. So that's why they wanted to bring it this way.
Okay, so there's other ways we can be strategic, but this is
That's
not going
right.
to tie our hands in the future.
Yeah, that's right. At this stage here, it's not it's a smaller amount inside of there. Yes, there is other pressures, other things that I know that Mr. Ulrich and his team there in Lethbridge Land will be looking at and bringing forward, but this isn't something that's going to, it's not large enough to affect it that way, and it actually helps out on the taxation front.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions in the queue, so go to the mover, Councillor. All right. Deputy Mayor Dodick, thank you.
Like the previous 14 resolutions, this resolution and the subsequent 27 of them have been considered by the administration because they were directed to seek efficiencies with respect to budget initiatives. The material that's contained in the documents, for the most part, has answered all of the questions that have been posed, and this is another example where that has occurred. It clearly indicates that because of the current positive forecast for subdivision surplus, it provides the opportunity for Lethbridge Land to augment the city's operating budget by the $100,000. I want to thank administration at this point in time for carefully reviewing all of the consequences that might occur as a result of these and putting them clearly in the documentation that has been presented to us. I would ask for council support for this.
Question's been called. All in favor? And it's unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to R16, advertising agreement. Be it resolved that the community issue, is that right? Oh, it is, yes. Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative R16 advertising agreement to discontinue an advertising agreement with the University of Lethbridge as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows from as $1,500 in 2027 from Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. Open to questions, debate, or questions? Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
What exactly was it we were advertising that we are no longer going to be advertising, and does it create a barrier to information for students at the University of Lethbridge?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Rempel. We were advertising services for the City of Lethbridge, and I believe with this small amount, it will not impact the students' access to the city services.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions in the queue, so to open debate, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Seeing as we've actually already notified the partner organization that this agreement will not be renewed, I will call for the vote.
Question been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Moving along to the utility billing and customer care monthly administration fee. So be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative R17 utility billing and customer care monthly administration fee as a $1 increase to the monthly administration fees for utility invoices, resulting in a budgeted revenue increase and allocated as follows in 2027. Utility charges of a reduction of $480,000. If I can have a mover for this, Councillor Wolf. And to open for debate, Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
This is not to open for debate. This is just a question. When we're looking at fees, we do have a full fee study coming back to council. When is that expected to come back?
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. That study, there's various phases of it. It'll be coming back next year, and it'll be in time for looking at the overall operating budget for the 2028 to 2031.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Councillor Wolf to open debate.
Thank you. Just to clarify for the listening population, this fee is for those who request physical documents, correct?
Yes.
For producing on-time and accurate utility invoices and customer care.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's a good thing I
That's
asked.
the next one.
Okay, then I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Moving on to the next one. Councillor Wolf, do you want to take that one? No. So 2027 operating budget amendment, utility billing and customer care, printed utility invoice. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative R18, utility billing and customer care, printed utility invoice as a $2 monthly fee for customers who choose to have a printed mail invoice, resulting in a net budgeted decrease and allocated as follows: a $400,000 reduction on utility charges of in 2027. Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Bieber? All right. And open it up with questions, starting with Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I'm not sure if anybody can answer this, but my concern with this is that it will disadvantage seniors, who are probably the group that most want printed bills. Do we have any sense of who actually gets printed bills? Is it more of the seniors in Lethbridge, or you're saying it's you that we're going to be putting it on? I have difficulty disadvantaging seniors if it's the only group using it. Who are we looking at here is asking for printed bills?
Thank you for the question. it would be difficult to say that a certain demographic would be more favorable or unfavorable. I think it could be surmised, though, that probably seniors do more often than other demographics request
Use checks and actual paper?
that, but we don't have specific demographic data to say these are, by segment, these are who does or doesn't have that. So I couldn't say with certainty, but I think that it could be surmised
It's a possibility, right?
that would be correct.
And this would be adding $24 a year to their bill?
Correct. The idea behind this is that this would go to cover the costs for stamps, the production, printing, envelopes, like to actually cover the additional costs that we incur to produce a printed invoice for those citizens that are choosing to receive their utility invoices in that way.
Okay, thank you. I'll step out right now, thanks.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. And I guess, Mr. Hillier, you're answering questions on this one. I need you to help me with the initiative description. So it's a new fee, certainly higher level of service. Right now, about 17,000 customers have a printed mail invoice. The 200,000 revenue increase would be 50%, so 8,500. And then we have a $200,000 expenditure decrease, but we're looking at a savings of $400,000. That $400,000 doesn't make sense to me when we have a revenue increase of 200, or we have a decrease, they look like they cancel each other out in the description. So for me, shouldn't we just be having a zero? I don't understand the description. Please help me.
And I would let Mr. Matthews talk about the dollars and cents, but from how the numbers come up is what we're assuming with this is the additional $2 fee may encourage a segment of the population to opt out of printed billing and receive their bills via email.
Yep.
And that would be a net reduction for us because we no longer have to pay the postage, we no longer have to pay the printing. So we're expecting with this $200,000 in savings because we're thinking half of those people will opt to now move to e-billing, thus saving us the hard costs of producing those. And then so that's a reduction. And then as well, on the other side is an increase of $2 for the other half of those that decide to maintain this. So there's kind of $200,000 for the half that are paying the extra $2 for the elevated level of service, and then $200 reduction. So $200 increase, $200 reduction, I think equals $400,000. And Mr. Matthews is giving me a head shake for that.
Okay, just because the description makes it look like it doesn't. The description makes it look like they cancel each other out.
Yeah, though, when you look at it there, despite when you're glancing at it, it does that way. But yeah, it's an overall swing between the cost and the revenue increase of $400,000. Is probably a way. So between revenue cost, the differential is $400,000. Revenues are going up by $200,000 and expenses are going down by $200,000 for an overall delta of $400,000.
400. Okay.
Acting Mayor Dodick.
Acting Mayor, I've been demoted?
It's not even that long. It's only 2:13. Deputy Mayor Dodick,
Thank
my
you.
apologies.
Yeah. Just going back to the 17,000, do you have any sense of how many of those 17,000 do not have access to email or e-billing services? And if they don't have access, what is expected of them? So there's a positive expectation on them to come here or somehow access it. So that's what concerns me a bit. So of that 17,000, you really don't know whether all 17,000 may not have access to e-billing. Well, 17,000 minus one, that being me.
Yeah, so I wouldn't want to speculate as to what percentage of those 17,000 do have access to email or digital technologies.
What is going on? Was there some discussion about that? Because, some people are going to all of a sudden be getting billed, not receiving printed copies, being penalized because they're not paying on time. all because they don't have access to it, because you're going to have a system that shoots it. So at least there should be a default position that if the email doesn't show as being received, or the email doesn't show as being received, then it should be mailed out. Is that how it's going to work? Because you got to somehow close the loop in there.
So just to clarify the question, and I'll answer, and if I'm still off, please ask again. We're not removing access to anybody receiving their utility invoice. So again, printed, for those that are currently receiving printed mailed invoices would continue to receive those. But on January 1st, they would just pay an additional $2 on their utility bill for that service. So we're not taking anything away and having them re-opt in. It's just.
So there's a positive obligation. If they want to save the $2, they have to say to you, I want my bill to be sent by e-bill. Okay. That does close the loop. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other questions in the queue, but one thing I apologize, as we go through here, we've went through 18 of them, or 16, I guess, with a couple that have been removed. I want to ask if there's anybody in the public that wishes to speak to any of these previous ones, and we'll revisit it if needs be. If there's anyone in the public, my apologies, up to number R18 that we're on at the current moment. Seeing none, all right, and I will make sure to ask at the beginning of each of these if there's anybody wish to speak. When there's this many, keep forgetting that. My apologies. All right, so to Councillor Bieber to open debate.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Well, as we heard about this initiative, it's going to create quite a savings, and we're hearing taxpayers want to save money. And I know this is for some seniors and some others who may see this as $2 a month as being inconvenience. I get that, and I have concerns about this, but there are savings, and nobody is going to lose their bill, their paper bill. So I am going to recommend we support the motion.
Councillor Crowson.
I will be voting against this because one of the things we haven't done is had conversations with people about some of these. And I know there are many that are minor, but this one I think will be something that will be problematic to some people. Technology is not their friend. They're going to feel like we are putting more pressure on them. We might just see it as changing the level of service. They may see it as the city doesn't actually care that I get my utility invoice or not. I also have a bit of a problem with the strategic alignment in alignment with the overall sentiment from council regarding user fees and user pays. I don't remember giving that sentiment at any point. That wasn't a motion, that wasn't in our strategic plan. We've never actually had that philosophical debate about who should pay for what and how things are paid. So on that and on the other concerns, I will be voting against this.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Dodick.
Yeah, council specifically discussed the amount of consultation there was going to be having with respect to the stub year debate, and there was going to be limited consultation. So, and that's exactly what happened here. I will be supporting this because it actually does make sense, even though the fact that it will be costing me an extra $2 a month. But I will have an option to turn that $2 into a $2 savings. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. I too will be supporting this at a close to $500,000 savings. I appreciate this coming forward, and you do have for the $2 or $24 a year, if you do want to receive the printed invoice, you have that opportunity to have that done, but at a savings of, again, close to $500,000 to cut back on the printed invoices and mailing costs. I would definitely ask my colleagues as well to support. And with that, back to Councillor Bieber.
If there's no more debate, I'll just call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And those opposed? So that's 6 to 2. Moving to R19, utility billing and customer care, utility invoice reprint fee. So R19, be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R19, utility billing and customer care, utility invoice reprint fee as a new $5 fee for requested reprints of utility invoices, resulting in a budgeted revenue increase, and allocated as follows, $20,000 in 2027. Question I have for City Manager or his designate is seeing what we just passed here earlier. And with this $20,000, would this still be realized? So if you're not getting an invoice, this is actually to print the invoice if you came in, or if you did pay your $2 and got it mailed to you and you lost it, you would come back in for a $5 reprint. Is that right to say?
Thank you for the question. Really what this fee is for people that have already received their invoice, whether printed or digitally. And I would say this typically happens a lot around tax season, where individuals will come in and ask us to reprint their utility invoices that again, they've already received, they've already paid. This is, again, I would suggest a lot of times this may be landlords, as an example, coming in and needing their month or their annual utility amounts for tax purposes. We see it for that, but for other reasons as well. So this is really, it's not for that initial time that they would receive their invoice. This is for people that are looking to have a reprint for whatever reason.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf?
And just making sure there's 4,000 of these folks who show up and ask for these things?
This is an estimate. Again, I'm actually hoping it's probably less. But again, we do have a significant amount of these that do come in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doria.
Quick question. Does this include reprint for business permits or only utility invoices?
This is just for utility invoices.
So not other permits? Yeah.
Not other ones, although I do believe, and I don't want to speak for others that are not in the room, I do believe other departments across the city do charge for reprinting tax notices and different things like that.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Mayor.
And a question I have is you can go online, I know not everybody can, and reprint all of these yourself. Is that fair to say? Those are available? I know the answer to that, but just to confirm.
Yes, that would be correct. Again, lots of great information on through your digital account, your e-utility account, past invoices, consumption, all of that is available there for customers.
Great, thank you. With that, can I have a mover? Councillor Campbell, and open debate, Councillor Campbell.
Call for the vote.
Question been called, all in favor? All those opposed? So that's 7-1. A resolution from Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel eliminates Saturday summer service for routes 51, 52, and 53, R20. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiatives R20, eliminate Saturday summer service for routes 51, 52, and 53, resulting in a net budget decrease, and allocated as follows from 2027, reduction of $82,320. I know I do have Ms. Riley May, VP of External Affairs from U of L Students Union, up to speak to that, and please come forward, Ms. May, and
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Higgin. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Riley May. I am the Vice President External for the University of Lethbridge Students Union. I am just going to pull up some information here to speak to this particular motion. Okay. First, I do want to acknowledge that I understand the financial realities that the city is facing right now with the budget decisions that have to be made. I'm not here to make your jobs harder, but I am here because I believe that our students should be partners in this decision, especially when these decisions are being proposed. At its core, my concern today is not simply about the proposed transit changes, but also about the consultation process that led to them and the opportunity that we can have to strengthen the partnership that we have that already exists between the city and our post-secondary institutions. Only 3 months ago, the University of Lethbridge Students' Union and the Graduate Students Association spent hundreds of hours campaigning to our students to preserve the UPass program. Outside of my own campaign work as an arts and science representative at the time, I skipped classes to spend my days tabling, talking to students, and scheduling myself to be able to introduce myself to different classes to encourage participation in the transit referendum because I knew how many students rely on it every single day. At the University of Lethbridge Students' Union, 1,240 students voted in favor of continuing the UPass program, as well as an increase, representing 72.9% of the voters. Our graduate students delivered a nearly identical result with 74.5% voting in favor. The students voted yes to a fair increase. Thus, our students placed their trust in a partnership between the city transit and our student reps, which is why we were disappointed to learn of the proposed service reductions yesterday. I don't believe that the notification of the proposal, which we only received on June 3rd via email and through informal conversations with city staff yesterday, over the last year, the city and the university have publicly committed to strengthening our collaboration through the MOU between our institutions. Programs like City Scholars have been built around the idea that students should be involved in solving community challenges and shaping the future of Lethbridge, and I think those are excellent goals, and I believe in those goals. I think that this is an opportunity to apply that same spirit of collaboration to transit. The referendum result was secured through good faith negotiations and through representations made about the future of transit service. Student leaders communicated those commitments across campus, yet the evening service discussion never materialized. And now students are being asked to consider the loss of Saturday summer service as well. Students were asked to pay more for transit only a few months ago. It is frustrating, exhausting, and difficult to explain to them why one of the first major discussions following that vote is a reduction in service. When students vote in a referendum, they do so based on the information available to them at the time, maintaining trust in the process. We recognize that ridership does decline during the summer months, but this does not dispute the data showing lower usage at all. But the percentages alone don't tell the full story. As student leaders, we know the faces behind those numbers. A graduate student mentor of mine regularly stays late in the lab because the equipment needed for their research is booked during the day. At least 4 of my closest friends are international students who remain in Lethbridge all summer because traveling home simply is not financially realistic. I have friends working full-time jobs throughout the summer because that income is what allows them to return to school in September. I know many students who cannot afford a vehicle, insurance, fuel, and parking costs on top of tuition, rent, groceries, and everything else that comes with pursuing a post-secondary education. So for many of these students, our summer service and our transit is not a preference, it is our only option. When we discuss a 60% reduction in ridership, we can't forget the 40% that remain. Those students are people still trying to build a future for themselves. The students who continue using these routes throughout the summer aren't casual riders. They're graduate students conducting research throughout the summer, our international students remaining in Lethbridge year-round, students working full-time jobs, our own campus employees, and students living in circumstances where access to vehicles is simply not an option. For those students, transit is how they get to work, it's how they get home, it's how they get access to healthcare, groceries, our essential services, and how they participate in our own community. The Lethbridge Polytechnic and the University of Lethbridge serve approximately 15,000 students in a city of just over 100,000. Post-secondary students represent roughly 14% of our population in the city and a significant portion of our workforce. The city's own strategic priorities recognize post-secondary education as critical to Lethbridge's future growth, innovation, economic development, and student retention. So our request today is simple. Before any final decision is made, we welcome the opportunity for the city, transit, the ULSU, the GSA, and students to sit down together and work through these concerns collaboratively. We ask that ridership data be shared transparently, including the route level and seasonal breakdowns, so that all parties can evaluate the proposal using the same information. If the changes ultimately move forward, we do ask for a bit of a more robust awareness campaign, as the ride-on-demand service is not as familiar to our students before implementation. But more importantly, it's just to establish more than just the single route discussion, but more of a consultation process for these proposed changes before they are proposed themselves. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. May. Appreciate you coming forward, and thank you for your patience while we went through a bunch of these other initiatives prior to this one. Is there anyone else in the gallery that wish to make a presentation on this? Seeing none, I'll open it up to questions. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your feedback. Mr. Brierley, we do have our own transit committee and admin. Did they have any feedback on this decision with R20 and 21?
We have Mr. Sanchez and Mr. Jewell here, so I'll leave them to answer these questions.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I believe we haven't had the first meeting yet. The committee was established at the beginning of this year, but the first meeting will be happening during the summer.
Okay, thank you. When we look at transit overall, are they running a surplus or a deficit, Mr. Matthews?
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. I don't have the current forecast for this year yet, but as of last year, they were running a deficit. In fact, there was a few things that I believe Mr. Jewell and Mr. Sanchez had to do to actually restructure the routes to actually lessen the amount of a deficit that would came in. And I believe the deficit was around $400,000, if I remember right.
Yeah, I'm sure those numbers are right based on past years. This is one of the reasons when I saw R20 and 21, I was a little bit surprised that they were in there. Specifically this service, but also even if conversation with the U of L and the transit committee suggested making changes, this department needs the money. Why not move it around and just get better service? So I will not be supporting these because, one, I don't think we've done our work on this to decide if these are the appropriate places to cut. And two, I don't think there should be any cuts in transit at all. Because I think this service is needed. Gas prices keep going up. We're going to see more people using it. We know the university students are using it. University has summer classes just as much as they have fall classes. People are still having to live and do their lives. So I can't see why 20 and 21 are here, and I will not be supporting either one.
And to continue with questions, Councillor Wolf.
Mr. Sanchez, so just to clarify, if this was to pass during these periods, where will the closest bus stop? Is it that bus stop right kind of at the when you come off of WOOP up there?
Thank you for the question. And I will start, and I have Mr. Jewell here that can provide more options to this answer. Just to clarify, there is a reduction of this service for this route in particular, but there will be options like ride on demand.
Right.
So there will be still service available on the weekends, on Saturdays, but the service will be provided through ride on demand. And one of the main reasons is when you look at the ridership for this route, we look at the history, I believe it's less than 250, 260 riders over the 4-month period from May till August. So that's where ride on demand will be a better fit because this will provide that service. But Darwin can, I don't know if there is anything else we want to add.
So I'm looking to know to the university if we pass this.
The answer is there won't be a bus stop. The ride on demand is basically a dial your bus. What we looked at, and I want to try to address what Councillor Crowson was talking about, it pains me to do any transit service cuts. The instructions was with minimal demand, with minimal impacts. So right now, all 3 50 series routes, 51, 52, 53, there is no 51, 52, 53 on a Sunday. So basically Saturday will be taken away as a bus, a fixed bus route. Ride on demand would replace it. So no one would lose a bus service, but there won't be a bus stop there. There'll be a bus ride on demand calling that. The other thing I wanted to acknowledge, we've been talking to the university for at least a year now. One of their biggest requests was to increase service on 51, 52, 53, Monday through Friday. Right now it ends at 10 o'clock or at 7 o'clock. We would like to increase it to 10 o'clock. There's no opportunity for a budget initiative this time around. That'll probably be for 28 to 31. But What we did was we took the budget instructions is to reduce with minimal impact. So this one here is $82,000, and no one would lose bus service. They wouldn't have a fixed route service there. It would be a ride-on-demand service because Mr. Sanchez is correct. It's about 65 to 70% reduction on the Saturday service in the summer versus the Saturday service September through April.
There is no regular north-south along University Drive there buses anymore on a Saturday?
Oh, there's tons. Like,
Okay,
there's,
so-
the 1 and 2 runs every 30 minutes. There's no changes to the number 1 and the number 2. That runs up and down University Drive, both connecting
Okay.
to the university from the north end of the University Drive to the south end.
So what's going to stop is these buses that turn off and go into that roundabout.
What'll stop, those buses also go into the university roundabout, the university loop. The 1 and the 2 are our high-frequency runs. There are no changes with those. What we're talking about is the 50 series are neighborhood runs. They're a little bit slower. They go into the community. They go into Métis Trail, for example. The 1 and the 2 does not. So the 50 series buses run Monday through Saturday. And so the thought was we can eliminate the Saturday service to save some money, but it wouldn't lose the transit service because it'll be replaced by an on-demand.
Thank you. And to the presenter, Ms. Vice President, are you most dissatisfied with the methodology that came to this, or are you most dissatisfied with the reduction in service? Or equal?
What I will say is the service for the students, because of how many still rely on them in the summer.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Jewell, a question I have for you is, this number is shocking to me. There 250 over 4 months is what you say roughly ridership. So my question to you, Mr. Jewell, is if you're not losing a bus service, so you're not going to lose, if you need a ride, you will get a ride. It'll just be on demand to be able to save some of these dollars. It's not that there will not be a service on these days. I think I heard you, but just want you to confirm that to me.
That is exactly correct. So basically, the service would move from a 50 series fixed route bus to a on-demand service. It's exactly what happens on Sundays. So it would be basically Saturday service is now the same thing as Sunday service. And there is no change in the number 1 or the number 2 that is the higher frequency that goes from the extreme south side. So there's no change with that.
So hearing Ms. Mayen talking about friends that stay a little bit later, that's not going to be an issue because they still will be able to call up right on demand.
Yes, that hasn't changed. That ends at midnight.
So they'll still get a ride. That's my main part, is I just want to make sure they'll still have a ride if they're not during the day, closer to the evening, it'll just be ride on demand.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you for that. Councillor Doria.
My question is, Mr. Joel, okay. So my question is regarding the ride in demand. So is it accessible? Like, what is the interval? If I call now, if one student will call at, say, 8 o'clock, call for ride in demand, how long do I have to wait? Or another student will be calling around 8:15. So is that readily available when we call, or there is a big gap on the time of or interval?
They are readily available, but if you have two customers calling at the same time, we can only serve one, or we can pick them up at the same time. You asked about accessibility. They are accessible vans. Basically, they're similar to our Access-a-Ride vans. They're basically shuttle vans, and all they'll do is they'll pick you up actually from your home and take you to a hub site, and then you'll catch the larger bus from there. So whether it's 5 minutes or 15 or 20 minutes, it's all depending on when that call comes in, if that service is available. And it'll also take you from the bus stop where they drop you off with the fixed route bus and take you back home in back and forth. So it's the third level of service. We've got our primary level of service, the high frequency, the neighborhood, the 50 series buses, secondary routes, and then the ride on demand serves the rest of the city where you can't afford a fixed route bus going in there.
Oh, how many units do we have for the ride in demand?
We have 7 units for ride on demand. However, we only have 4 zones. So essentially it's 4 areas. On the west side, there's the north end of the west side, the south end of the west side, basically Whoop Up Drive's the dividing point, one in the northeast and one in the southeast.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Yeah. Sorry. Just in the spirit of détente and relationship building with our post-secondary institutions, is there an appetite to kind of communicate this with the students and the student union? Mr. Sanchez, would you be, and well, you can speak to that as well, both of you. I mean, I think part of the frustration that I'm sensing is that we didn't know about this. I mean, if that's fair.
Yes, thanks for the question. And I will say that definitely it can be done better. We could have probably sent the communication sooner to the student association, and there were some issues internally that prevented us to send that communication a week ahead of what we did. But what I also will say is that I know Mr. Jewell and the team will ensure the conversation continues. And when this was presented, it was based on what is the best for the system and also ensuring that they don't lose any service. So that's where the on-demand is present. And we will take this for future opportunities and ensure that we have, or we improve the communication back and forth with them. The other element too is that I believe there are a few students part of the transit committee that is going to start happening in this summer. So that will also help to have that channel, to have the communication back and forth.
And does this, if this is passed, does this begin this summer, or goes into next year?
That's correct. It will begin, my understanding is next year.
Oh, it's next year. Okay, so you guys are good for this year. That will continue this year. Okay. Thank you. I hope there is a follow-up that we continue the dialogue with 2 organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. So further to that, this does not start this summer? I want to make sure that does not start this summer?
That's correct. This is for the 2027 operating budget.
Oh, so you can have that communication over the next year with the university?
That's correct.
Excellent. Okay, that's a very big perspective. Thank you very much, Councillor Campbell. I thought it was starting this summer, so thank you for that. Councillor Crowson.
A couple of questions for you, if you don't mind. So you're talking on behalf of university students. Do university students have jobs and contribute to the local economy in Lethbridge?
Yes, absolutely. I will say for myself, before I was a Vice President External, I worked at Canadian Tire. I also worked as a disability support worker in SACLA, and I have many friends who stay in Lethbridge during the summer who are also students who hold similar positions within the community for jobs.
And would transit be one of the ways they get to their jobs?
That is correct.
Do students pay rent, buy groceries, go to restaurants, and support the local economy in Lethbridge?
Yes.
Do you think they maybe support their local economy as much as a curling tournament?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Sorry, that was actually just for my colleagues to hear. Don't worry about it. Okay. It's just some people would give millions or thousands and thousands of dollars to curling, but not to help our transit people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no further questions. I will finish one more because I just want to make sure that I understand a couple of things here with the 2027 budget being starting next year. Also, these folks will not miss out on transit. They will all have the ability to take transit via ride on demand. I know my area where I live, it's all ride on demand. Everyone will still have that ability.
That is correct.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf?
I'm sorry, you're going to be the victim of some really silly questions here. So if the numbers hold at $82,000 in savings, knowing that there's going to be no sacrifice in, well, limited sacrifice in service to no sacrifice in service, are you as the union vice president telling me that we should be spending $316 per rider over the summer to keep the system the way it is without these cuts?
I cannot make comment to how the city does their budget.
It's okay, the question's not really for you, but thank you.
My apologies.
Any further questions in the queue? Seeing none, to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel to open debate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you very much, VP May, for coming in and speaking to us. I'm actually taking this motion so that I can suggest my colleagues vote against this reduction in service. It's a loss of access. It says right in the summary, reducing access during this period is estimated to result in approximately 5% of total boardings losing access to transit. That's a loss of access. A loss of access, and there's nothing in there that states we will compensate for that. It's a loss of service, and it's not just students that use this service. Certainly, we need to consider students as our partners in this, but we are trying to work towards building a reliable transit system, and to build a reliable transit system, we need to prove a reliable transit system, and that means not consistently or constantly changing up service. That's one of the biggest complaints I get about our transit service, and that's what makes it unreliable, is that we keep changing service. Our transit system is intended to undergo a review, so let's get that done. This is, as we've heard, part of economic development. Making sure people can get around the city, bringing reliable transit service is part of making sure people get to work and people can contribute to our community. People still use this service throughout the summer. It's not just students that are using the service, and this becomes a barrier to access. So with that, I will be asking our members of council to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick.
I, on the other hand, will be supporting this, and I do appreciate the students both at the Polytechnic and the University of Lethbridge that they do contribute to the community, but the community is more than just the students at those two institutions. It's we all pay taxes, and one of our duties is to ensure that we get the best bang for our buck. We've been told that there would be minimal impact. We're talking about Saturday ridership that starts in next year, and that ride on demand will be available for the very few students that are actually using this service on Saturday. So if we're going to throw around words like fiscal responsibility from time to time, this is one of those areas where fiscal responsibility dictates that this resolution do pass. There will be time for discussions in the future with respect to transit. Transit always been hugely and highly subsidized, and it keeps getting subsidized more and more. And then I keep hearing that the level of service keeps going down as well. Okay, we're going to get answers, hopefully, to some of that in the future, but with respect to this resolution, I think it's incumbent upon council to support it, and I would ask the council do support it. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions and the response that came in. My biggest concern is that students would not have a ride, and that was concerning for me, but understanding that there will be no loss for students. They'll be able to use the on-demand. And when I look at the math of what we heard was correct, 250 users over 4 months, that comes with each particular bus ride to be $329.28 for each ride. I just can't, I can't support a $330 bus ride, and knowing that we do have transit will be available through on-demand for students, and that there will not be a loss of service to get those students back and forth. Again, $330 a ride, I just can't support. So anyone else for debate? To close debate, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And those opposed? So 1, 2, 3, all right. All right, moving on to my colleagues who want to take a 5-minute recess.
I could have one.
And thank you very much, Ms. May, for coming. Okay. Let's do quickly then R21 if we could. So Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Eliminate summer service for Route 62. Be it resolved, the Communications Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative R21, eliminate summer service for Route 62, resulting in a net budgeted decrease as follows: $159,359. My question is to Mr. Sanchez, or through the city manager. Folks will still have the ability to access this with assessor ride? Is it going to be any different or similar to the motion before?
Thanks for the question. This one is actually has a very similar approach, but an additional benefit. The on-demand service will also be available for students that would like to use the service. And there is a bus route, which is the number 2, that goes 200 meters. It does not enter into the college. The bus route that we are proposing to cancel for those months is the one that enters into the traffic circle in the college and goes out. Number 2 goes just before entering the college and turning left. So that service still is in place. The only difference is students will need to walk 200 meters to get to the college during the summertime. So again, it's a similar approach. We are guaranteeing that still the service is in place and we will be able to achieve the savings.
Do you know how many will be affected by this? Will have to walk the additional 200 meters?
On this one, we had a higher ridership. We're talking about 2,500 riderships or boardings that we had during the last year.
So 2,500 riders is what will have to walk the additional 200 meters.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, it's not 200, it's 400 meters from that intersection up to the entrance of the college.
Okay, and that's 159. And how many you say, 1,500?
No, 2,547. That's the number of boardings that we had.
Oh, okay. All right, those numbers are a little bit better, but thank you very much for that. Any further questions? Seeing none, Councilor Schmidt-Rempel, open.
Oh, okay, seeing no questions. For all the same reasons that I opposed the last motion, I will be opposing this one, and I would ask for my colleagues to do the same.
Question's been called. Oh, to debate, Councilor Dodick.
For all the reasons that I said for the last one, I would ask the council support this resolution.
All right, question's been called. All in favor? And those opposed? All right, thank you. So now we'll take about a 10-minute recess. We'll be back here at 3 o'clock. Mr. Westerson, we're good? All right. So moving on to distribution operations, R22. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommends City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R22 distribution operations as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follow. And remember, this is not from taxation, this is from utility charges of $353,200 in 2027. If I can have a mover on this one. All right, Deputy Mayor, thank you. And we'll open it up to questions. If there's no questions, which I see no questions, Deputy Mayor, to open debate.
Me? Sorry, which one was this?
R22.
R22.
It says the strategic alignment is fiscal responsibility. I would ask for support.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And moving to eliminate Christmas tree recycling program, R23. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R23, eliminate Christmas tree recycling program as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. And again, this is under utility charges, not taxation, and 2027 of $16,000. Can I have a mover on this? Councillor Campbell. And any questions on this? Yes, Councillor Wolf.
To the city manager delegate, is there still quite a demand from nonprofits to participate in this program?
So we have here today Mr. James Nichols, and he has the numbers to answer that question.
Because like I know, for example, there used to be multiple scout troops in the city that have disappeared and stuff like that, so.
So last year we had about 8 volunteer groups that were interested in participating in this program. Yeah, it's been pretty steady.
Steady, okay. If we were to stop doing this, what happens to the trees?
So there are several options that are still available to residents for the disposal of Christmas trees. We do have our large item service still available for residents to dispose of these trees. With the inception of the Green Cart program in 2023, residents can cut up those trees, place them into their green cart if they want to do that as well. That fits in there nicely. They just have to cut them up, can't shove the whole 6-foot thing right in there. It may cause a few issues, but yeah, we ask that they get cut up. And then residents can also take it out to the Waste and Recycling Center if they'd like to dispose of it immediately as well.
If I may, off the top of your head, if you don't know, it's fine, but can you list off some of the groups that would have benefited from this program last year or the previous years?
A lot of sports groups put their name forward. So we've worked with a few sports groups. Last year was the Lethbridge Skating Club that volunteered for this. We see Scouts have participated, some school sports groups as well. So quite a variety.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Campbell's 2-foot tree can go in straight into the green bin is what you're saying. Straight in the green bin. All right. A mover for this one, it was Councillor Campbell. Councillor Campbell to open debate.
Call for the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? And those opposed? Right. So it's 5-3. All right. Next one, another utility reduction is eliminate free Saturday disposal at the Waste and Recycling Center. Oh, did I miss one? What do you got? I got R25. Sorry? Oh. Councilor, oh, sorry, I did have one that I thought was the previous. All right, so move from Councilor Wolf, eliminate the fall leaf collection program. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative R24, eliminate the fall leaf collection program as a budgeted reduction and allocate it as follows. From 2027, utility charges of $55,000. Question that I would have to, I'm not sure, City Manager is designate, these leaves can go obviously into the green bin.
Yep.
That's correct. That's correct.
That's correct. All right. It's just obviously there may be many more than what can fit in a green bin. You might have to store them and every week load them up again, but that would be a reduction of $55,000. All right, Councilor Wolf.
In light of the vote for the previous motion and this motion, do we have some capacity to inform the public? For example, you might have people who just stick the whole tree in the green bin and not think to cut it in half. You know, do we have something that we're going to be able to roll out as far as public awareness is concerned?
Yeah, we wouldn't be implementing any of these changes, thankfully, until the 2027 year. So we would have lots of time, ample time to provide some communications out to residents to prepare for that transition.
Thank you.
Councilor Bieber.
Do we know the demographic of the resident who is actually using this tree collection? Because I can see some problems with seniors and others who may not.
This is for the leaf collection program.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, the leaf collection program, I mean, do we have a demographic of who's actually relying on the leaves to be picked up? Because there's people that may not have vehicles to take it to the waste and recycling centers, or who could have access. Yeah, basically.
No, thank you for the question, Councilor Bieber. We have some statistics on where the users are coming from. I don't have demographic breakdowns, but I can say that the South Side is by far the biggest user of this particular service. We had 900 stops last year that we offered for the fall leaf collection service. Of those, we offered 460 in the South Side, and 65% of those were used in the South Side. Whereas you compare that to the North Side, only 35% of the stops that we offered were actually taken up and used by residents. So South Side tends to be the most, the biggest users. No surprise, you have the most heavily treated area, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Crowson.
Usually I like to be incredibly logical, but I'm going to vote against this because I have a feeling this is going to become like the front lane or front drive or garbage pickup, that there are going to be people who are going, how did you change this without talking to us? So yeah, I'm just not feeling comfortable with this, so I will be voting against this.
I will be voting in favor of this just for the mere fact that this won't start till next year, so we got a lot of time to communicate the changes, over a year to communicate those changes, so I will be supporting that. Councillor Dodick.
I will also be supporting it. You have to remember, as noted in the material provided to us, that there are several options available to residents to dispose at. Let's not forget about the regional sites as well that's available for that purpose, as well as the green bins that we've been talking about.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
I too will be opposing this. As somebody who has historically had anywhere between 36 and 42 bags of leaves because of the tree that we have in our front yard, I, fully utilized the green bin, but we were still putting leaves in the green bin well into the spring. So I do think that this, as Councillor Crowson said, would be a service level reduction that we are going to get a number of calls on. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf. Oh, all right. With that, to Councillor Wolf to open debate. I guess we've kind of had debate already. So the question then, Councillor Wolf?
Call the question.
Question been called. All in favor? And those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's, yeah, so it's a lot. All right, eliminate free Saturday disposal at the Waste and Recycling Center, R25. Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Dodick. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative R25, eliminate free Saturday disposal at the Waste and Recycling Center as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. Again, under utility charges in 2027 of $258,750. A question I would have, I don't know if Mr. City Manager is designate. This has been a topic of conversation, many calls, suggestions, et cetera, I've received. And some of those questions were, could we make it so that you have, similar to the large pickup item, if you can have this once a year or twice a year? Is there any information that you've gathered on that that could be answered?
Thank you for the question. And again, I'm going to start, and Mr. Nichols has more information, but the short answer is yes, we could explore options like a limited amount of passes to the free Saturday disposal. That could be picking a number anywhere from 1 to 4, 5, and residents could get that. We will need to do the math and do the calculations in order to define, but it's a possibility.
So a member of council could bring forward a resolution after, so if this does pass, a member of council could bring a motion forward if it's either one time or going into the 2028 to 31 budget to add that as a 1 or 2 or 3 pickups a year or whatever that looks like. This is just for a 1 year, what we would have, so that reduction. So is that something that could come forward at a later time?
So what I will suggest, I think it's a good idea because this could be a pilot that we can run and do this modification and then come back for the full next budget with options for council to consider in order to make a decision that will be permanent moving forward.
Thank you. Councillor Beaver.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I've been in the dump a few times, and there's times when my car probably wanted to kick me out and leave me there, but do we know how many commercial users are using this thing on a Saturday? Because when I have been there, it seems like there's huge loads and loads that are coming in, and they're not just the average guy from his backyard.
Yeah, we do have, we suspect there are non-Lethbridge residents that do utilize this service periodically. We've recently been able to, with the upgrades at the scale house, come up with a better tracking system, a more rigid way of holding people to account so we can ensure that Lethbridge residents and only Lethbridge residents are utilizing this service. So again, to Mr. Sanchez's point, if the 27 year we were able to do something like a pilot, we'd be able to utilize our more rigid, our more stringent tracking mechanisms to more clearly understand who's using this site.
So further to that then, so over the next year, because it's in 2027, you'll start, if this was to pass, to start to do a lot more tracking so we have a better understanding for next year when it was to take place. Is that fair to say? Mr. Sanchez or...
Yeah, so we do have, again, with the scale house updates that we've made, we've already started that tracking process. So previously, you may remember when you visited the Waste and Recycling Center, they asked you for a phone number, and that was the mechanism that was used to track. It was a very honest Abe kind of system. So now with the system we have in place, we're tracking license plate numbers. We have a much more rigid way of knowing who should be using this facility. And with that information, we can make much better decisions and hold people much more accountable, ensuring that only residents of Lethbridge use this site.
Thank you for that. Acting Mayor.
Thank you very much. Can you help me understand how R25 and R26 are tied together?
Yeah, so the main difference between R25 and R26 is two separate initiatives, definitely. 26 is the reduction of the summer hours. So the Waste and Recycling Center during summertime extends the hours of operations from 5 p.m. till 7 p.m. That extension of time is typically to allow people to get off work and use the facility. But the reality is that the usage of those hours is not as much as we originally expected when this program was implemented. The other benefit to, or the relationship that could be into those, and it's something we have talked internally to, right now we call R25 free Saturday disposal. Something we want to review and bring forward for the next operating budget is that it does not necessarily need to be a Saturday program. So if we change the program to give residents 2 passes, 3 passes, 4 passes, they could be used any day of the week. That will also benefit us to reduce the lineup and the traffic at the Waste and Recycling Center on Saturdays, and it will also align with this reduction of summer hours because then that need won't be there anymore. So we have multiple things that we want to review and see if they can benefit us and result in savings.
Okay. Thank you very much on that. Going back to R25, you've got the purpose and justification. While the budget fee disposal was at $258,000, the actuals came in at $393,000, but our utility charge decrease is showing $258,000. Why would we not use the $393,000 when that was the actual number?
So the main answer here is the 393 is the actuals, and we know, like Mr. Nichols explained before, we know there is some abuse to the system, and it's something that we haven't been controlling. And when I say abuse, it could be or people from out of town. They still give a number, and they can use the free Saturday program. We're doing changes in order to track that and monitor that better. We still believe that the 258 is the right number if we're able to cut down in the abuse and those people that are using the program, or even commercial, like businesses that are using the program, and be able to fit within the budget that we have.
Okay, and then just going back to what you said, we will be looking at other options coming forward next operating budget, so it might not be a Saturday free program, it might be something else?
That's correct. I think there is an opportunity to make this program better even for residents and not limit to one day, which is what, at the time, the program was in place to replace the spring cleanup program where people were leaving things on the alley, so it was very successful. But now we're to a point that we're ready to move to the next step, which is open the program to more days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bieber.
Just one more question. I mean, and this is a question I've heard a lot in the community. What is the cost per kilogram? Say a person wants to go on a Tuesday or a Wednesday because they're working a Saturday.
So the current rate per ton is $115 for mixed solid waste. Yeah, $115.
Per ton?
Per ton, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Councilor Croson. A ton weighs?
Put that into an average pickup truck. Like, what would the average person pay? Because if they're all bringing in a ton, we have a lot of waste in this community.
No, thank you, Councilor Croson. That's a great question. Average user that we see at these sites for Free Saturday is bringing around 100 kilograms worth of disposed waste. So the vast majority, or I shouldn't say the majority of users are coming once a year, and they're bringing on average around 100 to 150 kilograms of garbage. So that would be about $15 to $20 at 100 kilograms.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Dodick to open debate.
Yeah, thank you. It's already been commented on that non-residents have used this, as have commercial and industrial users, and clearly the budget, which was $258,000, is now $393,000. Unfortunately, when we have programs like this, they get abused to a certain degree, and they cost the community a fair bit of money. So that's the general taxpayer. So in this particular case, I think it would be incumbent on council to support this resolution and find out a different way for our users or for citizens to, drop off their 100 to 150 kilograms of stuff, rather than this way, which mainly seems to, in my view, support people who shouldn't be using it in the first place. So the savings of $258,750 could be used for better purposes in terms of providing a different mechanism to allow for the citizens to be able to use the waste and recycling site for the purpose it was meant to, in terms of the free use that this was intended for. So I would ask the council support this resolution.
Councillor Croson.
I won't be supporting this for similar reasons. If we had the new program in place and we were just making a switch, I'd absolutely be behind this. But one of the things we never costed out is what is the cost of cleaning things up if they do not have free drop-off and then go and use locations around the community, which will probably cost a lot more than this in staff time and in environmental issues and in everything else. So if we've talked about maybe we should consider this, maybe we should consider this, and if that was ready, I'm like, swap it out, just make the change. But we don't know what the new program will cost. We don't have it ready yet. Why put this off for the year? Have the time to do that work and show us a new program, and I'd be right behind this. But until then, I worry about all the other costs that could be there when we know people will take this stuff and they will go dump it somewhere else if they don't think they have an option.
Thank you. I will be supporting this. I see that we've got many months still to get that communication across. What I do like is, and some comments that I've received is, I work on weekends. Why do you guys only, allow this on the weekends? And so to Mr. Sanchez and your point, it gives folks possibly, if this is a route that we go, and I like some of the ideas that I've heard thus far, gives them the ability to go on another day. And if that's something we can look into, I'd greatly appreciate that. It's, over, if it's once a year, twice a year, whatever that looks like, I think that gives us a chance till next year to actually look at this and put something together. And if for some reason council doesn't like it at that time, we bring a motion forward to change that in 22 going forward. So right now I will support this and look forward to, again, this is a stub year, it's a 1 year. I look forward to seeing the results. Councillor Wolf.
I'll be supporting this and appreciate admins, these departments taking some time to come up with some really good ideas, and then we'll get better ideas as we get closer. But for now, this is a great solution and great start. Folks who want to circumvent the rules and dump are going to dump. They're not going to say, well, I couldn't go on Saturday. They don't want to wait 3 minutes to dump their junk. They don't want to be subject to a search of what they're dumping. They're just going to go dump it. So that's not a major concern of mine is an increase in illegal dumping. Those folks are going to do it either way. So I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Bieber.
Yeah, I think this is a great way to cut down on the users who shouldn't be using it. But I also think we need to communicate better what the actual cost is if people are going to go during the week. And it isn't free. I mean, 15, 20 bucks, it could be less. So, I mean, that's not that much of a charge. So I think we really need to get that message out to the community how little this actually does cost, even on a day when it's not free. So I am going to support this.
Thank you. To close, Deputy Mayor Dodick.
I would call for the vote.
Question been called. All in favor? Those opposed? That's 6-2. Moving on to R26, eliminate summer hours at the Waste and Recycling Center. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative R26, eliminate summer hours at the Waste and Recycling Center as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. From utility charges, a reduction of $82,000 in 2027. Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Wolf. And open to questions. Seeing none, to open debate, Councillor Wolf.
Once again, I appreciate our department's work on looking for solutions here. I think as we get closer to the time into 2027, we're going to have even more options available that will make this program accessible to people, and while at the same time looking for some savings here, which I think are worth it. So please support this motion.
Question's been called. All in favor? All those opposed? So 7-1. Thank you. All right, R27. I had two of them in here, so I have Councillor Wolf's on here, if you wouldn't mind taking this one as well, as I wrote your name on it. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include the initiative R27, yard waste sites closed on statutory holidays, as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. Under utility charges in 2027, $15,087. Questions? No questions to open debate. Councillor Wolf?
So just to be clear, this is proposing being closed on statutory holidays. That's it, correct? All right. I think it sounds great.
All right. Question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? Oh, we're getting 7 to 1. All right. Next, 2027 operating budget amendment, R28, the VLA.com Arena increase in concession prices. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R28, VLA.com Arena increase in concession prices, and to raise top selling items by 25 cents, resulting in a budgeted revenue increase, and allocated as follows in 2027 from taxation, a reduction of $30,000. I do have a question. I'm not sure who could answer my question, Mr. City Manager or his designate.
Ms. Norsworthy is here.
Oh, yes, Ms. Norsworthy. Thank you. Realizing the cost of rising food and what those costs have been, is the 25 cents, it's not that I'm advocating for more or less at this point, but is the 25 cents probably barely covers the increase in food costs. Is that fair to say, or?
25 cents on the top 3 selling items, the food cost increase has been relatively low, so that $30,000 increase does incorporate the food costs that would be attached to those 3 items, the top selling items.
And when were the items last had a price increase?
2024.
2024?
Yeah.
So you feel that 25 cents, it fits in line with, I mean, just to be competitive with other markets, I'm sure you've looked at other markets as far as cost of these. And can you tell me which items they are?
Yep, but I hope you still buy them.
Is it popcorn?
It is actually.
It is popcorn.
Yeah, the large draft beer and
Beer, okay.
the canned beer, the hot dogs, and the popcorn.
Hot dogs and popcorn,
Yeah.
all right. No, I appreciate that because it's 25 cents for that increase to realize the 30,000 savings. Thank you for that. Councillor Crowson.
So I was going to actually ask which 3 they are. So these would be right across, right? I mean, there's food and beverage in here, is beer, hot dog, and popcorn. When you talked, and I know we didn't do investigation into this, but do you have any concern that there will be people not buying things as a result? So you think you're going to make 30,000? Will people still buy regardless?
Yeah, we took an average of a couple of years in there, and given that it is a marginal increase, we didn't think there would be a huge pushback from the customers.
And you didn't think to go 50 cents?
I did think about 50 cents, yep.
Okay.
Thought this would be a little bit easier to swallow.
Wow. How about 50 on the beer and 25 on the other 2? People will pay anything for beer. All right, thank you.
I like the way you think. Yeah.
Have you been to well, I am talking about in Edmonton, and I'm sure that our beer prices are less than half. Well, I know for a fact that they are, and seeing what the prices are and seeing going to hockey games in Edmonton. And yeah, I think there's 25 cents, but my question is going to be, you have the special sometimes for the 2 hot dogs, if you recall. Is that just going to be 25 cents on both of them together?
Those would stay the same.
Those will stay the same
Yeah.
on the 2.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. Good. Thank you. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager designate. Is this not an operational matter? I'm not sure why this is in front of us. Help me understand why this is in front of this and why this just can't be done.
I'll weigh in, and Ms. Kleisinger and Ms. Norsworthy might have other comments, but there's a public-facing impact, so I would say there's a need for involvement by council as a result of that. So I understand that comment, but because of that factor, it should come to council.
Okay, so that we can get blamed for it? Because that's what everybody's just saying right now.
Some
I'm
might
just
say that's-
repeating what the rest of council is
Yeah, it aligns
echoing.
with council's role, I might say, but that's, yeah, it's, yeah.
Thank you very much. I would still argue this is operational, but, and please feel free to raise prices when you see fit.
Thank you. Councillor Beaver.
I'm just wondering why it's just limited to the top 3 items. Is there not a potential to even make a little more?
Yeah, there is for sure potential to increase. We just took the top 3 because they were the easier ones to apply. And obviously it shows more significant revenue increase. So Yep.
All right. Well, thank you for that. To open debate, Councillor Doria.
This is a start. Like, although there are only 3 items considered, or as Councillor Crossan said, maybe it's across the board, but this is a start that we can save to reduce the pressure of our operating budget. So I encourage my colleagues to support this resolution.
And thank you. As a budget initiative, and I see
budget
2022 to 2022. Boy, I'm going really back. The 2028 going forward, I'm sure you'll be back, or maybe if it's an operational thing, as you heard from Council Acting Mayor, that those numbers are looked at for future. So with that, I will be supporting this. Anyone else? Seeing none, Councillor Doria.
If there's no more questions, I call for the vote.
Question been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Norsworthy. All right, R29, VLA.com Arena Convention and Training Reduction. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R29, VLA.com Arena Convention and Training Reduction as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. From taxation, a reduction of $10,000 in 2027. Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Bieber? All right, questions? Seeing no questions, Councillor Bieber, to open debate.
Well, as the initiative says, it's an opportunity to assist with budget pressures by allowing entertainment event services to still maintain a portion of their convention and training budget, and it saves us a few $1,000s, so I will call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Next, R30, Fire and Emergency Services Training Travel Reduction. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R30, Fire and Emergency Training Travel Reduction as a budget reduction and allocated as follows from taxation of $55,000 in 2027. As soon as I see this, the Fire and Emergency Services, I want to ask the City Manager as designate, is this because of online training and other stuff? We still will have training to a level that is needed for Fire and Emergency Services.
The training that you see here would be a reduction in things like conferences and not anything that's mandatory training. So all of that will stay in the budget for anything that anyone on the floor requires to do their job. And this is more about the other types of travel reduction that we have that would be something that we could do online and look at different ways to do it.
So safety, we don't see a reduction in safety, you're saying, throughout the community with reducing this?
All of that training remains. Anything that's
Remains the same.
required for the fire service remains. This would be more of the nice to have type things that we'll find other ways to do.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councillor Crowson.
Having heard that answer, it makes me happy, but then can we rewrite performance measurement and reporting? Success will be measured if all mandatory training can be achieved with this reduction. Be much nicer if that said all mandatory training will be achieved even with this reduction. Because right there, you've already got an if in there, which is why you have the question of going, how safe is this? So there is no ifs, ands, or buts. Mandatory training will be achieved even with this reduction. Okay, yeah, because that was not well written in that one part. Thank you.
See no further questions. Councillor Crowson, have you take this motion? Oh, sure. Sure. All right. So Councillor Crowson to open debate.
As we've seen, this is training beyond what is needed for keeping the safety of the community. This would be for conferences, et cetera. As we know from other departments with online training and other options, there are ways of achieving this training without needing this expense, and I hope my colleagues will support this.
Question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? Okay, 8-1. Or sorry, 7-1. All right, so going to R31, cemetery maintenance, early fall end. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative R31, cemetery maintenance, early fall end, as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows: from taxation, a reduction of $11,993 in 2027. Any questions? Seeing none, Councillor Campbell to open.
Oh, yeah. It kills me to do this, but yeah, I think we should do it. So I'll call for the vote.
Oh, stick to your day job. All right. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Crowson.
Ms. Kleisinger, I probably spend more time in the cemetery than the average person ever should. I notice that we are picking up leaves less often. Is there any tripping hazard? Because I know I've sometimes been in the cemeteries when the leaves make some of the flat headstones hard to see. Will that be any issues at all? Has that been considered in this cutback?
Thank you for the question. Obviously, safety is a huge priority in our jobs, and we would look at trying to maintain that safety risk in our cemeteries.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure that was considered. Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. Acting Mayor.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Richter, for being here. Can you help me understand how R31, 32, and 33 all tie together? Just because there does appear to be some overlap, and yeah, help me understand the differences and how they work together.
Yep. So R31 is essentially cutting off our fall staff earlier by a few weeks. R32 is cutting off the summer staff a bit earlier in the season, and then R33 is taking one position away for the summer. So these are all non-permanent staff, shortening their working window for the season.
So we'll be reducing by one staff throughout the entire summer, though, under the cemetery maintenance?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I see no further questions, so to open debate, Councillor Campbell.
Again, just call for the vote.
I will be voting against this. If there is a drought and the cemetery is not getting watered or anything, the number of complaints that I hear goes up dramatically. And cemetery maintenance, even more than any other parks, is something the public really notices because, of course, their loved ones are buried there. So I will not be supporting these three initiatives.
Thank you. Question been called. All in favor? And opposed? 7-1. Next, cemetery maintenance, early summer, R32. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative R32 cemetery maintenance early summer as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows: from 2027 taxation, $14,092. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, if you take this one. And open up for questions. No questions, open debate. Acting Mayor.
I'll call for the vote.
Question been called, all in favor? Those opposed? Again, 7-1. And from Cemetery Services, the last one here, R33, 2027 Operating Budget Amendment, Cemetery Maintenance. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include R33, Cemetery Maintenance as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows: from 2027 taxation of $23,488. If I have a mover for this, Councillor Doria. All right, I see no questions, so to open debate, Councillor Doria.
I think it has been discussed about the cemetery maintenance, that it's not giving us a big impact, negative impact. So I'm calling to support this budget initiative.
Thank you. The question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? 7-1 again. Moving on to parks. So parks chemical application, R34. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include R34, parks chemical application as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows: from taxation, a reduction of $71,902. If I can have a mover for this, Councillor Wolf. All right. And question, Councillor Dodick.
Yeah, I'm just, in terms of the reduction of this, I just want to get a sense of what it means that, in terms of weed control. I do see that it says in the more visible areas, it's going to be fine, but in less visible areas, it'll be less fine. So just, could you broaden that a little bit for me so I understand what we're talking about?
Yeah, so a lot of these parks initiatives kind of have a similar theme, is that the intent is a lower level of frequency of maintenance in our sort of our lower priority park spaces. This was a direct recommendation from the master plan. So spaces like our linear parks, which are sort of those linear pathways and parks that connect to other parks, road buffers, those types of things. So it's a deliberate attempt to reduce service in these areas.
Okay, I know this is going to be a tough question, but I'm not even sure you can even answer it. If we consider what we have now, I'm going to just use it as 100%, like people are satisfied 100% with what they're seeing now in terms of the weed control and that sort of stuff, reducing by this amount, where would we be at? And if you can't answer it, that's fine.
Well, in terms of the budget for that account number, it's about a 10% reduction. So you'd probably see a few more weeds in certain spots. Again, we would remain focused on our higher priority parks, sports fields, our larger regional parks like Nicholas, Sharon, Henderson. So it'd be more of those lower end parks that don't see as many patrons, not as visible as often. That being said, some of those spaces are visible by vehicle traffic. Even though they're low use, they are high visible at sometimes. So.
Okay, so higher use areas they'll be fine, essentially.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just a question I would have, if for some reason something was, there was an area that's out of control and we've continued to get 311, gotten many calls to an area, I'm sure it's something that you would look at for future. As I recall, going back a few years, we made an adjustment with parks, and we changed that because we had a few folks reach out, so we had to adjust that motion, and there was a motion that came forward to council. Is that something, as you hear 311 and you have 20, 30 calls on a particular area, sorry, no, that's the one that we reduced, or do you look into that as being a more visible area and would address that accordingly?
Yeah, so we do have our schedules, and then what happens is as we will actually hit different parks as needed, depending on actual weed counts, visual weed counts that is, service requests and things like that. So we have a sort of a planned approach, but it's also an as needed approaches when those situations arise.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Bieber.
I'm just curious about the impact, and I'm just wondering, could there be a positive impact on critters who might munch on broadleaf weeds or use them to hide in and sleep in by reducing chemical application? Because this could potentially be a positive, couldn't it not?
Yeah, it's a hard question for me to answer. All the products that we use are regulated by the provincial government, so they determine how safe they are for different animals. However, you could say that in some ways, right? You talk about the bees, and we're now a bee city, and we're not spraying dandelions as frequently. Maybe that's a good thing. So there is potentially that spin you could put on it for sure.
Thank you. Question I would have, and because I've had these calls in the past and you hear people chatting about it through social media, et cetera, foxtail would be addressed. It's something that's a concern from many folks that have dogs, especially, is this something that is looked into on a regular basis, foxtail, not dependent on the area, but pretty much anywhere that there's a concern that somebody finds this noxious weed like that?
Yeah, so the problem with foxtail, it's actually a native grass. And because it is a grass, you actually have to use glyphosate, which is like Roundup, so it kills everything. So our broadleaf program, for those who don't know, is you can actually spray turf. It won't kill the grass, and it only kills the weeds. Foxtail is a grass. So if you're going to spray it, you're killing everything in the area. So our best approach for foxtail is to cut it early so it doesn't go to seed. So that's our best approach.
So, but for this here, that wouldn't make a difference for foxtail, this particular resolution?
Correct. We have other processes in place for that.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. I have no further folks in the queue, so Councillor Wolf to open.
Is there anybody in for debate? Thanks for having a look at this, and I'll call for the question.
Question been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Next, Parks Dryland Mowing, R35. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include R35 Parks Dryland Mowing as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows through taxation in 2027 of $38,700. If I can have a mover for this. Councillor Bieber, all right. All right, open for questions. Seeing no questions, Councillor Bieber for open debate.
Well, like the initiative says, it reduces service frequency in areas where aesthetics are a primary requirement. So visually, it may not have as much impact as other areas. So I would support this resolution and call it a question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? 7-1. Next, R36. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include R36 annual flower planting as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. From taxation, a reduction of $21,000 in 2027. Have a mover for this. Councillor Campbell. Open it up to questions. Councillor Crowson.
So this is flowers at Brewery Hill, downtown, Galt Gardens, other areas. Does that include the flowers in front of City Hall? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wolf.
No question, sorry.
Councillor Bieber.
Curious if these flowers are purchased locally.
Do a request for proposal every year, and we do get local contractors bidding on these.
Thank you. No further questions. Go to Councillor Campbell to open debate.
Yeah, just an unfortunate thing of us trying to find these reductions, because I love seeing all of the flowers around the city, but in this case, it's that time. We're looking for reductions, and this is another one, so I'll call for the vote.
Councillor Wolf.
While I certainly do agree with with Councillor Campbell, I'm just trying to have a mental picture in my head. Will I all of a sudden notice that there's just no flowers? Will I come around and be like, it seems to me this time of year we looked a little prettier and we looked a little more festive. And so I will say that maybe I would miss the flowers, and maybe that's just a romantic thing, and maybe I shouldn't vote like that. But I'm just totally visualizing strolling with Heather and not seeing any flowers. So maybe I'm a little troubled by this one.
So that put up a question, if I can ask a question. So this is not getting rid of every flower in the city of Lethbridge. There's areas I see that they're planting over police. Would that go away? There's, the hill coming in to Lethbridge on Brewery Hill. Is 100% all flowers gone, even including in Henderson, et cetera? Could you help me understand that? Because $21,000 seems like there's a lot more flowers than the $21,000 reduction.
Yeah, so locations would be Brewery Hill, City Hall, Yates, Gyro Park, Henderson Park, Galt Museum, Adams Park, LPS, and a few spots downtown. So, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Campbell.
Just with Brewery Hill, what will be there? Just nothing? Just
we have our regular displays, but we have our regular displays that just won't include flowers.
Okay, sort of. It'll be like it's January there. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Dodick.
Excuse me, I will not be supporting this resolution. I also am trying to visualize some of these areas without the flowers. We've been doing pretty good about eliminating all sorts of things. This one is not a extravagant want. It is a want, not a need, but it's a very pleasant want, and I would like to continue to see flowers. And at a cost of $21,000, I think our citizens will forgive us if we don't support this resolution.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I will not be supporting this resolution. For one, it supports a local business through the RFP, and it also ties directly to economic development of the community, making this community an attractive place for people to live and to invest. It's much like cleaning up graffiti, repairing fencing, and repairing broken windows, adding to the attractiveness and beauty of this city. I won't be supporting this.
Councillor Bieber.
Yeah, I can't support it either because I think a visually appealing downtown can attract more people. And again, as you said, it does support local business, and I think we have an obligation to do that. So I will be voting against it.
Councillor Croson.
I will obviously be voting against this. Not only do the flowers add an aesthetic appeal, but we would still have the beds there, and we still have to be getting rid of the weeds, and there'd be other problems with them besides. This puts something beautiful in there. It is something our residents expect, tourists expect when they come, that you have a nice-looking downtown, and I will strongly hope my colleagues will vote against this resolution.
Thank you, too. I will also not support this resolution. I remember going back, talking to the late Jan Foster, who was a part of Communities in Bloom, and it was a big part. We won many awards throughout the country for having the flowers of play that we did have at that time. And I just think it's a pretty minimal amount for what I believe it does for the community. And yeah, so I will not be supporting this. Councillor Campbell to close.
Yeah, I just, yeah, really had to rethink that because, and I think Councillor Wolf put me into a rom-com, and I feel, but, and the fact that, you know, the historic Brewery Hill, you got to have flowers in the Brewery Hill. So, yeah, I will not be supporting the resolution, so I'll call for the vote.
Question been called. All in favor? And those opposed? Everybody's, okay. That is defeated. All right, moving on to Parks Irrigated Mowing. So R37, be resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R37, Parks Irrigated Mowing, as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. Under taxation, 2027, $38,700. And if there are any questions? Seeing none, can I have a mover for this? Councillor Wolf. All right, to open debate, Councillor Wolf.
You won't hear me, shouting from the rooftops about environmental issues all that often. I think it's important, but it's left to people who are much more qualified than me. But as I look over several of these initiatives, I can't help but think of just like there's some real benefits here to be not running all this machinery and not using all this stuff that costs money and isn't great for the environment. And then I look at this here and I just think that if we look at a city that wants to be beautiful, but at the same time, be cautious of our resources, I think this is, it accomplishes that. So I appreciate those who looked at this, and I think I can support this. Thank you.
Councillor Dodick.
I'm declaring a perceived conflict of interest because I live near one of these areas that will have reduced mowing, and therefore utilizing the appropriate section of the MGA, I declare the perceived conflict of interest, and I also I'm allowed to stay during the vote, even though I will absent myself from the vote.
All right. I want to say if we all live close to one of these, we should all just not have, but I'll go to the vote here. So Councillor Wolf to close. Question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? So 1, so 6-1. And with Councillor Dodick not participating with a conflict. All right, the next one, if we're moving to Parks Irrigation, funny how we're talking about this today, the last couple of weeks, there was much moisture as we've received. But here we are. R38, be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative R38, Parks Irrigation, as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. From taxation in 2027, a $96,000 reduction. So for Parks Irrigation, can I have a mover for this? Councillor Doria. And open it up to any questions. I see no one in the queue. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Looking at the reduction of watering, what is this going to do, or what would the unintended consequences be on our urban canopy?
One of the issues is that we'll have fewer staff in the parks operating, maintaining our systems. If we get a break, it might take longer to repair that break, which could result in less watering and potentially damaging certain turf areas or plantings.
Okay, and what does, so we're looking, but it doesn't do anything then insofar as actual watering reductions?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions in the queue. So Councillor Crowson, I guess I do see some.
As I read this, now I can't find it. It did say that we were going to reduce how much watering we were going to do on school yards, wasn't it? From twice a week to once a week?
No, that means the preventative maintenance in terms of inspecting those sites. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so to Councillor Doria to open debate.
Yes, I think they are already considered that this reduction of scheduling, the reduction of winterization of the irrigation sprinklers are already considered here as one way to minimize our cost, and this is very important. Even though summer is, we need more water to irrigate our parks, but it is also important to consider that we need to conserve and find out whether we really need the irrigation on that particular time or not. So I suggest that my colleagues will support for this budget initiative.
Thank you. Question's been called. All in favor? And those opposed? 7-1. And last one in Parks Maintenance. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiatives R39, Parks Maintenance as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. From taxation in 2027, a reduction of $82,700. If I can have Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, Acting Mayor, move this and open it up to questions. Councillor Wolf.
We're almost done. So this one, I will say, probably concerns me a little bit more than some of the others. I just have a vision of like overflowing garbages and just problem with that. So these locations of these garbages, are these in somewhat less visited areas, or is this pretty much you're saying for the whole kit and caboodle?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, it would be like a prioritized process to identify garbages that aren't needing to be serviced as frequently. We've done a pretty heavy analysis over the winter time to find those locations, and that would be that reduction that you would see.
Okay, so, sorry, just make sure I understand. So you feel like there are sites out there that you've identified that can survive a 2 to 3 week window before they're emptied?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Dodai.
Debate or questions? Okay, so the question is, this initiative in the description, the last full sentence, presupposes flowers having been eliminated in a different initiative, which then means staff could focus their attention on other maintenance items instead of watering and maintaining flowers. So since we've actually not done that, we've now created a situation where we'll have staff having to do that. So even though this is in the form of a question, I can't support this. I'm concerned that this is too similar to what happened not that long ago where budget was reduced in terms of parks maintenance that caused a degradation in the parks requiring a significant input of funds to stop that degradation and return it to the parks to the way they were. So that's, the question part is, how does the fact that that one initiative with respect to the flowers is no longer in play?
You are correct. There's a connection here, and a lot of that maintenance work with those flowers is connected in this initiative here.
So,
if you'd like me to clarify more, so
Yeah, please.
So there's a level of effort to once the flowers are purchased, we have to plant them, we have to maintain them and water them. So there's a level of effort here that this initiative is looking at as well, amongst other services that we do. So there is a connection with that flower one. Correct.
So we purchased the flowers. So now that we supported the previous one, if we don't support this, can you tell me what issues we'll run into by not supporting this when it comes to what we did not support the reduction for beautification regarding flowers?
Yeah, so this would put further strain on our maintenance staff. So now if we take this one, if we approve this one, Pete's staff will have to balance the priorities between flowers and the regular maintenance duties that we've been working towards. So this would definitely be a bit of an impact.
So looking at this now, do you believe the full 82,700, if that was somewhat split in half or something, is that something, you know what I want to do actually, we're going to be back here tomorrow. I'd like to put this one off if I could, just so we can have better discussion with our administration, if I can postpone or table this, lay it on the table, yeah, to take tomorrow morning. To recess, yeah, if we can do that. Yeah. Is that all right? All right. Do that. All right, so let's move along to 2027 operating budget amendment, rec and culture training budget reduction, R40. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R40, rec and culture training budget reduction as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. In 2027 from taxation, a reduction of $15,000. Have a mover for this? And you know what? That's a very good point, Councillor Wolf. I went through all of this and I just see that there's staff here. However, I should be asking if there's anybody in the gallery that wishes to speak any of the resolutions we've seen thus far or waiting for one in the future. All right, thank you for that. As I look out and I don't see folks there, I should still ask that question. So thank you for that. So can I have a mover for this? So Councillor Wolf. All right. And open to questions. I see no questions. So Councillor Wolf to open debate.
I'll just call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you.
I just don't know why this guy.
All right. Moving to 2027 digitization of Leisure Guide, R41. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative R41, digitization of Leisure Guide, as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. In 2027 taxation of $15,000 reduction. Have a mover for this. Councillor Campbell, thank you. Open up to questions. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager designate, I see that we are going to provide a much simplified version of a printed format. When we talk about a much simplified version of a printed format, what does that mean?
Afternoon. Thank you for the question. We would be looking at a modified threefold pamphlet type format that would be distributed to the same 83 locations to start. And that would be accompanied by a bit of a poster campaign in all of those locations as well, where applicable, that would both have the QR code that would move you directly to the digitized version.
Okay. I guess what I'm looking at is, what about people who don't necessarily have access to the internet, can't easily access it, that sort of thing? How can they easily access swimming schedules, skating schedules, that priority information that they might be looking for that's delivered?
Yeah, and it's more a sense of reduction for all the other reasons, I think. There would be a bit of a lag in terms of how we distribute that or bring recognition to those that can't access the digitized version. The trouble is that we have no way of actually knowing if they use it to date anyways. Of the number of copies that we recover at the end of each month, and from the feedback from our major stakeholders, is that the interest is waning.
Okay, how many do you print?
3,700.
How many are returned?
Roughly 500 to 600 are recollected. That doesn't include ones such as the 500 to 600 that are given to the food bank, distributed in food hampers. Again, it's an add-on to them, so I don't know what the uptick is on a food hamper copy kind of thing. It doesn't really account for the ones that, if you're a hockey parent at Nicholas Sharon Arena, you pull it because you're in between hockey games, you read a page and then you leave it in the seats. It just goes into the garbage then. So what staff has done is kind of monitored it. That's the only way we could really track it. And it looks like we're wasting more than we actually are using.
Okay, and having come from a particular distribution model like that, I certainly understand what you're saying, but it sounds like you're at least getting well over half uptake of the 3,100 that you're printing.
Maybe rephrase that one.
So you said you're printing how many?
37.
3,700?
Yeah.
But you're still getting uptake of well over half of that.
Oh, in terms of like the distribution is out there, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bieber.
In case I have to declare a conflict of interest on the MGA, perceived conflict, can I ask where these are printed?
They're printed at the Lethbridge Herald.
Okay, then I do have a perceived conflict of interest on this. So I'm going to excuse myself while this is going on.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'll stay.
You can say, Councillor Wolf.
I appreciate you bringing this forward. I think, the realities of the digital age are here. I think you're seeing it. I think you're feeling it. If we're burning through 600 a month that you know of, double that number, triple it easily. So I think you're on the right track here, and I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you, sir.
I too will be supporting this, although a part of me dies with this resolution, to be quite honest, as it's someone who, sorry? Yeah. As someone who actually, not a conflict, but did a lot of the graphic design and layout for this back in the early 90s, so that's really, I'm really dating myself, but seeing this go from the printed to digital is a part of me is dying on this, but will not consider that a conflict. It's just that I will be supporting this, and thank you for looking at ways to create savings. Anyone else to continue debate? If not, we'll ask Councillor Campbell to close.
Thank you. I'll call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And those opposed? Right. One. All right, moving on to seasonal public visitation opening hours reduction for Fort Whoop-Up. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative R42, seasonal public visitation opening hours reduction Fort Whoop-Up as a budgeted reduction and allocated as follows. From taxation 2027 a $25,555 reduction. If kind of a mover for this, Councillor Bieber.
Conflict.
Questions, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. The one thing I don't see with this is any stats on, usage per day, that there are drops on 2 days, et cetera. Do we have any way of knowing if we have similar visitation on all 7 days, or if there are two that just aren't liked?
Hello, my name's Darren DeRoche. I'm the operations manager at the museum in Fort Whoop-Up. So I do have those numbers here. So last year in 2025, there was 4,902 people that attended Fort Whoop-Up public. So we averaged 45 people a day. On Mondays and Tuesdays, that average was 9. And Wednesdays through Sundays, we averaged 59 people a day. So definitely Mondays and Tuesdays would be the days we would be looking at not being open for the public, but again, we'd still be open for like schools, so.
And is it common for interpretive centers to have 2 days like this? Is this just something that's common in the industry?
Yeah, I know like the Telesota Science at Edmonton, for example, is closed regularly every Monday. So lots of places are closed on the quieter days of the week, so which tend to be like those Monday, Tuesdays. So,
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. And I believe, if someone correct me if I'm wrong, Nikki Yuko is closed, is it just on Sundays or is it Mondays and Tuesdays as well? Is that right? I've heard, because I know people have reached out to me, said I try to get over there and it's not open. So I think they're closed actually a couple days a week as well on Monday and Tuesday. All right. If there's no, just Tuesdays are closed. All right. So back to Councillor Bieber to open.
Well, we just heard that there's going to be minimal impact, so I will just call the question.
Question been called. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. All right. I'm just going to quickly go back because let's pretend that it's tomorrow morning because we may get through all of these. And I want to go back to the parks maintenance that we had put off because of a question that I had regarding the taxation, $82,700 for the park maintenance R39 as a budgeted reduction. And Mr. City Manager, you have an answer for that?
Yes, I had a discussion with Mr. Richter, and similar to Councillor Wolf's comments about the correlation and Councillor Dodick's comments about going too far on parks another time, yeah, my recommendation is to not proceed with this reduction any longer because there is a correlation and it would set things up to fail.
All right. So seeing that, 82,700. So we will just quickly go then to the vote. We have Councillor or Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. Can we just pull it?
Yeah, can you vote to withdraw it?
Because it's on the table, so we'd have to vote to withdraw. Or we can vote to just vote it down. Okay. So it's your motion, so move to withdraw. Okay. All those in favor of withdrawing? Okay. All right. So withdraw. We can do the same thing as voting on it, or... All right, 2027 operating budget amendment, Indigenous program and continuation of pilot project, N31. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include initiative N31, Indigenous programming, continuation of pilot project as a one-time MRSR allocation to continue the support of the Indigenous curator program, community programmer, and school programming staff with funded allocated as follows. So this is not budget reduction. This is from MRSR one-time allocation for 2027 of $15,500. Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Croson? No. Councillor Campbell? Thank you. Councillor Campbell. Questions? Councillor Croson?
All right, I'm going to preface this question with the fact that I love the GALT, but I also look at your budget. And you're already at $135,000 in grants in 2025. You've only budgeted $23,000 in 2026 and 2027. You brought in $356,000 in sales of goods and services in 2025. You only budgeted for $258,000 in 2026, 2027. I understand we have Mr. Matthews, who likes to be notorious in underestimating some of the budget stuff. Are you underestimating your budget?
I don't.
So you don't think you will get grants like you did last year?
Well, I know, so grants-wise, for staffing this year, we have received Canada Summer Jobs, 3 positions for $6,000 total, so $2,000 for each position. Young Canada Works for $12,600 for 2 positions, and Community Futures Treaty 7, 5 positions, approximately $6,300 for those. So those are all support our summer staff at Fort Whoop-Up. And then we've also received approximately $15,000, again, from Young Canada Works to support staff in the collections department in the fall. But those are the grants that we have received so far this year.
And your sales of goods and services, you've reduced your, well, 100,000 in what you expect to get this year. Is that expected, or is that just being careful?
I think that is a little bit of expected. Last year, we had a lot of new products, and we also sold a lot of Pendleton blankets to the Blackfoot community for Aquacotson, and this year we don't expect to sell quite as many.
So we can't use 2025 to give a good judge of what 2026 and 2027 will look like?
I don't think so.
So there's no excess in your budget? You need these next two?
Yes.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I want to be sure of. Thank you.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager designate, and I'm looking at both N31 and N32, and going back to the conversation that we had about economic development Lethbridge this morning, help me understand how these are not new initiatives, because they are very similar to what we did with economic development Lethbridge this morning when we denied them $100,000, and that was a project that ended at the end of 2026. These two are projects that end at the end of 2026, and these would be new initiative funding moving into 2027.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, in regards to that. So this one would probably more closely similar to the Norbridge component, where they had a one-time funding for a project on it. The reality is that both of these here you could look at the same way from the point of view of that. I guess these ones were inside of the budget. They weren't supposed to be projects that were ending at that necessarily at that time. They were one-time funding sources inside of those. But council can always make a decision that these ones here don't meet that requirement, and you think that they would end naturally as of December 31st, 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I see no further questions in the queue, so Councillor Campbell to open debate.
I see this as a continuation of something important, so I would support the resolution.
For reasons that I've just heard, I find this is a new initiative. I think it's a great item, but I believe that coming forward for the 28 to 31 fits more for this particular motion, so I will not be supporting it. Councillor Campbell, no one else?
Call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? Okay, so that's two. And the next one is it's similar but not similar from the Hout Museum for Indigenous Curator, continuation of pilot project. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2027 operating budget to include Initiative N32, Indigenous Curator, continuation of pilot project as a one-time MRSR allocation to continue the funding of the Indigenous Curator position with funding allocated as follows from 2027, MRSR one-time allocation of $59,700. Question I have for Mr. City Manager as designate, probably for Mr. Matthews. So, Mr. Matthews, I think I've heard time and time again, when we have a one-time funding, which this was in the past, if continuation of a pilot project, is it normal to pull from reserves once we've already done the pilot and to continue moving forward? Is that common practice?
So I think what you're referring to is the golden rule budgeting we talked about, where don't use one-time dollars for ongoing things. So the question is whether it's the continuation of the pilot, or really now it's going into an operational nature as we go forward. And if it's operational, then it should be an ongoing funding source, not a one-time funding source. Way I'm understanding it here, it's still a continuation of the pilot, but I'll leave it to the goal to answer whether it's an ongoing nature now, or if it's one more year of the pilot.
So one more year of the, Ms. Kleisinger, thank you.
So the difference with this position is that the pilot was to be lined up with the budget years. And so because there's a stub year in between, what we would have done is we're using this pilot to see whether or not we would require this position moving forward and what could be achieved in those years. So it's just that because it's a stub year, this wouldn't have been done in the same way if it weren't for a stub year. We would have brought a new initiative forward, but now we're in this awkward spot with this extra year.
Thank you. I see no further questions, so can I have a mover for this? Don't everyone jump up at once. Councillor Campbell. Okay. Campbell to open debate.
Well, again, it's, I think it's an important initiative. It's kind of an awkward, as mentioned, but I would support this resolution at this time. Call for the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? And those opposed? So that loses 6-2. Mr. Matthews, I'm running out of papers over here, meaning that we're finished with N32 and we're 4:29. The timing here, I know that we have set time tomorrow. I do see one-time initiatives for 2027 that may be moved to budget contingency. Can you give us kind of what we've done this far, where we sit as the municipal property tax bill, if council, again, if council approves this motion at our June 23rd meeting? Again, this still has to be supported, but can you explain a little bit where we are at right now, snapshot?
Thank you, Mayor Higgins. So as you can see on the screen right now, based on council's decisions today, you've reduced the overall property tax bill from 3.53 starting point down to 2.67%. Assuming that council passes that on June 23rd. I believe we have covered all the items that for the 2027 operating budget. So that means that for ourselves, council would have, or CIC members would have a free day tomorrow.
No free day or day they can do other things on their agenda.
Other things on their to-do list outside of this, yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for that. So right now, it's as far as moving to council, this would be the time, the next time that this would be discussed on the, 23rd? 23rd, yeah, we have to have a motion still for, and we're getting all of that? All right. So, no, appreciate that. And thank you to administration for bringing all of this information forward. It's not easy to go to the different groups and ask for these budget reductions, your different teams. And so, and to all of the different teams that have come forward in their different sectors within the city of Lethbridge and to get us to where we are today. So thank you very much for that work. And we have it on the screen. So be it resolved that Community Issues Committee recommends City Council approve the base 2026 operating budget as provided in the section titled Operating Budget Summary in pages 5 to 45, attachment 2, including the following amendments as identified as initiatives on page 48 to 104 of attachment 2. And then we have all of the lists and some of them as amended. You'll see there. I'm sure you won't want me to have to read them. You can see them on the screen. And these are the ones that, yeah, were passed, not withdrawn, and not lost. These ones are, will go forward. However, Madam City Clerk, the ones that failed still come through as failed. Is that right or no?
Yeah, in the minutes, they will still come through, and for council, they'll come through.
They'll still come through. Okay. So as you see here, remember, if there's any questions left on these, we've debated these pretty heavily, I think, the ones that council had the questions on can come forward at our council meeting. But if everyone sees what's up there on the screen, if that works, we'll ask for, Mr. Matthews.
One thing I should explain here is the last operative clause you'll see in here. So one of the things that the Municipal Government Act requires us to do is always have a forecast out. So you'll see in this one here that what we're suggesting to do is also make the 2027 the forecast for the 3 years. So it's actually going to be like a 2028, 29, and 30. where this will just be just a forecast. It's not that it's actually a budget, you know, from the point of view, we just in the Municipal Government Act, that's one of the requirements. How we've handled this in the past, we actually had direction from Alberta Municipal Affairs at one point in time saying that when we were practicing multi-year budgeting like we're doing, we didn't need to do this. Subsequently, they've changed that component, and so to make sure we're in compliance with the MGA, we're requesting that when council does this, they just take the 27 and make it the 28, 29, and 30th identical for right now. That meets our legislative requirements, and then next year we'll set those budgets of what they're really going to be.
Now, is this giving some false hope? That's my concern, because there's many communities that do yearly budgets, correct? Still? How do they get away with that?
They do the same thing. What they do out there is they actually do a forecast, and they actually have that forecast piece.
Can we put in there, I don't see where's a forecast of 28 to 30, something that does not
Yeah, I
give.
think we say estimate, but I think we could,
There's got to be
financial
something.
plan, I should say, but you could say a forecasted, so a 3-year.
Because we said one-time funding through all of these, and then all of a sudden now we're.
So a forecasted operational financial plan. So all of that is a forecast. If nothing else changed, this is what our value would be. It's just saying that it's the exact same thing.
Okay. No, I appreciate that being up there. That gives a little.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure before you did this, you understood why that was in there and so forth. We're not trying to pull anything sneaky. We're actually trying to comply with the Act. We had different interpretation of the Act from Alberta Municipal Affairs that we had on file. That subsequently changed. We're just trying to make sure that we're in agreement with the Municipal Governments Act.
Excellent. Thank you. And look around, Councillor Wolf, will you move this?
Oh, no, Councillor Bieber moved it.
Oh, Councillor Bieber moved. Oh, that's right, at the very beginning. I remember before we added all of these. Thank you, Councillor Bieber. All right, so seeing you there, is there any debate? Seeing none? Call for the vote. Question been called, all in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned.